the 40th year anniversary of the first steer show that was held here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Standing close to me is my good friend Jeff Slichting and Jim Clint. We were all part of a bunch of students that were going to Iowa State back in 1979, early 80s. And we were all members of the Block and Bridle Club, of course, associated with the Animal Science Department at Iowa State. And for years, the Animal Science Department had sponsored a horse show. And we were sitting around one night having fellowship, and one or two of us, all of a sudden, we were talking about the horse show, and we decided, hey, we ought to have a cattle show. So we got to talking about it, and one thing led to another, so we promoted the idea. We brought it in front of the Block and Bridle Club itself, got it voted on, got it passed, but then we were told that we had to get the approval of the department. So we had to sell it to the department. And at the time, Dr. Darrell Strobing was head of Beef Cattle Extension at Iowa State, so we had to go meet with him. So we got our case put together, and we went in fired up. And unfortunately, Dr. Strobing was more of a practical, production-oriented type of fellow, and he didn't share our enthusiasm about cattle shows. So he shot the idea down, and he also said that unless we could tie some educational benefit to it, we weren't going to have a show at all. So we came out of his office somewhat dejected. Well, not very long after, and we're not sure completely about the exact details, but there was a faculty member by the name of Dr. Richard Wilhelm, who was a fantastic individual, and he got wind of what we were trying to do, and the USDA feeder cattle grades were pretty new then. And anyway, I'm sure he had help with other faculty members, but he came up with a way for us to put on that show. Let me read to you. I had a buddy that kept the, hold that just a second.
I knew there was a reason I came along.
That's right. This is a clipping that advertises the show, and I don't know what paper it was in, but one of my buddies kept it. It says, new feeder calf show at the Beef Expo. A feeder calf show open to all Iowa residents under the age of 21 will be held in conjunction with the 1980 Iowa Winter Beef Expo, February 16th, 17th, at the State Fairgrounds in Des Moines. The purpose of the show is to acquaint the beef industry with the new USDA feeder cattle grades by using the grades to predict the outcome of steer classes. It also allows exhibitors to review their projects. Along with the placings, estimates of weight and date of expected low-choice carcass grade will be made. Weight at the time of the Iowa State Fair will also be estimated. Entry fees are $15 and will be accepted after February 1. A late fee of $25 will be charged. Grand champion will receive $200, and $100 will be going to the reserve champion. The show is sponsored by the Beef Breeds Council and Iowa State University Block and Bridle Club. More information is available by contacting Pete Hunter. I'm sure many of you know Pete. So anyway, that's how we got started. We had an overhead projector. I'm sure none of you know what that is. Some of the older folks would. And we had two guys that measured the cattle, Doug Muhart and Dave Faust, and then we weighed them, and there was a formula that was used using those parameters, and we came up with the estimated weights. We put that information up up on the screen for the entire crowd to see. Pete was told we could have 120 entries. He took 128. So we were talking with Mindy before we got into this presentation. She said one year you had 1,500 entries. Quite a difference. Quite a difference. So we're just proud to have been some of the ones who took part of it and took part in the first show. So who planted that seed of innovation in us? We don't know for sure. I maintain everyone has mentors throughout their life that shape your attitude, shape your thought process. We created a legacy, but we only added to the heritage of these hallowed grounds. And I say that because this pavilion was built in 1902. Jeff showed here, Jim showed here, I showed here, my uncle showed here, had champion steer at the fair in 36. How many millions of dollars of cattle has this pavilion seen come through those doors? I'm sure if there was any way to tally it, it'd be astronomical. Consider this also, as an exhibitor that shows here in this pavilion, you don't get paid to do that. You pay to do it. You earn the right to be here by your sweat and your tears. I'd like to name some of the people at this point that helped with that show that I can recall. I'm sure I'm going to miss someone. It was a big event for us to put on, first time ever. And of course, Dr. Strobing, Dr. Richard Wilhelm, Dr. Phil Spike, Dr. Paul Brackelsberg. Some of the students were Dave Faust, Doug Moodhart, Jim Clint, Jeff Schlichting, Arnie Hansen, Pete Hunter, Stan Gable, and Kirk Steerwald. Yeah, we went to school with Kirk Steerwald. Anybody ever heard of that guy? How many people do you think he's helped over the years with his clinics and his camps? But who's inspired you? Has it been a parent or an ag teacher, a county agent, a pastor? When you get next time you get the opportunity, thank them. They wouldn't be helping you if they didn't believe in you and they didn't believe in what you were doing. And then what's your legacy going to be? Do you have a dream? Pursue it. Don't give up on it. There's a book that I've read called The Dream Giver. I'd recommend it to anyone. It'll get you thinking. Dr. Wilhelm's legacy was huge, not only with helping us with his show, but in the cattle industry, he was the one that originated the concept of putting a numerical value to a trait selection. Today we call them EPDs. Back then they were EBVs, or estimated breeding values. He was an innovator. Steve Jobs is quoted in saying that innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Think about that. Some other good quotes are, all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Walt Disney. Try not to become a person of success, rather try to become a person of value. Albert Einstein. Everyone is good at something, and once you find out how you can achieve it, what you can achieve is limitless. Success is a sum of all small efforts repeated day in, day out, or work back at home in the barn. Y'all know what that means. And finally, this is by former President Ronald Reagan. Live simply, love generously, care deeply, and speak kindly. Leave the rest to God. I think that's very good. If there's any veterans in the house, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service. If there's any farmers or ranchers in the crowd, thank you. You know, a politician can take something and say, you know, twist the words and make it what it's not. But the plain hard facts are, you need a doctor once in a while, hopefully no more than twice a year. You need a lawyer occasionally, or hopefully never. And you need a dentist occasionally. But you need a farmer 3 times a day. And that's the facts, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time. We're proud to see what this thing is involved into. And good luck today. Congratulations on your awards.
Thank you. On Friday, we held mini contests that we will announce the winners for now. When your name is announced, please step forward. Arts and Crafts, Pee-wee. First, Brock Struder. Pee-wee, second. Bernardine Rosenboom. Junior. Brock. When your name is announced, please step forward and come get your award. Junior, first. Peyton Ford. Junior, second. Veronica Lentz. Photography contest. Junior, first. Peyton Ford. Junior, second. Delaney Bolachek. Senior, first. Tyler Loudon. Senior, second. Cassie Bremer. Photo enhanced. Senior, first. Cassie Bremer. Senior, second. Clayton Bremer. Skillathon. Junior, first. Riley Short. Junior, second. Ryan Putney. Senior first. Olivia Putney. Senior, second. Tyler Loudon. If you, Skillathon kids, could you please step forward? We have another award for you. Riley. Yesterday, we also held our showmanship contest. Congratulations to all the winners and exhibitors. Senior Grand Champion Grace Gryman. Reserve Grand Champion Brooklyn Curtin. Junior Grand Champion Madison McCullough. Reserve Grand Champion Macy Jacobson. We would like to thank all of those who participated in this event and helped to make it successful. I would now like to take this time to thank all of the Iowa Junior Beef Breed members and their families for their work and efforts they have contributed in the past year. I would also like to recognize our advisors and generous sponsors who have donated endless time and funding to ensure the continued success of the Iowa Beef Breeds Association. At this time, would you all please give these people a round of applause? I will turn the microphone over to Gail Vander Aaron, the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Council President, who will announce the 2019 Iowa Beef Expo Heifer Award recipients.
Okay, I'm going to announce for Gail. He's been here all week and he was like me last year, he has no voice. So we're going to present the Iowa Beef Expo Heifer Award. The Iowa Beef Breeds Council has a program where each breed holding a sale at the Iowa Beef Expo will have the opportunity to present a $500 award sponsored by the Iowa Beef Breeds Council to a junior exhibitor who purchased and exhibited a heifer from their respective breed sale. Each breed association has been asked to develop their own criteria for this award. Heifers will be ranked at the discretion of each breed association under the following conditions. The heifer must have been purchased at the 2019 Iowa Beef Expo sanctioned sale and exhibited by a junior at the 2019 Iowa State Fair. Only one heifer per breed will be awarded. Therefore, high and low percentages will be considered for one award. Furthermore, cattle with multiple breed registrations may only be awarded by the breed association which sold the cattle at the expo. So at this time, if you would step forward as your name is called. For the Angus, Conager Logston of Centerville. Charlet Connor Briggs of Sheridan. Gilvey Carly Proche of Clarence. Hereford Jonathan Krutner of Vinton. Limousine Hayden Holden of Carlisle. Main-on-Jew Kinley Richardson of Lake City. Red Angus Dalton Barnes of Lamoni. Solaire Abby Lingle of Aspinwall. In the Shorthorn had a tie, Brock Studer of Creston and Mason Mitchell of Nashua. The Iowa Beef Breeds Council would like to wish all of the exhibitors who purchased a heifer in the 2020 sales the best of luck and thank you for your support of the Iowa Beef Expo. At this time, we will now present 4 scholarships. 2 scholarships will be awarded for high school seniors graduating in 2020, and 2 scholarships will be awarded to students who have completed either 1 or 2 years at a 4-year college or university, vocational school, trade school, or community college. They will consist of one $750 and one $500 per year for 2 consecutive years the student remains in school, for a total of $1,500 and $1,000. Recipients are evaluated on past accomplishments in the cattle industry, leadership qualities, a written essay, and a personal interview. These scholarships are made possible through the generous financial support of Hawkeye Breeders Service, Iowa Bankers Association, and Transova Genetics. Let's put our hands together for those great supporters of our juniors. At this time, if they are present, the 2020 Iowa Beef Breeds scholarships are presented to, in the high school division, 2nd place, Jenna Smith. High school division, 1st place, Avery Mather. In the college division, 2nd place, Kaylee Marshak. And the winner of the college division, Adelea Ebersol. Congratulations to those scholarship recipients. This is the 14th year that the IJBBA has sponsored this award. If those scholarship recipients could head over to the backdrop to get a quick picture. This is the 14th year that the IJBBA has sponsored a sportsmanship award. The honor is given to one member who meets the following criteria. They must be a current or past IJBBA member, show leadership skills and grow throughout the year, exhibits willingness to help other IJBBA members and advisors when called upon. Sportsmanship refers to virtues such as fairness, self-control, courage, and persistence, and has been associated with interpersonal concepts of treating others and being treated fairly, maintaining self-control when dealing with others, and respect for both authority and opponents. When considering this year's Sportsmanship Award winner, this member covers all of those areas and then some. Our sportsmanship member is one who started in the show ring, like most, with their first 4-H beef project in 4th grade, was extremely shy and timid, and would rather spend time talking with the heifer than to the judge. As we understand it, she had to receive a pep talk from a family member before going in the ring with her heifer for the first county fair. My, how things have changed. They have started showing an Angus heifer and then added a Maine heifer and then a Key heifer and numerous market animals in between. You might even see her with a Simmental heifer these days. The breeding heifers gave her the chance to get involved with the Junior Beef Breeds Association and the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association, where our member found she thrived with others that challenged her, and they became some of her best friends. She can be found spending countless hours in the barn, rinsing and working hair. They gave up athletics in high school to concentrate all her efforts in making the animals their best. She takes showing very seriously and can be seen by her record in the show ring. She has competed at the American Royal, Louisville, the National Western, Exarban, and numerous junior nationals. Not only does she strive for perfection in her animals, but also in the organizations that she's involved with herself. She has been involved in the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds for numerous years, where she has served in various offices. She is active with the Iowa Junior Maine-Jew Association and the Kianina Association and serves as president of the National Junior Board. She is a role model to the younger members and takes the time to encourage them on starting their path and the possibilities that it may have. She is not only a role model to our younger members, but also to the two best members of her team, her younger brother and sister, that she is the hardest on in the wash rack and the first one to hug them when they come out of the show ring. They spend countless hours together while combing and blowing and practicing showmanship that can never be replaced. As a family, they have traveled more miles than can be counted to IJBBA shows, junior nationals, and more. Courage from this little shy fourth grader in her first county fair, persistence with the best calf that she can't quite get broke, self-control of the hours spent in the barn, and the dedication to make the tough choices, and fairness to take the wins graciously when they come and to congratulate others when they don't. That is the definition of sportsmanship, and we think that Brooklyn Curtin is an exemplary model. Congratulations, Brooklyn. We'll give her just a second here to get composed again.
I will now introduce the top two individuals of each breed in the breeding heifer division. As your name is called, please come forward to accept your award. All of the champions will be receiving a custom belt buckle by Molly's Custom Silver, and the reserve champions will receive a galvanized tub. Final point standings for the 2020 IJBBA shows. The Angus heifer, champion Courtney Vondercheck. Reserve Brett Coughlin. Charlet heifers, champion Blaine Finster. Charlet composite, William Hoops. Key, champion Courtney Vondercheck. Reserve champion Carson Reed. Hereford heifers, Jackson Krebs, reserve champion Addison Wall. Polled Hereford heifers, champion Addison Held, reserve champion, there's a tie, Sloan Curtin and Jordan Johnson. Limflex heifers, champion Gentry Johnson, reserve champion Brett Coughlin. Limousine, there's no limousine heifers. Low line percentage heifers, there's none of them. High percentage Maine Angus heifers, champion Whitney Reaver. High percentage Maine Anjou heifers, Mallory Kane. Maintainer heifers, champion Kennedy Eskenscheid. Reserve champion Grayson Belcher. Mini Herefords heifers, champion Campbell Thomas. Reserve Landon Tibican. Red Angus Foundation heifers, champion Claire Schmuck. Red Angus heifers, champion Emma Aidenhen. Reserve Whitney Reaver. Okay. Solaire Heifers, champion Olivia Parenti. Champion Shorthorn Plus, Abigail Green. Reserve champion Sheridan Fox. Shorthorn Heifers, champion Aubrey Belcher. Reserve champion Abigail Green. Foundation Simmental Heifers, champion Addison Lehman. Reserve champion Campbell Thomas. High Percent Simmentals, champion Michaela Jones. Reserve champion Kirsten Joss. Commercial Heifers, champion Courtney Vondercheck. Reserve champion Grayson Belcher. I will now introduce the top 2 individuals from each breed for the Market Animal Division. Please come forward to accept your award. All of the champions are receiving a custom belt buckle by Molly's Custom Silvers, and reserve champion will receive a galvanized tub. Charlet Steers, champion Mackenzie Beatty. Reserve champion Taylor Thomas. Kennedy Steers, champion Kennedy Steffes. Reserve champion Carson Reek. Hereford Steers, champion Austin Bishop. Reserve champion Maggie Anderlich. Limousine Steers, champion Haley Dodge. Manian Jew Steers, champion Ben Carlson. Reserve champion Chase Anderson. Mini Hereford Steers, Kylie Lloyd. Reserve champion Logan Tibikin. Red Angus Steers, champion Austin Schmuck. Reserve champion Grace Henderson. Champion Shorehorn Plus Mackenzie Beatty. Reserve champion Micaiah Smith. Shorthorn Steers, champion Jack Johnson. Reserve champion Abigail Green. Simmental Steers, champion Belle Nedelucky. Reserve champion Madsen Lang. Crossbred Steers, Cassidy Bremer. Reserve champion Isaac Beeson. Market Heifers, champion Kennedy Steffes. Reserve champion Micaiah Smith. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause for their hard work and dedication. I will now introduce the top 2 individuals from the junior and senior showmanship. Please come forward to accept your award. The top 2 from both divisions will be receiving a Molly's Custom Silver Belt Buckle. Junior showmanship, Reserve Junior Showman Campbell Thomas. Champion Junior Showman Riley Steffes. Senior Showmanship, Reserve Champion Showman Kennedy Steffes. Champion Senior Showman Courtney Vondercheck. IJBBA is proud to announce the top 10 overall market animals and breeding heifer exhibitors that started in the 2011 season. Each exhibitor will be eligible to receive an educational scholarship annually, and these scholarships can accumulate on an annual basis while the exhibitor is a member of the IJBBA. Scholarships will be available to the following institutions: universities, community college, vocational schools, and trade schools. The recipients of these scholarships will have the opportunity to receive their scholarship proceeds over a max 2-year period, with funds dispersed directly to the named institution. It is now time to introduce the top 10 overall heifers exhibitors for the year 2019. The top heifer exhibitor will receive a new jacket along with a $1,000 scholarship. Along with the jackets, the IJBBA has added scholarship money for the 2 through 10 places for both steers and heifer divisions. We feel that their hard work needs to be acknowledged. We would like to thank the following sponsors: Sullivan Supply, Showstopper Equipment, Vividito, Cargill, Sunglow, and the Iowa Beef Breeds Council for making this possible. Please come forward to accept the awards as your name is called. 10th place, breeding heifer, Addison Lehman, $100 scholarship. 9th place, Whitney Reaver, $150 scholarship. 8th place, Michaela Jones, $250 scholarship. 7th place, Carson Reek, $250 scholarship. 6th place, Aubrey Belcher, $300 scholarship. 5th place, Riley Short, $350 scholarship. 4th, Grayson Belcher, $400 scholarship. 3rd, Abigail Green, $600 scholarship. And your reserve champion, IJBBA Top Point Heifer, Campbell Thomas, $750 scholarship. Your champion 2019 Junior IJBBA Breeding Heifer, High Point champion Courtney Vondercheck, $1,000 scholarship. Please give these heifer exhibitors a round of applause for an outstanding year. I would now like to introduce the top 10 overall market animal exhibitors for the 2019 year. The top market animal winner will be receiving a new jacket along with a $1,000 scholarship. Please come forward to accept your awards as your name is called. 10th overall market animal, Dalton Shanks, $100 scholarship. 8th, Taylor Thomas, $200 scholarship. 8th, Belnetta Galecki, $200 scholarship. 7th, Hunter Locke, $250 scholarship. 6th, William Hoops, $300 scholarship. 5th, Isaac Beeson, $350 scholarship. 4th, Cassie Bremer, $400 scholarship. 3rd, Micaiah Smith, $600 scholarship. And your reserve grand champion, High Point Market Animal, 2019, Kennedy Steffies, $750 scholarship. And your grand champion, Market Animal, High Point Individual, 2019, Mackenzie Beatty, $1,000 scholarship. Please give these market animals a round of applause, also for an outstanding year. The IJBBA will once again be giving an award to the Supreme Breeding Heifer and Supreme Market Animal exhibitors for the year 2019. This award is based on the number of Supreme titles the exhibitor accumulated through the show season. Supreme Breeding Heifer exhibitor, Grayson Belcher. Supreme Market Animal exhibitor, Cassidy Bremer. At this time, the IJBBA would like to introduce Brian Gonder of Central Iowa Featherlight. Do you want me to keep going?
Oh, here we are again. Mindy's wanting me to talk to everybody, so I won't talk very long because that's not what we're here for. We're here to go out and win some cattle shows and gain some points to win all these great prizes. And I just want to thank IJBBA for letting us be a part of it again. I think this is the 12th year maybe we've given away trailers, maybe the 14th, and proud to be part of one of the 40th ones, I guess. So next year will be the 2020 winner, so maybe we'll do something special for that event. So thanks again for letting us be a part of the program.
Everyone give Brian and Sherry Gonder a round of applause, please, for their generous donation of the trailers. The High Point Breeding Heifer exhibitor, Courtney Vondercheck. High Point, please step forward, Courtney. High Point Market Animal, Mackenzie Beatty, please come forward. We would like to take some pictures of the award winners, so will the top 10 individuals from both the heifer and market animal divisions and the 2 Supreme exhibitors, please gather at the photographer's area after the program. Also, will all the junior board members stay in their ring for pictures at the backdrop as well. This concludes our year-end awards presentation. We would like to thank everyone for coming and supporting the results from another successful year. Once again, let's give all the 2019 Iowa Junior Beef Breed Association exhibitors a well-deserved round of applause and good luck in 2020.
Just a reminder, we want to get pictures, so if you won some awards, we would like to get you over by the picture backdrop so we can get some pictures taken.
Do we have the judges' mics too? Mic check. Mic check. Do we have the judges? Mic check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Checking the volume here. How are we doing up top there? Okay, too loud? Down, up, you up there in the cap, top row. We okay? Okay. Okay, over here? Gotcha. We'll get things cleared out. Got the trailers out of the ring set up. We're going to try and start just as soon as we're ready to roll, which is going to be a matter of seconds. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2020 Iowa Beef Expo. I think we're about ready to get started. As usual, the steers will be on my side, the heifers will be on the other side, which I always get turned around. I think that's the east, and I think this is the west, if I remember right. But once again, welcome back. Our judges today I'll be talking about here, we got a team from Wyoming, and we got a team from Tennessee, and I'll tell you a little bit about them when we get started here. But once again, we're starting off on the steer side with Dr. Dave Duillo and P.D. Miller. We're starting off on the heifer side with Andy Higgins and Zach Butler, both from Tennessee. So I think we're about ready. Where's our ring help? Got our judges. Starting up already over on the heifer side, that's judges Andy Higgins and Zach Butler, both from Tennessee. They're going to start with the Aberdeen percentage heifers. Aberdeen percentage, it'll be a one-class division. So your champion, your first and second in this class will be your champion reserve Aberdeen percentage. And starting over on the steer side, Dr. Dave Duello and P.D. Miller will be sorting the Simmental steers. There'll be three classes of Simmental steers. Today is all breed cattle, or all breed steers today, and crossbreds tomorrow. So starting out with the Simmental steers, judges Dave Duello, Dr. Dave Duello, and P.D. Miller.
Well, good morning to everybody, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. And as we get started, I think a good way to kick off this Iowa Beef Expo for you here with these percentage Aberdeen females. And this young lady's heifer we're going to pull out here will be your champion in this particular division. I think a heifer that just excels in regards to her balance and in terms of her structural integrity, one that's got some rib shape and got some structural soundness to her. Gives you a nice look out here in terms of having some maternal maternal ability, I think this is a solid place to start for us. The heifer that's going to come out in second and be reserve will be the red female, and I think she most likely resembles our class winner in terms of having a little look and eye appeal up front. I guess in relation to her, you know, she's a little frailer, a little flatter, not as much rear 1/3 in her, and wants to kind of taper down through that stifle, but still a nice, attractive heifer in her own right. Young lady's calf is going to round out the class here. I think one that you appreciate for her boldness and for her rib shape that she's got relative to her size. I guess for us, just needs to have a little more of her, stretch her out, lengthen her out a little bit, maybe free her up off those hind legs, but good way to start things off here this morning.
As we move on here, we got a single entry Aberdeen, one that could sure stand a lot of competition, though. A female that gives you a nice look. She's one that's really balanced in her lines, and when you get behind her, she doesn't disappoint you there either. One that's got just a lot of genuine base width to her. Just a nice female here. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
All right, placings on the heifer side. Your champion, Aberdeen Percentage, Lydia Stuber from Grundy Center. Reserve going to Maverick Ocean of Letts, and third to Luella Reeks of Lawler. Second class, first class of Aberdeen heifers, I guess single entry breed. Champion goes to Olivia Prunty of Reynolds. Olivia Prunty of Reynolds with your champion Aberdeen heifer. Currently coming in the heifer side, your Charlet Percentage heifers. Well, let me tell you a little more about our judges on the steer side. Judge Dr. Dave DeWillow hails from Pine Bluff, Wyoming. He is the one in the jacket to the north. He's a graduate of Iowa State. He got his BS and doctorate there, and while he was there, he judged, he actually judged and he coached the Iowa State judging team. He himself was on one national champion, and he coached two national champion teams. So that's some definite reassurance that his eye is pretty sharp here today. As I said earlier, he lives in Pine Bluff, Wyoming. he was raised here in Iowa at Brandon, Iowa, right out there in Pine Bluff on the Nebraska-Wyoming line. He runs 400 head of basically show-based cows. I had the opportunity to spend about a week with him out there picturing his breds for his bred heifer sale that he holds in Denver, the Western Elite sale right during the National Western Stock Show. So once again, that's one of the judges over here on the steer side, the one in the brown jacket. That's Dr. Dave Duello. The other young man right here in the suit jacket, that's P.D. Miller. Known this young man since he was very young. His whole family live right there in Torrington, Wyoming. He is a graduate of Butler Community College and Oklahoma State, and was on the national champion judging team at each college, and was also high individual for both of those colleges. He currently resides there in Torrington as the show cattle manager for M. Lazy Heart Ranch. Let's give our two steer judges a big welcoming, warm round of applause to a nice 40-degree Iowa instead of a negative 34. Once again, Dave Duello, P.D. Miller. Let's hear it for him, folks.
Back over here on your heifer side, I think a good way to start off this percentage Charolais division, and this young man's white heifer is kind of the one me and Andy kind of gravitate towards. I think one for us that just hits us as being a little more maternal in her overall look. I think compared to that heifer there in second, she's a little nicer and neater through her head, and the way her neck blends into her shoulder there, specifically there at the point of her shoulder. You know, I guess if you could criticize her out here, I think it's more kind of what she's doing in terms of just not wanting to relax. But I think as the heifer relaxes and progresses out here in the ring, she becomes a little more comfortable there at the ground in regards to how her hock and pasterns there off those rear two go to the surface. A nice place to start there in this particular class. Young man smoke heifer that's going to come out here in second. You know, I appreciate this one too. I think from her shoulders back, you know, she's a deep-bodied, easy-keeping type of female. You know, probably a little leveler hip than even the heifer that we used to start with. I guess for me and Andy both, you know, she gets a little dish-headed there up front, a little tighter and pinched there right through her heart. As she gets out and goes, a little more restricted off those rear two and how she handles her pasterns there at the surface. But a good pair of cattle there on the top end. Not taking anything away from this peach-colored heifer that's going to come out here in third, maybe the longest bodied, most extended one that we've got out here in the lineup. I think she just gets a little out-horsed in terms of foot size, bone work, depth of body, but still a quality female in her own right. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Good morning and welcome to the Steer Show. PD and I look forward to this very much. It's a real honor for me. I've had an opportunity over the years to judge a lot of places, and it's always fun to come back home. I think, or I hope anyway, that this is one of the challenging classes that will present itself and that after we find a place to comfortably start with, you could scramble the rest of them based on how you prioritize them and just what you're kind of hunting for. And so all we can do is describe them. The yellow steer's the combination calf in the class. He's certainly got a lot of shape down his top. He's got the right kind of muscle design out of his rump. A steer that on the profile balances very nicely. You might like to offer him a shot more body at this stage in his life. I think a steer that certainly got enough extension and potential for growth in him to kind of get where he needs to be, yet not be extreme in any way. He's really good out of his neck, and he's extra strong right behind his shoulder. He just portrays this more natural top, upper rib shape and dimensions, certainly, than the steer that is going to come second to him today. Here's one that maybe as we get him on the move, maybe just like to loosen him up and soften him just a notch, in my opinion, to make it easier. From there on, it's hard. But easily, the steer that's most correct in his angles, most correct in his joints, when he cooperates, is the easiest traveling steer in the class. It's probably not the tone I want to set for today, because I think these things need to have some shape and some stout. He needs a little more forerib shape. He needs a little more dimension right behind his shoulder. He's a naturally wide pin steer that's got some hip and rump. And I think in terms of condition, he certainly would be one of the green steers in class. Long-bodied and sound, good-looking and well-balanced, good at the ground. Going to have to call him acceptable in amount of dimension through his hip. I think the black and white steer, at times, he can kind of come and go. When he gets him put together and he gets him on the move, he strengthens down his top some. He sometimes can come apart that way from a levelness of design standpoint. He's got really good shape to his rib. He exemplifies some muscle dimension down his top. He's a pinch rounder in his hip. A calf that I like the proportionality of extra well. He's a little small-footed and he's pretty rigid on his pastern at times. But I think in terms of overall balance and mobility, he has an advantage over the big-bellied, big-bodied, wide-back, big-hip steer that comes next in line. This one's a little short-necked in his kind. My biggest concern, if he just wants to get low and roll in these pins. He's a little restricted and tangled up in his motion from behind. But there's a good bodied, big, stout kind of a calf that just outpowers the calf that completes the class. What arguably could be the lightest weight steer is the shallowest and narrowest in his kind. Still a nice prospect steer the young man's got. A lot of nice calves, just not one clear-cut thing to do after you get by the yellow one. That's a nice class.
Really nice class of composite females over here, and certainly some differences here we've got to sort through in top and kind, but when we get down to it, I think this peach-colored heifer is the one that's going to come to the top in terms of just quality and structural integrity. When we get this one out on the move, that's when she really brings herself together. She's one that gives us a really attractive look. She's long-bodied, she's good-footed, she's good-boned. Like I said, when we get her out on the go, she's the most mobile in the class. Nice female to start off. young lady's wide heifer here that's in second. One that I think offers a lot of quality in terms of just fundamentals. This one's got some foot size to her. She's got some bone, and she's really loose in her structure when we get her out on the go. Maybe doesn't blend that tail head quite as nicely as the heifer above her there. Probably not quite as attractive and chiseled through her front end, but yet one that's going to see her better days on down the road and gets in that second hole today just because she's really functional. Heifer coming next is one that's really interesting in our mind, and we appreciate the stoutness this one has. She's really square over her top, outer hip. When you get behind her, she certainly doesn't disappoint you there. One maybe just not quite as attractive and maternal looking up through that front 1/3. Maybe just like to see her coming with a notch more frame size and extension today as well. The heifer coming next, young man here, much like the heifer in front of him, one that's certainly very stout. She's square hipped. She's one, I guess, for us, when we analyze this one in terms of structure, she maybe doesn't get out and go quite as good as those ones above her. We'd sure like to shorten them toes up a little bit today, too, on this one, but a female that offers some stoutness. Heifer coming next is probably one of our larger frame females that we've got here in this class. She's just a bit more upright in her shoulder. I think that translates down into her knee, into her hock, and when we get her out on the go, she just doesn't get out and go quite as free and easy as the ones above her.
All right, let me catch you up over here on the heifer side. The Charlet Percentage Heifer Division. First class 102. First place, Cal Pryor, Woodbine. Second to Logan Tibkin of Wyota. Third to Cash Brammer of Corning. That was your placings for class 102. First class Charlet Percentage Heifers. Placings for class 103. Second and final class Charlet Percentage Heifers. First place Taylor Klein, Soldier. Second to Casey Fink of Center Point. Third to Brianna Wolfer of Albia. Fourth, Bryson Ball, Lacona. And fifth to Connor Shala of Kelowna. Right now we'll be selecting your champion and reserve Charlet Percentage Heifers, Judge Andy Higgins and Zach Butler from Tennessee. Well, now looks like a good time to tell you a little bit about the Heifer Show judges. Andy Higgins, he's the young man in the black coat, hails from Auburntown, Tennessee. Went to college at Middle Tennessee State, got his bachelor's degree in ag business. Showed exclusively from a young age and is currently managing the family-owned Angus and Key Angus herd there in Auburntown, Tennessee. The other young man in the tan coat, that's Zach Butler from Milton, Tennessee. Actually, the two don't live but about 5 or 6 miles apart. Zach's from Milton, Tennessee, attended Blackhawk Junior College and Oklahoma State, where he majored in animal science and was on the judging team, which won the American Royal. He grew up showing Gilvey and Gilvey Balancer cattle. Currently works back home at the Butler Creek Farms with his dad, Michael, his mother, Barbie, and his wife, Autumn, and 10-month-old daughter, Henley. If you would, on the heifer side, please give a nice, warm Iowa welcome to our judges today, Mr. Andy Higgins and Zach Butler.
Well, as we get ready to select these composite Charlet females, you know, we didn't have a whole bunch of numbers here, but I feel like the quality has certainly been exceptional. A lot of good females that we bring back out here. And again, you know, I know it's early in the show, but if you're going to try to follow along with us today, I think the one consistent thing is we're going to start these cattle at the ground, good feet, good legs on them. We're going to make them look like cows all day long, keep them maternal in their kind. You know, it's fun to show these things, and don't get me wrong, this is what we're here for these kids. But in the long run, you hope these show calves can go home and make some cows for these young people to help help put them through school, help start them a business, start their own cow herd, whatever it may be. And so that's kind of going to be our focus today. We'll go out and get you a couple of champions. If you would, give all these Charlotte Composite exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Get out here in your second class of semi-steers, and I think there's 3 of them up top that are all plenty good about their skeleton. I think they've all got a nice body shape, and I think they're extremely proportional in terms of their look from the side. The young lady up here at the front of the lineup with the star-headed steer, man, that one's just a man as far as his mass and his power and his shape. Study that guy out of the backside of his shoulder. He's square, he's dimensional, and he's extremely powerful from that regard. Then you get back into his upper hip, man, that is one that is extremely stout and square in terms of his pin set, has a lot of product and a sound calf that's extremely good in terms of his look from the side, or extremely sound when you get him out on the go. And when they first hit the ring, a young man in the green that's going to be second, man, that one's got a killer look. You talk about a little itty-bitty necked and headed one that's awesome in terms of the set he has to the top side of his shoulder, and that's still a powerful kind of a calf that's big and square down his top and powerful out of his upper hip. Just study that guy on the go. He's a little bit smaller footed right at the ground, not quite as good as far as the set to his rear wheels, and then when he goes ahead and gets that one out on the lead, he just wants to work up right in the center of his spine and go ahead and duck his pins as well. Steer in third's another one that's extremely long and extremely good and smooth in terms of his view from the side. I like the set to his hind leg. I like the build of his shoulder, and I think that one's got the edge in terms of the one in front of him being a nickel bigger footed. You just study him right there, right behind his shoulder. He gets a little bit flatter and plainer in the build of his forerib. Like to make that guy more muscular down the top side of his skeleton and down in through his stifle as well. Red calf coming out next is one that's probably got the edge as far as shape. You know, that one's squarer in his pin set. I think he's better in the build out of the backside of his shoulder. We just need to make that one a little bit better in terms of the way that his feet and legs work when he goes around the ring. Wants to get a little bit more rigid as far as his pass turn. Like to clean him up at the base of his shoulder and in the set to his neck as well. Then the young man that rounds out the class brings us one that's extremely long. He's a steer that's got a lot of grow, and he doesn't have an issue as far as soundness or his look from the side. Just need to make that one more powerful to play with the ones ahead of him, but a really, really good class to go ahead and come in the ring second.
All right, your 2020 champion Charlet percentage heifer going to Cal Pryor from Woodbine. Your reserve champion Charlet percentage heifer Logan Tipkin from Wyota, both coming out of Class 1.
A single entry to start off our Charlet show here. Just a really nice female. I think one that gives us a really elegant look in terms of femininity, one that's still green in her condition, and she should be for a June, but one that offers some quality. It's going to be interesting to get her back out here, stack her up against the rest of these later on.
Over on the steer side, placings for Class 201, Semitol Steers. First place, Morgan Will, Wyota. Second, Chandler Gannon of Wheatland. Third, Nick Peterson, Muscatine. Fourth, to Daniel Ilg of Clare. And fifth, to Chase Cypersma of Mobile. Once again, judges P.D. Miller and Dr. Dave Duello finishing up the Semitol division with Class 202, the third and final class of Semitol Steers. On the heifer side, we've moved into the purebred Charolais heifer division. Purebred Charolais heifers, first placings in class 104, single entry Jackson Foss from Northwood wins class 104. Two more classes of Charolais heifers before we pick a champion purebred.
Got a real placeable class of heavyweight semi-steers. The leadoff calf does a lot of things fundamentally right. He's a big-bodied, soft-made. Steer standing still's right in these angles. He's really good out of his knee and on his front foot. He's got a lot of natural shape and dimension in his top. He's really wide up high and got a lot of power in his hip. A steer, if we're going to change him some, he's just a freckled plane in his throat. He maybe narrows to the ground from behind, and as good as he is in these angles, he at times when we let him walk too fast can get a little tangled up in his motion from behind. We're not here to dictate where an end point or what an end point would be, but if this one's a state fair end point or an expectation, he could be a handful to manage. From a weight standpoint, that's irrelevant to me. He is what he is. He's sound, he's practical, he's a good feeding, soft-made, square-built, nicely presented steer, and a pretty good ox. Next pair is real placeable. The Baldy steer is just a little more moderate in terms of his frame size. He offers more dimension right in through his heart girth and flank. He's got slightly more product or more shape in his top line, and he's a more correctly structured, freer wheeling steer that travels just so much better than the big extended kind of a green steer that sure enough is the flattest made and the narrowest design, the frailest featured calf in there. Good trio of calves.
You're fine. I just want to make a quick announcement. Right here is our only designated handicapped area. So if you can please refrain from standing right here so that the people can see out, that would be greatly appreciated.
Well, what a really, really good class of these Charolais females over here on the heifer side. And this top pair, you know, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap it around, but I think the longer we're out here, I think me and Andy both just find a few less holes in the young man's calf here. And again, I think for us, it starts at the ground. I think she's just a shot more genuine and true and square there as she goes, specifically off those rear two as you watch her go away from you. And then as you get the cattle parked, I read just a little more rear 1/3 and rear flank in this female than the heifer in second. But I tell you what, this is an awfully good pair. We like them both a great deal. The young lady's heifer here in second, man, I tell you what, when she gets this one stopped and set right, just the elegance that she has through her front 1/3 and how clean she is through her chest floor, this one's really unique as well. Of that pair, she probably is a little nicer out of her hip and the way her tail head sets into her. But again, like we talked, when you get these cattle into motion, and we're talking splitting hairs here, I think the heifer that we used to start with just handles that hind leg for us with a shot more function, gives you just a little more ideal look as she goes away from you in terms of how that hock plants there at the ground. But two really good heifers there on the top end. This young lady's heifer that comes out here in third, you know, there'll be some people that really gravitate towards this one in terms of just stoutness and power, rib shape and dimension. You know, there's a lot to like in this female. I think she's as big a bone and thick-ended and has as much muscle as anything in the class, and still puts it together in a nice feminine package. I think you compare to those other two heifers that go out in front of her. For us, just with that extra stoutness and power, she becomes just a little coarser, a little more rounder in her kind. But that's a really good heifer that could win a lot of classes most days. Just run into a good pair there on the top. This calf that's going to finish up the class, you know, she's no slouch either. I tell you what, at the stand, I think she matches the heifers that go first and second really well. She's attractive. She's good balance. She's correct in her lines. For us, when you set this one into motion, she's just not right off that hip and her hind leg and the way she goes to the ground there and her pasterns. But a really tremendously good class of Charolais cattle there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, over on the steer side, finishing up the placings in the Simmental division, steer division, class 202. First place, Henry Hoverstein of Alexander. Second to Riley Lockhart of Altoona, and third to Devin Davis of Corden. That was the third and final class of Simmental steers. Judges Dave Duello and P.D. Miller will be selecting out of these three class winners your champion and reserve Simmental steer. And over on the heifer side, placings for class 105 purebred Charolais heifers. First place, Max Troyer, Kelowna. Second to Sloan Curtin of Oxford. Third to Gentry Johnson Makoka. Fourth to Sailor Yower of Hinton. Once again, that was placings for the second class of Charolais heifers. Third and final class is currently in the ring. Then we'll be selecting your champion reserve purebred Charolais heifers.
As we contemplate the first breed champion, the semi-steers in here today, they've come in a lot of shapes and sizes and descriptions, but I think it really becomes pretty obvious that there's, it's kind of, in my opinion, a three-horse race. Really like the length and extension of profile in the yellow steer. When you get him back with cattle that got more of the body shape and dimension that I guess I prefer. He gets a little long-legged and a little shallow body, but he's sure a sharp pattern, nice profiling calf. That middleweight star-headed steer has really got a lot of shape and a lot of body and a lot of look. The young lady does a nice job of getting him shown, and he's very well presented. He ain't the longest necked or the most jacked-fronted one in the world, but I sure think he's good enough in that he balances with the rest of his body. I really admire the underline of that calf and the total amount of shape and the progressive width advantages that he has down his top, a steer that travels with some bona fide width and some muscle shape from behind. Maybe you'd like to make him just a little bigger footed if you were to improve him some and sharpen him up through his chest and chin. But he's a good fat steer product, in my opinion, and awful hard to handle here. I just spoke about the big, good doing, soft made steer that as we get him set's got the most angle and flex in his pastern. A calf that really is good in his design, really a massive bodied, easy feeding, easy doing kind of a calf. Maybe like to trim him up through his chest. And when we let him travel a little fast, he wants to become a little tangled in his motion, but fundamentally a real good steer. The other player undoubtedly is the calf that comes second out of the middle class. I think he has some advantages. He has some advantages that we sure need to talk about. He's jerked up in his front end better. He's a little cleaner chested and more extended and from pole to shoulder, just a little more chiseled out in his front end. Here's one that sure enough needs to be bigger footed and a little leveler or looser hinged in his hip, but certainly he's a player. If you'd help us give this kids a round of applause for your first breed champion, Petey will get your champion semi-steer.
Your 2020 champion Simmental steer coming out of class number 2, Shogun, shown by Morgan Will Wyota. Your reserve champion coming out of the same class, that's Chandler Gannon from Wheatland. Once again, your champion Simmental steers out of the same class, class 2, champion Morgan Will Wyota, reserve Chandler Gannon of Wheatland.
Over here on the heifer side, another exceptional class of Charolais females and pair of females here at the top that we like a great deal. And granted, they're different, but they're both really good. And we got to sort through them. And we think the young ladies' heifer's the one that needs to be on the top today. You know, when this one walked in the ring, the first thing came to mind was she's long. And you look at this one from her nose to her tail, that one's so long body, but yet she still holds her balance and maintains her balance over her top, at her hip. One that's got a nice hind leg, and I can't help but think how good this one's going to look 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road out in the pasture. That one's so maternal, and she's going to make an awesome brood cow for this young lady and going to make more that'll be out here. Heifer in second, and that's not to take anything away from this one. Boy, when she come in, you look at this one and you say, wow, she's got some really unique pieces. This one's so good through the center portion of her body. Really appreciate the way she ties in her forerib all the way back into her flank. She's one that does have a nice hind leg on her as well, and we appreciate the set she has in her hock down into her pastern. When we compare her to the heifer above her, she's maybe not quite as just attractive through her front end, especially when we get down into her chest. A female that maybe we'd like to crispen up at her tail head and at her hip some in relation in comparison to the heifer that wins the class, but two really high quality ones there to start off. Our heifer coming next here in third. This young lady, when she gets her stopped, this heifer offers a lot of quality, and you just have to appreciate the stoutness, the squareness she has. One that has got a really attractive hind leg on the standstill. Now, when we get this one out on the go, I think that's where we'd like to change her a little bit. She gets just a little more restricted there out of her shoulder and out of her hind leg when we get her out on the go, but one that offers a lot of stoutness, just like to refine her some in relation to the two above her. Finally, our young ladies here that's going to round the class off, one that's certainly very extended in her type and kind, maybe just not quite as extended though, up through that front 1/3 and is attractive about her head and neck. I think we'd like to soften her up some through the center portion of her body in relation to the ones above her, but another high quality class of Charolais females.
Just a single entry white steer out here to start out your Shorthorn show, but I think one that does some things very well. You know, that's a good looking sharp neck kind of a steer, level down the top side of his skeleton. And when you talk about one that's still got some shape and some mass out of his upper hip, I think he certainly fits the bill. Just a single entry out here, so we're not going to pick on him too much. Maybe like to see that one's hind leg a shot more aesthetically pleasing just in the way he plants it from the side, but one that does a lot of things really well. Let's go ahead and give that young man a hand for a nice single entry.
All right, over on the steer side, placings in the first class of purebred shorthorn steers. Single entry, first place goes to Logan Evans Humiston. Second class, class 204 shorthorn steers coming in now. That will be the final class of the division. Then a champion reserve shorthorn steer, purebred shorthorn steer will be selected. They will then move into the shorthorn pluses. All right, let me catch you up on the final class of purebred Charolais heifers, class 106. First place, Michaela Hout of Prescott. Second to John Vanderveen of Hartley. Third to Hannah Seek of Blairstown. And fourth, Eliza Schmidt of Adel. Judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler currently selecting your 2020 champion purebred Charolais female.
As we bring these class-winning Charolais females back out here, you know, again, I think me and Andy both certainly pleased and happy with this lineup. Again, I think we've got cattle that are sound, they're functional, they're maternal in their look, and yet, you know, they still got the eye appeal that they need to excel out here in the ring for us today as well. It's just, you know, these Charolais cattle are getting super competitive all across the country, and I knew coming up here we definitely see some good ones and ones that can compete, and I think we've got a lineup out here of some high-quality cattle. We're not going to bore you anymore. We've got several to get through today. Andy will go out and show you how we like them, but give these Charolais exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your champion purebred Charolais coming out of the second class. That's Max Troyer from Kelowna. Moving into contention, second in that class, Sloan Curtin, Oxford. And she'll go reserve. So your champion and reserve both coming out of class 105. Your champion going to Max Troyer, Kelowna, Iowa. Your reserve to Sloan Curtin. That's your 2020 champion purebred Charolais heifers. Next in, we're starting on the Chianinas.
Somewhat a challenging class of heavier weight shorthorn steers, and I think this is the end of them in terms of numbers or entries today. It's fairly clear to me that we need to start with a white-legged solid pattern calf. I think he's probably just a bit more moderate and he's kind. He's undoubtedly got more natural shape in his back. He's got a bigger loin, he's square out of his hip, and he's got more true shape and dimension. But even when you study through the difference in condition and weight that the cattle possess, I think he's just a more practical size, higher quality, more shapely steer that just is more sensible in his size and got some balance about him. Next pair of cattle, some give and take, in my opinion. This old roan calf is certainly nice presented steer. I just worry about how big frame-wise he's going to be. You study the length of his cannon and the length of his muzzle. That thing could get plumb big before it's all over with. He's nicely presented, good-bodied steer. He blends nice through his shoulder. Got some bloom and some body and some rib shape to him. Both the second and third place steers get a little tangled up in terms of their motion, and we'd improve them some that way. This young lady's got a nice calf. He just kind of gets out horsed today in terms of substance. He gets a little easier or weaker in terms of shape behind his shoulder. Calf that's just a little more common in his rear leg and the narrowest based one of the bunch, but he's sure a smooth made, nicely presented, pretty profile, and good kind of a calf.
As we get things going over here in our Kianina show, first class here, female that's going to win this class, I think just demands your attention in this particular class. One that gives us an ultra cool look about her front end. Love the way her neck comes high off the top of her shoulder. She's one that offers some quality too and still does so relatively fresh in her condition today. One that's good-legged, good structure, just a really high-quality female that comes to the top here. Heifer's coming next, the young lady's heifer in second. One that certainly offers a lot of power when you analyze this one in terms of muscle shape over top, outer hip. I think she excels the whole class in that regard. One that's got some foot and bone. I think we just like to refine her in terms of her look and her kind and see her coming at us just a bit more maternal today, but yet a female, depending on what your goals are in your operation. I think she offers some quality. The young man's female coming next, the youngest one we've had out here, and certainly looks that way. She's really green in her condition yet, but ultra clean about her front. 1/3, she's one that's got a nice hind leg on her, just gives up some of the dimension and overall stoutness and power to the two that stand above her today.
All right, over on the steer side, placings for the second and final class of shorthorn steers, class 204. First place, Molly Chapman, Tipton, Iowa. Second place to Slade Graham of Stanton. Third to Kylie Lloyd, New London. So we'll be selecting judges Dave Dwello, Dr. Dave Dwello, and P.D. Miller will be selecting your champion purebred shorthorn steer.
Well, a fairly brief purebred shorthorn steer show out here, but I think there's still three out here in the ring that have good pieces between them. Talk about the white calf out of the first class, that single entry. Like we said, that one's got some shape. He's got some spread down the top side of his skeleton. Talk about one that's real good looking about his head, his neck, and his chest. Get him back out here. Maybe that one's probably just a little hollowed out through his center third of his body, and maybe like to see him plant those rear wheels a little more aesthetically pleasing from the side. But when he gets him parked right there, I still think he's awfully good looking about his head, neck, and chest. Talk about the white sock calf that just went out the ring. You know, he's probably the outlier as far as the most shape and spread down the top side of his skeleton. I like his added moderation of frame. I think when you study these things and project them forward, I think he's the one that's got the most good just as far as his center body and the way he's got a little added mass down the top side of his skeleton. Is he probably the neatest looking one about the crest of his neck or the depth of his center body right there? No, but I think that's the powerful one that's still awfully sound when we get him out here on the move. And talk about the calf that was second behind him. That one's awfully long and extended. He's the most elevated as far as his growth pattern, and the longest about his head and his neck. I think when you study him from true center body depth, he sits the deepest right there at his sheath. Get him on up that calf. Maybe we just need to make him more powerful in terms of the build of his forerib, make that one a little bit more moderate in terms of his kind, but that's one that's got a soft view from the side and extremely long neck. Those are the differences we see, but seeing them, Dr. Dave will go show you the two that we like.
Your 2020 champion shorthorn steer, that's Molly Chapman from Tipton, Iowa. Who'd you got reserve? Who was reserve? Yeah. Reserve coming out of the same class, that's Slade Graham of Stanton. Once again, your 2020 champion shorthorn steer, Iowa Beef Expo's champion shorthorn steer, Molly Chapman, reserve Slade Graham. All right, over on the heifer side, placings for the first class, Chianina heifers, class 107. First place, Austin Foss. Northwood, second to Aubrey Driscoll of Wyoming, and third, Cade Dodge of Terrell. Judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler, currently placing class 108, second class, Chianina heifers.
Having fun yet?
As we get into this class of key heifers, me and Andy been out here kind of having a good time with this, and we realize as we kind of step in and do a little deeper water over here that this thing's fixing to pick up today, and these cattle are fixing to come to us in terms of presentation, in terms of look, and not taking anything away from what we've seen up to this point, but definitely turning up the heat a little bit. And that's what we expected. We're going to have fun with it out here, and we hope you all around ringside can follow along with us, and hope you can understand a couple boys from the South. We'll do the best we can for you. As we get out here in this class, this heifer we used to start with, me and Andy both think she wins rather handily. Again, just a heifer that I think in terms of balance, in terms of look, in terms of structural soundness, I think she excels. Not taking anything away from this heifer here in second. I think that from this one's shoulder back, she resembles that class winner. She's got the right kind of body, the right kind of look in terms of having some volume and some maternal characteristics. I think of them two heifers, she's the one that's a little plainer up front, a little deeper in her chest, but a good pair of cattle there on the top end. I think where you can change a few things around is from third on down. And, we're not going to argue with you if you would, but I think at the end of the day for us, this Bronco-faced heifer, again, just reads a shot more maternal. She's smoother through her shoulder. She's smoother in through her joints. Yeah, she's not maybe as opened up and powerful as some of these other cattle, but for us, she's just a little bit more our kind, and so we're going to keep her there in the middle of the road. Heifer coming out here next, a big top, stout-hipped one. I don't know if you can make one's neck any longer than that, but for us, just maybe not quite our kind, just a little more clubby in her overall look, a little shorter cannon, just a little smaller frame type of female, but again, a solid heifer. Young man's calf going to come out here next, another one that's got some base width and some dimension, just a little too tight and restricted. And our young lady's calf is going to round out the class. You know, you can say a lot of the same things about her. She's got some width down her top and some openness through her skeleton. Again, for us, just not the right kind out here today in regards to her structure and rib shape, but a good class of key cattle. I look forward to some a little more competition. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
A trio of steers out here in your lightweight Shorthorn Plus division, and I think a chromed up calf that needs to win. You know, you look at him at the ground, he's the biggest and squarest in terms of his foot shape. He's the soundest when you get him out on the go. And then when that young lady gets that one parked from the side, I still think he's the best in terms of the build of his body. He's the most proportional in his view from the side. And then when they're the widest, the soundest, and still the hardest to make from the side, I don't think there's any reason to go ahead and beat that calf. I'm going to talk about the little red one coming out next, and that is a moderate, chunky little rascal. You know, he's awesome in terms of his body shape, extremely powerful and dimensional out of his upper hip, and that guy's got a big old back laid in him. It's just almost a double-edged sword to where he gets a little bit rounder and coarser as far as his muscle system, more jammed up in terms of his look and more compact in his build. But man, that's a moderate one that's awesome in terms of his body shape, extremely powerful out of his upper hip. And I made the comment out here to Doc, I don't think you can make a pair more different between the second and third calves out here in the ring, because the young lady out here with the kind of orange and white one, that one's extremely fast growing. I think he's long spined and he's more extended as far as his maturity pattern. Just with that today, he gets a little bit tighter and drier back into his flank, not quite as good bodied or as powerful as the red calf that goes ahead and precedes him.
All right, over on the steer side, placings for first class, Shorthorn Plus steers, class 205. First place, Addie Baumert of Harper. Second place to Ethan Evans of Humiston. Third to Kerrigan Glau of Farmersburg. Once again, that was placings. First class, Shorthorn Plus steers, class 205. There are 3 classes of Shorthorn Plus steers currently in the ring, class 206. Over on the heifer side, placings for class 108, Chianina heifers. First place, Dakota DeVore, Promise City. Second to Haley Lampy of Fort Madison. Third, Morgan Rogers, Solon. Fourth to Hayden Weber of Winthrop. Fifth, Ethan Timmis of Mechanicsville. And sixth to Holly Gudenkauf of Manchester. Once again, that was placings for class 108, second class of Chianina heifers. Class 109 currently in the ring. 2 other classes after that, then division champion.
Another challenging class when you get past the paint steer to lead off with. We've got some obstacles to overcome as we move down in second, third, and fourth. He's just easy, the complete one. Big top, big old square hip with him, a lot of shape in his forerib. Really a great pattern, good outline steer that's got a lot of balance from the side. He's dimensionally right from front to rear, an extra good flank kind of a calf. It's just as square as you can make one through his hip. Really excellent about his chest and front end. And I think there's a calf that's got a lot of long-term potential. A calf that if you're going to improve him some, he's just a freckle type moving behind. He's not one that's just going to make 2 tracks in the sand, but he's darn sure sound enough to win this class and a lot of classes, in my opinion. The next 3 are a challenge. The steer that has the right body shape and it has some muscle dimension to him, is nervous. When he relaxes, he gets along okay. The angle to his joints standing still doesn't suggest that he probably should have quite as much rigidity in his movement. And I think most of that, or some of it, I'm not going to just make excuses for him. When he wants to go, he just wants to push that halter. But he's the only other steer in the class that has any semblance of muscle in him, has any semblance of dimension about him, a calf that's nice in his degree of condition. He's big-hipped and big-topped and big-rib. His old neck comes high out of his shoulder, and he's a clean-chested, wide-based, burly one that just needs loosened up, but he's got to be second in this class. 2 longer, smoother, easier walking steers perhaps, the nicer balance, more highly presented steer that's just truer in his overall profile is going to win that pair. Very nicely presented steer. These 2 calves just don't have near enough semblance of product in him at this stage of their life, and I can't believe they ever will. Nice looking cattle though, really good paint to win.
Back over here on the female side in the Chianina show, once again, lots of diversity here in this class. And depending on what your goals are at home and the kind of cattle you like and what you want to do with them, I think diversity can certainly be a very good thing. But, you know, as Zach and I sort through this class, I'll be the first to admit it probably is a little more challenging, but we landed on this heifer here to win the class, I think, just in terms of her balance. When we study this one and we compare to the rest of these heifers, I think she's the one that probably fits all those pieces together the most correctly. If we think she's one that's relatively good in terms of her structure, she gives us a good look. She's level down her top and square out her hip. When you get behind her, she doesn't disappoint you there either. Once again, just a heifer that's really balanced, and I think that's what excels her to the front of this class today. Our heifer here in second, one that the longer she's out here, I think the more you appreciate this one. And I'll be the first to admit, when he gets her parked, she's probably not the prettiest one in here, but you know what? That doesn't mean she still doesn't offer quality. And this one's big-footed. I think that's one thing you have to gravitate to when you first see this one. She's big-footed, she's big-legged, and when we get this one out on the go, I think that's when she really pulls herself together. That's why she's in the second hole today. This one's good in terms of her structure, the flex she has to her knee and her hock. She's one that still offers some base width. Certainly not as attractive as the heifers that stand in front of her and behind her, but yet one that offers some quality. Our heifer coming next here, we want to talk about look and attractiveness. This one demands your attention. She's so elegant and clean through her front 1/3 down into her chest. She's one that I think when we compare to those 2 heifers above her today, she's probably a little greener in her condition. Now you may ask, is that because she's harder doing or she's behind? I don't know that. That's up for you to decide. But yet a female we would like to loosen up in terms of her spine when we get her out on the go. She wants to get a bit more restricted there, and I think that makes her want to drop her pins when we get her on the go. But yet a female that offers a lot of look, I think a lot of future in that one on down the road. Heifer coming next in terms of just functionality, you've got to appreciate this one. She's got an ultra maternal look, and with that being said, she probably gives up some of the style and pizzazz to the heifers that stand in front of her, especially down into her chest. I think we'd like to clean her up there, stouten her up off her hind leg and drop her down in her flank, but one that's going to go on and make an awesome brood cow, and that's what it's all about in the end. Pair of heifers coming next. They're certainly different in their type and kind, and we opted to use the heifer here. That's a bit more moderate in her frame size, but one that offers some fleshing ability, one that offers some dimension, just coming at us in a bit more moderate, shorter coupled package than what we'd like to see here today. And then the young lady's heifer that's going to round the class off, one that is very long and extended, offers a different kind of look than the one in front of her, but for us, we'd like to just soften her up through the center portion of her rib, back into her flank, just see her get out and move, and more flexibility all the way through.
All right, over on the steer side, placings for class 206. Shorthorn plus steers, first place, Houston Heineman, Albia. Second to Kelly Marshik of Iowa City. Third to Bree Barrier of Neola, and fourth to Benjamin Moffett of Indianola. Currently in the ring, final class, class 207. Shorthorn plus steers. Then Judge Dr. Dave Duello and P.D. Miller will be selecting your champion, Shorthorn plus steer. Do I have? No, I don't. Yes, but I do you want it? Yeah, I need it. Yep.
over here on the key side of these females. A good pair here on the top end, and I think this black and white one does a lot of things that me and Andy are kind of looking for in this particular class. And again, I think it starts there at the ground, just in regards to her flex and comfort that she's got at the surface as she gets out and goes. She's the one I think that just handles her pasterns and her hind leg a little more ideal in this particular class. And then as you build her from there up, I think of the pair, she's the one that's a little nicer out of her hip. I like her in her underline there through her rear flank a little better than the heifer in second as well. I think just a solid heifer to go ahead and lead off with. Heifer coming out here in second, I think in terms of just her presentation and her look and elegance that she's got out here, you know, she's as good as a lot of them that we've seen up to this point today. I think this is a high quality heifer in her own right. She run into one in our mind just a little bit better, and I think it starts there at the ground. I think specifically there off those rear two, just wants to kind of knuckle on those pasterns a little bit. You know, for me, she's a little longer titted there underneath, maybe not quite as much length out through her hip as well as the heifer that we used to start with. Young man's calf that's going to come out here next, I think just a little more base width, a little more stoutness to keep her off the bottom when you compare her in this final pair here. You know, she just run into two really good heifers there on the top end and can't quite match in terms of her balance and quality, but a heifer that's got a lot of length of body and a lot of base width. Heifer we're going to use to round out the class with a female that, you know, has some extra length of spine relative to some cattle we've seen today. I think in this particular class for us, she's the one that's just a little too poor structured, a little too out of balance to get her up much higher. But congratulations to those key exhibitors as well.
Well, I think a class of these Shorthorn Plus steers out here where you've got 5 head in the ring, but honestly you've got 16 different shapes, sizes, and kinds. I think the most logical thing to do and the thing that needs to happen first is the fact that this young lady's black and white steer needs to go ahead and win. He's the one that's the shapeliest down the top side of his skeleton. He's the biggest hipped and the biggest ended calf that still gets out and goes extremely well. And then when she actually gets that one stuck and looking right from the side, I think he's got a good proportional fat steer kind of a look, and he's the widest and the soundest. That's the place to start and the one that needs to win. From there down, I think things get extremely challenging, and the young lady's red steer that's going to be second, you know, he's not the biggest legged or the fluffiest one at this stage of the game, but when you break him down for kind and pound for pound animal, we think he's the second best one. You read the build of his hind leg, and that's where he's got a distinct advantage over either of the calves behind him, because he's actually got some flex and some cleanliness of joints. And then when you study him up high, that's still the bigger ended steer that's better in the build of his forerib than either of the calves behind him. And you specifically compare him to the calf that's going to wind up in third, I think his growth and maturity pattern is more on point. I think that one's a little bit fresher at this stage of the game in terms of his condition as well. Young lady's black and white steer, that one's moderate. He's chunky, he's powerful, and he's extremely big-legged when you study him right down at the surface. Just today, I'd like to burn some cover off of that one. I think he's a little moderate and a little quick for our liking. And then when you study that one getting out on the go, maybe he gets a little shorter stepping and rounder in the build out of his upper hip. But if you like a moderate, powerful, and stout, certainly couldn't argue and go ahead and switch in that pair. Calf coming out next is one that's hard for me to read because he's got so many intriguing pieces and he's so neat in some areas, and then he's got some areas where I'd like to completely change his kind. That one is extremely long neck, he's long spine, and he's a growthy kind of a calf that's actually still got some shape and some squareness to the edge of his loin and out of his upper hip. We just study the build of his forerib and his more accelerated growth pattern. Need to make that guy more practical in the shape of his center body, make him more feedable back into his flank as well. And then the young man that rounds out the class brings us one that's good-bodied. He's got some power and some stoutness. Study his balance from the side, though. You need to pick that one up in terms of the build of his chest, lay him back in the set to his knee, and make him a nickel-meter looking when he gets him parked from the side. But a nice class. Let's go ahead and give those kids a hand if we can.
All right, let me catch you up on the heifer side. Placings for class 109, Chianina heifers. First place, Kaylee Clark, Ground Mound, Iowa. Second to Taylor Lazoom of Fort Atkinson. Third to Austin Evans of Creston. Fourth, Lexi Krugman of Dundee. Fifth to Michaela Denile of Iowa Falls. And sixth to Emily Gudenkoff of Manchester. That was placings for Class 109 Chianina heifers. Placings for Class 110. First place, Whitney Reaver, Glidden. Second to Derek Weiskopf of Victor. Third to Brand Beaver of Moville. And fourth to Addison Appelhans of Anamosa. That was placings for Class 110 Chianina heifers. Final class of Chianina heifers in the ring. Right now, Class 111. Then judges Andy Higgins and Zach Butler will be selecting your 2020 Champion Key heifer here for the Iowa Beef Expo. And over on the steer side, placings for the final class of Shorthorn Plus steers, Class 207. First place, Haley Ferris of Eldora. Second to McKenna Sontag of Atlantic. Third, Brianna Wolfer of Albia. Fourth to Dylan Summers of Fort Dodge. And fifth to Chase Anderson of Boone. That was placings for final class of Shorthorn Plus steers, Class 207. Judges P.D. Miller and Dr. Dave Dwello. Now selecting your 2020 Champion Shorthorn Plus steer. Attention please, Zach Lear, your cell phone has been turned into the announcer's booth here. Zach Lear, if you're in the building, we have your cell phone.
Over here in the Chianina female show, really high quality pair of females that sort to the top of this class. And both these females give us that look that we're looking for. They're ones that are feminine, they're attractive, they're level and long in their lines. And when we compare these two, I think what it comes down to is just some minute differences in structure. That's what separates these two. And we feel like the heifer that's going to win the class is one that's just more attractive and more correct off her hind leg, especially when we get down into those two rear pasterns on this female. We think she gets out and sets them down with more flexibility and more mobility when we get her out on the go. The heifer that's going to win your class here, though, one that's super attractive. We like her at the point of her shoulder. She's one that reads with a lot of shape and dimension through her rib cage, especially back into that flank. And once again, love this one's hind leg, and that's what excels her to the top of this particular class. Our heifer in second. Now, we're not going to take anything away from this one. She's ultra long-necked. Her neck comes high on the top of her shoulder. She's one that also reads with a tremendous amount of shape and dimension and curvature to that rib cage. One that probably is a nickel stouter when we get behind her as in comparison to your class winner. I think when we get this one out on the go here, we'd like to relax her just ever so slightly in those pasterns. See her sit down with more comfort there, but two high-quality females that's going to lead our class off. Our heifer coming next, young man's got here, one that is tremendously stout. She's one that gives us just a nice, long, extended kind of look. Probably not as attractive and clean through her chin, down into her chest in comparison to the two above her. Probably not as deep right through the center portion of her rib cage, but yet one that is good structured, really flexible when we get her out on the go. Just gives up some of the look and uniqueness of the two above her. Young lady's female coming next here, one that I really appreciate the kind this one is. She's maternal, she's really flat in her muscle shape and design, and I appreciate that. Now, when we compare her to the two above her, it probably works to her disadvantage just a little bit here in this particular class, as she does give up some of the dimension, overall stoutness, and just boldness of the ones above her, but right kind, good female that's going to go in and make a productive brood cow. Then finally, our black and white heifer here that's going to round the class off in terms of shape and muscle and just true dimension. I think this one's your winner. She just comes at us a bit shorter about that front 1/3, just a bit stouter, or shorter in her muscle design when you compare to the two above her. Nice class of key females, though.
Back on the short arm plus steers, I think three really nice cattle out here in the front end that certainly are the only three that contend for the two positions that we need to crown. And really, I think it's, at least in my mind, we agree 100%. It's fairly placeable and pretty straightforward. We're going to leave these two, the light in the middle, to talk about more so in a second. The heavyweight steer, certainly a big bone calf that's got some body and some depth of flank. He's got some looseness of skeleton and some natural shape in his loin and hip. He wants to get up in his loin a little bit. He just concerns me too much in the way that he's built from his shoulder back into his center rib, the way he's built, the way he's coupled, and the way his shoulder connects back up to his spine. He's just a little bold-fronted. I'm afraid a calf that's going to be hard to hold together from that standpoint, and he gives up quite a little balance and quite a little true structural integrity and look from the profile to just use a heavier bone, bigger hipped one. These cattle are close in my opinion. The little lightweight steer kind of got some dead hair and he's shucking out a little bit, and he's a greener one of the two. But here's the real sexy one from the side. He's sure enough right in his structure. He reaches and covers his track as good as anything in here. His neck comes high out of his shoulder, and he's a smooth profile and good underlying calf that's got world of balance. He's big back through his pins, even though he's greener in his condition. He maintains the amount of muscle that he's got into the low part of his quarter relatively well. And he's not just light, he looks youthful. That calf really looks like he's got some good days ahead of him. He runs against a pretty tough paint here now in terms of total shape and completeness. This steer is really awesome in the build of his top line. He's extra good in the upper part of his rib cage and maintains a lot of natural power through his loin and hip. Steer that's thick clear to his hop. He's wide-based, yet his shoulder tucks in him nice. He collects himself reasonably well on the move, and the young guy does a great job of showing him. He got worlds and worlds of balance to him. Today's the day. He's just stouter, and he's more massive and an equally good-looking package. The middle's going to be champion. The lightweight steer's going to be reserved. Give those kids a nice round of applause.
All right, over on the steer side, your 2020 champion Shorthorn Plus steer. Coming out of Albee, Iowa, Houston Heineman. Your reserve champion, Addie Baumert, I believe. Baumert of Harper, Iowa. That's your 2020 champion Shorthorn Plus steers. Houston Heineman, Addie Baumert. All right, over on the heifer side, judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler, selecting your champion Keenina heifer right now. Placings for the final class, Class 111. First place, Hallie Recker of Hopkinton. Second to Ashton Danker of Avoca. Third, Derek Klingman of New Virginia. Fourth to Reagan Burmeister of Raleigh. And fifth to Addison Randall of Letts. Once again, judges, heifer show judges, Andy Higgins in the black, Zach Butler in the tan.
Well, just a single entry Solaire steer out here in the ring, so by default your division winner, but one that's extremely sound. You know, that one's good-footed, he's mobile, he's flexible, really good and smooth in terms of his lower joint work, and that's still a steer that's got some power and some shape out of his upper hip. Let's go ahead and give that young lady a hand if we can for a champion Solaire steer today.
Well, as we get ready to pick your champion key over here on the heifer side, you know, we've been taking a little time here, and I think, you know, that's just taking our hats off to these key breeders for bringing out an exceptional lineup of cattle out here. There's a few of them that we like a great deal, but at the same time, I think we can still find some holes in all of them, and that's kind of what keeps it close in the end. And, you know, we're not going to go back through and discuss these cattle one by one. But, you know, again, I think it's a tremendous set that we bring back out here. We're going to kind of go through them just one more quick time. Me and Andy will make up our mind and get you a couple champions. If you would, give these key exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a couple champions.
Well, just one class of these Red Angus steers, so you're champion in reserve. But I think these things are two peas in a pod. I mean, they're both moderate, stout-bodied, and big-ended rascals that have a lot of product, a lot of shape, and a lot of feedability between the pair. And there's certainly differences. I think there's one that's a little longer necked and one that's still a nickel square in the way that he plants out of his hind leg. Now, even though he's not quite as big-footed or quite as stout down at the surface, I still think he's got the edge as far as the way his hock works and his squareness down at the surface. And then there's one that's probably just got a shot more as far as mass and dimension. He's bolder in the build of his forerib, a little bit more advanced as far as his condition and flesh at this stage of the game. But I think these steers get extremely close, and there's only two of them out here for your Red Angus drive, but we're going to go ahead and leave them how they stand. Young lady up front's going to be champion, and young man's going to be reserve.
All right, over on the heifer side, your champion, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion key heifer, coming out of Class 110. That's Whitney Reaver, Glidden, Iowa. And your reserve, coming out of the final class, that's Hallie Recker of Hopkinton. Hallie Recker, reserve champion Kianina heifer here at the 2020 Iowa Beef Expo.
We've only got one female out here for our Gelvy show, but young lady brings us a purebred heifer here that offers a lot of quality. Just a nice female, super long-bodied. She's one that's really level down her top line and at her hip. One that's just going to go on and make a really problem-free kind of brood cow for her on down the road. Let's give her a round of applause.
Single entry here in our balancer division, and a female that you appreciate just for her brood cow look, really a bold sprung and high volumed individual. I think she gets out and covers herself really well when you ask this one to go. Just one you wish you had a little more competition to put her up against, but congratulations to this young lady on her champion balancer.
Over on the heifer side, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, purebred Gelvy heifer, comes out of Class 112, single entry, Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Class 113, Your Gelby Balancer heifers, single entry, which will be your champion, goes to Taylor Martins of Monona, Iowa. Now moving in to the Horned Hereford Heifer Division, 3 classes. All right, over on the steer side, single entry Solaire Steer Division, champion going to Olivia Prunty of Runnels, Iowa. Once again, that was class 208, single entry Solaire Steer, Olivia Prunty, champion. Class 209 Red Angus Steer Division, your champion Red Angus Steer going to Bailey Crock of Mechanicsville. Bailey Crock with champion Red Angus reserved to Nathan Knabb of Loudon. That was class 209 Red Angus Steers, Bailey Crock, champion Nathan Knabb, reserve.
What a nice class of mini Herefords and nice young people here in this lineup. I think it's a pretty complete, pretty fundamentally sound, good place to start. Here's the young ladies got the best balanced one. He got hit the most length of top and squareness of rump. He's set the best on his hind legs. He's a better footed calf than the calf that's in third, or in second rather. And I think certainly one that reads immature in his maturity pattern. We study his face and feet and all those features. I get beyond the fact that he's got more balance and structural look to him. She does a great job of showing him, and he's got as much muscle and as much shape and as much correctness as any steer in the drive. The bigger burlier one of the 3 that remain is going to have to be second, kind of a longer-headed, older-looking one that's got a lot of bone, a lot of dimension to him. He's just got more power and more cow there than we get in the final 2 steers, and I'd say he too is better balanced than the 2 nice steers. The young guys, the really young guys, got a nice pair of calves coming next in line. I think the one in third maybe just got a little more balance and symmetry than old Leroy here in fourth. Leroy is a stretchier made kind of a calf, sound made, practical. Looks like a good team to me. Give those young kids, the little kids, a nice hand on the mini Hereford steers.
As we get things rolling over here in the Horn Hereford show, just a really nice female that's going to win her first class here. A lot of good in this female, tremendously long-bodied. She's one that's really good structured as well when you analyze the angles to her knee and her hock and her pastern. I think she's one that comes to the top relatively handily in this class. Just a really good kind of sound functional female to get things going. Young man's heifer here in second, one that is super attractive about her front 1/3, and I like her head, I like her neck, and the way she blends in there at the point of her shoulder. You know, she's not the deepest bodied, boldest ribbed one we've got out here today. I think she's one that probably is a little straighter there in her joints, but yet when we get her out on the move, I think she still moves relatively well. Just a really nice prospect young man's got there in the second hole. Young man's female that's going to come out here third. I think one that's tremendously powerful and offers just a lot of shape and turn over her top out into her rib cage. She's one that gives us a nice maternal look. We just like to change her structurally. She's just a bit tighter there in her hock and her knee. Like to see her get out and move with a little more freedom.
All right, over on the steer side, moved into the mini Herf division. First place, Class 210 miniature Hereford steers, Olivia Allen of Tiffin. Second to Blake Gonzer of Guthrie Center. Third, Hagen Lloyd of New London. And fourth to Jack Murphy of Melrose. Once again, that was Class 210 miniature Hereford steers. Class 211 currently in the ring. Then we'll be selecting your champion miniature Hereford steer. And over on the heifer side, placings for the first class of horned Hereford heifers. That's Class 114. First place, Jordan Fink, Center Point. Second place to Colton Davison of Calumet. Third to Gavin Cherry of Winthrop. Once again, that was placings for Class 114, first class horned Hereford heifers. Currently in the ring, Class 115, judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler.
Nice pair of horned Hereford heifers over here on the female side, and I think the heifer that we used to start with, again, I think one that's just the most correct in terms of her line. She's a little more elegant through that front 1/3. I like her down her spine and over her loin there a little better than the heifer in second. You know, if I could change her, maybe give her just a little more flex to that rear hock, but I think they both have some issues there. And again, for me, I think just at the stand, this one balances up a little nicer and neater. The way she's blended in through that fore rib and back through her rear rib and flank. Heifer that comes out here in second, you know, like we said, this one's hock probably has a little more set, but I don't know if she's any better at the ground in regards to her pasterns. I think for me, where I criticize her maybe the most is just in her top line. Wants to kind of get up there in the center of her back and kind of break there in her loin. She's the one that just reads a little harder through her center body and rib. But I do appreciate that extra length and extension that she's got. Nice pair of heifers there in the horned Hereford females. Congratulations to them.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for Class 115 horned Hereford heifers. First place, Claire Ulrichs, Merrill. Second to Tommy Rabel of Lake Park. Coming in, final class, horned Hereford heifers, Class 116.
Get over here to your second class of minis, and the one that's going to win ain't the oldest looking one. He's not the fluffiest, and he's not the biggest legged, but when you break these things down pound for pound, I still think he's the leanest compositionally. I think he balances the best from the side as far as his chest back into his center body. He's the most youthful in terms of his head, neck, and chest, and then when you set these things in motion, I think he's the shapeliest down the top side of his skeleton, and yet still remains the smoothest jointed and the most flexible from there down when you read him at the surface. Now, if you're searching for one that's a little bit older, a little bit stouter, and a little more powerful, a young lady right here in the green brings us one that certainly fits that bill. He's bolder and softer in terms of his center body, and I think he's deeper right there in terms of his sheath. We just study him coming and going. He wants to pigeon in on his front toes, gets a little tighter about his spine and not quite as mobile in the way he uses his hip and his hind leg, but that one's undoubtedly got the advantage as far as maturity and mass at this stage of the game. Maybe the biggest stifled and stoutest hip steer comes out in third. The young lady brings us one that's extremely dimensional out of his upper pin set, has a bunch of bulge and flare down into his stifle, and I think that one's certainly a shot better in terms of the shape of his upper body when you compare him to the calf in fourth. You just study him compared to the two ahead of him. He gets the deepest and plainest about his chest, the chuffiest about his neck and his head as well. And then the young lady, the little girl out here that brings us the kind of painted up long feathered steer, that's one that's got some length up high. He's got some mass and some stoutness, particularly in terms of foot size and feature down low. That one just needs to balance better from the side to play with the ones ahead of him, but a really good quartet of little cattle out here in the ring.
as we reach our final class here, the Horned Hereford females. The one we're going to use to win, I think this female, when you view her here, when she gets her parked, she's the one that just balances up the nicest. One that's attractive, smooth-shouldered, really like her at her hip as well. This one's a tremendously square hip, nice hind leg, nice shape and flexibility to her hock and her pastern. You know, when we get this one out on the go, I think we'd like to relax her there in the center of her loin some. She wants to get up in that top just a little bit, but one that does give you an awesome look standing still, comes to the top of the class quite handily for us. Heifer coming second, one that is certainly stout. I think when we get behind this one, just a tremendous amount of base width, genuine muscle shape to this one. You know, when compared to that heifer above her, she probably doesn't blend quite as smoothly over the top side of her neck there into the top side of her shoulder. We'd like to set her in just ever so slightly on those front two. She wants to turn out some, but heifer that offers a lot of stoutness, a lot of performance, a lot of good. Our young lady's female here that's going to round this class off. One that does offer some power. She offers some shape, just doesn't put it all together in quite as an attractive package. Not quite as soft through the center of her body as the two that stand above her today.
Over on the heifer side, placings for the final class, Class 116 of Horned Hereford heifers. First place, Jordan Johnson, Fort Dodge. Second to Sam Greiman of Perry. Third, Rainey Wagner of Hampton. Rain or Rainey? That was the final class, Horned Hereford heifers. Judges Andy Higgins. Zach Butler will be selecting your champion, Horned Hereford heifer. I've also been asked to announce you do not have to be a champion to get your picture taken down here at the Iowa Beef Expo backdrop. Anyone is welcome to go right along the announcer's booth here, get yourself a souvenir picture. So that's not just for champions. Help yourself, and they'll take care of you down there. Zach Lear, Diane Hamilton, and the crew be glad to see you.
Let's give these young exhibitors, the mini Herefords, a nice round of applause, a good experience and a good class, a good activity. PD and I come from a similar part of the world, just live 70 miles apart, and I would have to admit to you, don't see many of these things where we come from. But cattle are cattle, and because of that, I think this is a pretty logical placing. Again, where the end point is vastly different in them. It doesn't matter if they're Mainon Jews, Kenyas, or mini Herefords. The cattle that are built the best are going to win. And the structurally best built one, I think, has equally good muscle shape, muscularity, and balance and dimension to him, proportional shape. The little young lady with the bow in her hair is going to be the champion mini Hereford. And after that, I think there's some give and take among them. We agree. We're going to use the other class winner to be reserved, and that he is pound for pound the most muscular steer in the class. He's a little harder centered, and just a little tighter made, but a clean, attractive kind of a calf that's got some muscle shape to him. Give him a round of applause again. Young lady will be grand, the big boy will be reserved.
Your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo Champion Miniature Hereford Steer coming out of class number 1. That's Olivia, or class number 210. That's Olivia Allen from Tiffin, Iowa. Once again, your 2020 Champion Miniature Hereford Steer, Olivia Allen from Tiffin. Your reserve coming out of class number 2. Jonathan Casson of Underwood. Jonathan Casson of Underwood, reserve Champion Miniature Hereford Steer.
Over here on the Horned Hereford side, you know, we didn't have just a whole lot of numbers in this particular deal, but still I think the quality is really nice, and we bring these class winners and these seconds back out here, and I think there's a female for me and Andy both that, again, just in regards to her structure, in regards to the kind that she resembles, having some maternal ability. I think there's one heifer for us that stands out. I think from there is where it becomes a little more challenging in regards to our reserve decision. I think there's a pair of heifers out here that, you would tweak them both a little bit in regards to their structure. There's one heifer that I think gives you just a killer look from the profile, maybe just a little too straight in her hock, and then another heifer that extremely long-sided and broody, and when you set this one into motion, maybe wants to get up in her spine just a little bit and probably looks better standing still. So again, I think for us it's rather logical for champion. I think reserve, you can do what you want, and you guys around ringside, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap this reserve placing around in your mind. You can pick it how you want it. Again, I think there's some give and take there. We'll go get you a champion, give another look for reserve, but if you would, give these Horned Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Check. Your 2020 champion Horned Hereford heifer comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Jordan Fink. Jordan Fink from Center Point. Coming into contention, second in that class, Colton Davison, Calamus. And your reserve champion coming out of class number 115, the second class, that's Claire Ulrichs, Merrill, Iowa. So your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Horned Hereford heifer, Jordan Fink, Center Point, reserve, Claire Ulrichs, Merrill. Over on the steer side, let me catch you up on the mini Herf steer final class, class 211. First place went to Jonathan Casson, which was eventual reserve grand. Second to Henley Holgraffer of Bryant. Third to Marissa Muff of Ventura. And fourth, Quentry Lee of Mount Pleasant. That was placings for class 211 miniature Hereford steers. Judges Dr. Dave Duello and P.D. Miller now starting in on the main Anjou steer division, class 212.
over here on the female side in our first class in the polled Hereford division. Nice pair of heifer calves here, and they're both young. They're both still immature, and you know, there's certainly some differences in the two, and I think it comes down to preference on what you like. The heifer we chose to start with, one that's probably a little bolder in her rib today, probably a little further along in terms of condition, and I think that works to her advantage in terms of her body shape, especially back through her flank. You know, the female that I think is going to have a lot of future, and this young lady's doing a tremendous job getting her shown, having a lot of fun out here. Heifer coming second. You know, she's certainly different than her heifer that wins the class. She's longer, she's more extended, she's greener in her condition today, and I think that probably works to her disadvantage just ever so slightly in terms of her body shape and development through her rib cage today. You know, we'll give this one some more time on feed. I think she's one that's going to continue to improve. Look forward to seeing these back here later in our champion drive.
Lightweight class, the main steer's got really a good-looking rat to lead off. Really, neck comes high to his shoulder, a big-legged calf that's very well presented. Really an extra long, strided, nice underlined steer that balances well from the profile. He's got some length and looseness about his spine. He's got some flexibility and angulation to his joints on both ends. And I think a calf that is adequate, he's more than adequate in this class in terms of muscle shape. And as an individual, I think a calf this stage of his life probably got some product to him. I just love the way his neck comes out of his front end, and when he doesn't fight him, that cat can roll. Now, he really nice calf. Middle pairs, got a lot of give and take to it. I think from the chin back, it's easy. That said, the steer that is second, I don't like his muzzle. I don't like his mouth, but I like the shape in his top significantly better. I like the strength in behind his shoulder. I love the true set to his hind leg and the way he handles it. I just see him just being a lot more pulled apart somewhere down the road, and a pretty good carcass, kind of a fat steer. Again, we'd like to change him up through his head and muzzle. Longer neck, prettier fronted, bigger, nicer steer here. This old calf just gets tangled up in his underpinning, just a little plainer in his presentation. The steer that leads off is the heavy muscled, big boned one in the class. And to be honest with you, it's about to live with them for 90 days, day and night, and calve them. And I personally have a real problem with what this one represents: the roundness of bone, the coarseness of shoulder. If we gotta accept that to get muscle in them, we're in the wrong business. I believe we can do a better job. Big, thick-ended kind of a calf.
Over here on these polled Hereford females, a really nice way to start. This dark red heifer, I think, for me and Andy, this is kind of how we like them built, just in regards from the ground up. Her feet are right, her angles are right. This one's hip and hind leg is really, really good. You know, we've seen some prettier ones today, but, you know, I'm not one of them kind of guys that just gets caught up on the front 1/3 of one. I think this one's still maternal and broody. Going to make a tremendous cow prospect for this young lady on down the road. Just so flexible and functional in her kind, relaxed in her top. Just a really, really solid heifer to go ahead and lead off with. This young lady here in second's got a really nice heifer as well, and I think there's, regardless of color, there's been some classes today that she would have won rather handily. I think this heifer's sound. She's long, she's extended, she's feminine and attractive. Relative to that class winner, you know, just not as much of her. A little harder in her rib shape out here today, a little narrower made when you get right in behind her, but still a quality heifer there to go in the middle of the class. Congratulations to her. Our young man's female is going to round out the class, a heifer that's acceptable in regards to her movement and to her structure. She just gets out-horsed here today with a couple females that are just more powerful than her. But congratulations to those polled Hereford exhibitors.
Mic check. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. Let me catch up over on the heifer side. First class, polled Hereford Heifers, class 117, first place, Riley Cherry of Winthrop, Iowa. Second place to Macy Mackey of Lake City. That was placings for the first class, class 117, polled Herefords. Placings for class number 2, class 118, polled Herefords. First place, Bailey McCullum, Colo. Second, Carly Spear of Newton. And third to Nick Deppy of Macokota. That was placings for class 118, polled Hereford Heifers. And also let me remind everyone again, you do not have to be a champion to go down to the backdrop and get your picture taken. I'm sure there's a lot of breeders of a lot of cattle that's going through this ring that would love to have the picture of their progeny being exhibited here at the Expo. So get a hold of the staff down there, be Zach Lear, Diane Hamilton, Rachel Engel. They'll be glad to take care of you. Also, they are shooting candids in the ring that'll be for sale. So don't forget that that is your option. Yep. Nope. Mic check. Nope. Boy. Get you up over on the steer side. Placings for the first class, Main Andrew Steers, class 212. First place, John Vanderveen of Hartley. Second to Ada Lund of Corning. Third, Megan Stout of Marble Rock. And fourth to Jaron Werner, Mount Auburn. That was placings for class 212, first class, Main Andrew Steers. Mic check. Mic check. All right, well, I have a minute. Let's talk about the judges over on the steer side in a little bit.
Well, probably as deep of a class as we've seen so far today. When you look down the lineup, even down through 5th and 6th, I think we've got cattle that have some utility as far as their feet and legs and their joint structure, and you still got some musculature down the line, maybe unlike some classes we've seen so far today. But with that being said, this white-chested, white-tailed steer here, that is one stout rascal. He is so square out of the backside of his shoulder, so neat to the edge of his loin, and that is a big-hipped, thick-ended kind of a steer. Is he the neatest about his throat and his chest? chest, no, but when you look at that one from the side, he's got a fat steer look, a big set of running gear laid underneath him, and then when you get him out on the go, he's still square down at the surface. I think that's the most complete steer, and that's the place we need to go ahead and start in this class. Things between second and third get real close too. The young lady's calf right out here in front of me, that's just the neater looking one. He's better in terms of his neck attachment. He's cleaner at the base of his chest, and then when you get him out and go, he's got a distinct advantage in where he sets his hock. I think he's square in his placement right there, and then when you study him out of the backside of his shoulder, I still think he's got the edge in terms of shape and expression. That's a nice calf to go ahead and be second. Young man that's going to be third, when you first hit the ring, we thought this one was probably going to make a play to win the class because he's awesome bodied, really good in terms of the set to his hind leg from the side, and that one's got a lot of flair and shake down into his stifle. He looks like an extremely muscular, good feed and good bodied kind of a steer. Just the longer he gets out here, he wants to get lower in terms of his neck attachment. He's a little bit more mature in terms of the crest of his neck and plainer in the build of his chest, and then as he gets out and goes, I don't think he's any stouter, yet he still wants to camp in those rear wheels. That's where he concerns us the most. Steer coming out next is one that I love from a feet and legs and look standpoint, and to be honest with you, I think that one you switch his plumbing is awfully good because he's perfect in terms of the build of his hind leg, got a neat look, and he's really soft in terms of the shape of his center body. Just get right in here in behind this guy, and that's where he needs change. He's the flattest and plainest, not only over his back, but down in through his hip and his stifle. Power that guy up, and he's got a lot of good pieces. If you could moderate the gray steer coming out next, we'd really like him because that one's really thick-ended. He's big-backed, and he's a shapely steer that you can envision being high cutability when these things get out to the end. Just today, I think he's got a little bit too much grow, and I think he's too elevated in terms of his maturity pattern. Need to make that guy a shot shorter backed and deeper right there in the center part of his body. Then the young lady's black calf that winds out the class is the one that's probably shucking. He's a little slicker than the other ones out here, but he's still sound. He's good in terms of his lower joint work. Just need to give that guy more groceries to go ahead and work him on up the lineup.
We've got a really interesting class over here in the Polled Hereford Female Show, and there's no doubt there's some differences here, and I think it really comes down to preference. If you're sitting ringside and you want to swap some with us, we're certainly fine with that because all these cattle have things we'd like to change about them, but you know, this is how we decided to line them up today. And the young lady's female here that we're going to lead off with, I think comes to the top of the class in terms of just her elegance and her balance. So, you know, when you view this one from the profile, she's so good-headed, she's so good-necked. I love her at the point of her shoulder, yet she opens up into a really nice rib cage. I think she's one that's really good on her feet and legs, especially in comparison to the remainder of the class. You know, we'll be the first to admit she's probably not the stoutest or widest one out here, but in terms of just quality and kind, we think this one needs to come to the top quite handily. Our young lady's heifer here in second, one that's certainly the outlier in the class in terms of mass and dimension. This one's rib cage is so bold. She's the deepest bodied one in here. She's the boldest ribbed one. She's probably the widest one when we get behind her. Young lady, you're doing an awesome job getting this heifer shown as well. When we get this one out on the move, I think that's where we'd like to change her. Maybe just make her a notch more flexible off that hind leg, especially down into those pasterns. But all in all, a really massive kind of female to go in the second hole. Young man's heifer here next, one that probably gives up some size and scale and just overall performance to the remainder of the class, but as we studied the rest of these heifers, we thought this one brought just the most quality, the most balance, and the most maternal look, while still maintaining a relatively good structural package. You know, like I said, we'd like to stouten this one up, see her have a bit more punch today, but that heifer's a good kind, a lot of quality there. Young man's female coming next, one, the dark red heifer, was one that gives us a really nice look. I think she's attractive and her neck comes high out of her shoulder. When we get this one on the go, she wants to drop her pins, wants to set that hock a bit more than what we'd like to see as well. And I guess if we could change her and relax her down into those rear two pasterns, I think she'd move on up in the class. This young lady's red female here coming next, one that gives us a really cool look. One that got her on the stand still. She's really nice neck. She's one that offers some shape. We just like to change her off both ends in terms of her structure. She's just a bit more restricted about her knee, about her hock, and all the way down into her pasterns, and I think that reads into her just being a bit shorter strided when we get her on the go. And then finally, we're going to round the class off here with a young man's heifer that's got some base width to her. We'd just like to give her more mass through her rib cage, just see her come with more overall punch and just performance and size today.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for class 119, Polled Hereford Heifers, first place, Emma Davison, Calamus. Second is Stella Emthauer of Beeman. Third, Bryson Ball, Kona. Fourth, Grant Bree from Logan. Fifth, to Sarah Beth Decius of Tracy. And sixth, to Tad Wilson of Monroe. That was your placings for class 119, Polled Hereford Heifers. Class 120 coming in the ring, 121, 122, and then division champion.
Nice trio, these Polled Hereford cattle over here on your female side, and I think a logical place to start for us too in this particular class. Heifer, again, I think at the stand just excels in terms of her presence, in terms of her balance. She's got the most rib, the most volume out here. You get in behind the cattle too, and she's got enough base width. You know, if you could critique her just a little bit on an individual basis, you know, maybe she could handle that hind leg just a little more ideal. But I think for this lineup, it's certainly acceptable out here. Young lady doing a nice job with her as well. Congratulations to her. Heifer that's going to come out here in second, this dark red female, another one that's big topped and stout hip, you know, a little more moderate than our class winner. But again, a female I think just gives up a little overall length, a little overall performance, you know, and she doesn't maybe just have a clear advantage in regards to structure either. But I think just a logical place to start there or to go in the middle of the class. Our young lady's female that's going to conclude one, and again, I like her through her front 1/3. I like her added length of spine, but from there, one that just gets a little too frail, a little too narrow for us out here today. But congratulations to those Polled Hereford exhibitors.
All right, over on the steer side, catching you up in the main Anjou steer division, class 213. First place, Cole Neal, Fairbank, Iowa. Second to Clara Ballinger. Moravia third, Jamie and Moore of Lisbon. Oops. Fourth to Madison McCullough, Allerton. Fifth, Tyron Tucker Jefferson. Sixth to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Once again, that was placings for class 213, main Anjou steers. And over on the Polled Hereford heifer side, placings for class 120, first place, Emma Salazar, Columbus Junction. Second, Myron Gall of Strawberry Point. And third to Avery Schroeder of Sumner. That was placings for Class 120 Polled Hereford heifers. 121 currently being judged. Now's a good time to tell you about our heifer judges in the black. It's Andy Higgins from Auburntown, Tennessee, graduate of Middle Tennessee State, bachelor's in ag business. Showed extensively from a young age, and he is currently managing the family-owned Angus and Key Angus herd there at Auburntown, Tennessee. A couple Tennessee boys here judging. Zach Butler lives about 6 miles away from Andy. He's from Milton, Tennessee. He's a graduate of Blackhawk, JUCO, and Oklahoma State, where he majored in animal sciences. On the judging team, and that team actually won the American Royal contest. Zach grew up with Gelby and Gelby Balancer cattle. He grew up showing them. They still raise those. He works back home at the Butler Creek Farms with his dad, Michael, his mother, Barbie, his wife, Autumn, and their 10-month-old daughter, Henley. We're glad to have the Tennessee guys up. Thanks a lot, guys. Go ahead.
Thanks, Brad. And we get back here into the Hereford show. Just a really high-quality female that's going to start this class off. I think one that gives us just a really maternal look. She's really flexible down her spine, and I think that translates all the way down to the ground when we get this one on the go. Really flexible in her joints, yet she's still, bold through her rib cage there. Just a high-quality female that's going to lead this class off. Young ladies, female coming second here, one that's got some size, she's got some scale. I think when we compare her to our class winner, she just doesn't blend those pieces and parts into quite as smooth a form as that one does that wins the class. If we could strengthen her up through her loin and set her down in that tailhead, I think that would make this one balance up much nicer. Finally, our young man's female that's going to round the class off. He's got one there that's certainly very easy fleshing. She's deep-bodied. She's got the right kind of shape to her rib cage. When you compare to them two above her today, we'd just like to see her bigger. She just gets a bit more moderate, a little smaller than what we'd like to see, but really functional in her type and kind.
We're picking up the pace here just a lot bit right now. We're going to bring three of them out here together because they're so clearly the first three. I think that fourth place steer is awful good. He kind of hits a buzzsaw in here. All that being said, this steer that wins the class, he happens to be one of those three, but he's in a class by himself. Here's the big, wide-sprung, cool-looking, bold-built, big back, good structured, great neck. I mean, he is Fat Steer Deluxe. He's sound, and he's neat, and he does everything right so far today. The next pair of cattle are close. To PD and I, we agree in the differences among them, and you change your priorities and place the cattle the other direction. The steer that's in second, if he'd just cooperate and relax and we could get a stick on him, he's the next most likely to have the fat steer shape, in my opinion. He's got a more arc to his rib. He's bigger in the upper part of his skeleton. He's bolder in his muscular shape and build. The steer's got enough flex to his angles and enough look and balance from the side to be acceptable in those areas, and he overwhelms the baldy in third with product and natural shape and power. Now, this young lady can flat put the hammer on one now. Great presented, great balanced, great structured steer, and she does an awesome job of getting him showed. This old baldy steer is just a little refined for me. He's a little A-shaped and he's kind, and he's certainly, by some margin, the lightest muscled, least muscular one of those front three, but he can motor, and he's good looking, and he's a nice steer. Don't give up on him. You're doing a great job. The steer that comes in fourth of those that remain is easily the next most practical market steer candidate. I think a calf that's got the combination of rib shape and dimension of top. He's really big out of the upper part of his rib cage relative to his contemporaries. he is the better balanced one of those that remain, and he's the easier traveling, better looking, cooler made, nicer patterned one. And I think there's just a really good steer that's in a tough class. The next 4, there's some give and take, and quite a little of it in there. To me, the painted up calf is just a combination of body shape and body type and muscularity. I know he's too stiff off each end, but which one of them is not of those that remain? Here's the softer, squarer, leveler, more shapely calf through his loin and upper rib cage, and I'm going to have to just stomach the fact that he doesn't flex good enough behind. This big old long-bodied calf got a lot of bone. I mean, this thing is really big-legged, but he's also kind of a big-kneed, longer, taller kind of a drink of water that I have just a little concern about. The 2 that remain can be talked about in duo, in my opinion. Both of them are just good cattle. They're greener made. They're structurally less appealing, not quite as highly fed or highly fitted or highly presented, and structurally less desirable than those that start a really strong clay.
Over here in this final class of our Polled Hereford females, I think me and Andy are both in unison that we think, this is maybe one of the better classes of the Hereford heifers that we've had. Not saying that your champion in reserve are coming out of here by any means, but I think just from top to bottom, I think we've got some solid quality amongst the cattle. And then as we go in to sort these things, I think the young lady's heifer that we used to start with, I think does so handily. Again, it's just kind of the basics from the ground up. I think this one's the most correct in her foot size and her shape. She's the one that's the most right in her angles and the way her knees set back into her skeleton, the way she handles that hock and rear pastern, and then still gives you a nice maternal look in regards to having, at this stage, enough body and rib to kind of go along with everything else. Young man's heifer that's going to come out here in second, another one that's a high-quality female. You get in behind these cattle, and she's maybe just a shot stouter than even our class winner. I really like how powerful she is down through that lower 1/3 and down through her stifle. For us, we can kind of pick a few more holes in her, though. I think she's maybe just not quite as right and correct from hooks to pins. She wants to go to the ground and get just a little more uncomfortable in the way she handles that hind leg. We both kind of think maybe it has a little something to do with just her foot shape there, wanting to kind of curve under just a little bit. But those 2 high-quality heifers there at the top end. Here on the bottom, we've definitely got some differences in regards just to overall performance. But I think at the end of the day, the young man's calf in third is just a little higher quality animal. She's sounder structured. She's one that gives you a nice, easy flesh and easy keeping kind of a look. The heifer that's going to come out here last, me and Andy both, we're definitely not afraid to use big cattle. And she has that advantage over the one in third. I think just from a structure standpoint, struggles a little bit more on the move. But congratulations to those Polled Hereford exhibitors. We'll get you a champion in reserve here in just a few moments.
Mic check.
Might as well call him and tell him that ain't working.
Mic check.
Call him and tell him that. Who had that number, Jenny or Jenny?
Mic check. All right, let me catch you up over on the Polled Hereford heifer side. Placings for Class 121. First place, Celia Becker, Indianola. Second to Avery Harris. Waverly. Third to Tate Harris of Waverly. That was placings for Class 121. Placings for the final class of Polled Hereford heifers, Class 122. First place, Marcy Bailey Creston. Second to Grant Bree of Logan. Third to Nick Deppie of Macokota. And fourth to Tyler Finner of Grinnell. Currently selecting your champion and reserve Polled Hereford heifers, Judge Andy Higgins and Zach Butler. Once
As we get back out here to pick our champion Polled Hereford female, I think we've got a lineup of really high quality individuals here. And Zach and I were just standing here talking about it, said, you know, this is probably as good from top to bottom as any breed that we've seen thus far. And for us, it comes down to 3 females out here. And, you know, we analyze these 3, and they're all of excellent quality, no doubt. They're all good structure. They're all maternal in their build. And that's things that are really important to Zach and I as we're sorting through females. And, you know, we analyze these 3, and we feel like there's one that's the combination of the 2. And we've got 2 more females up here, one that gives us a really, really cool look. Really, really clean fronted, really sharp in her lines, probably not as stout. And then we've got the young lady's female here out of the second class that is stout. This one's bold. She's awesome structured, but she's not as attractive fronted. So, you know, that we'll just tell you, that's the things we're standing out here talking about. And if you're ringside, you want to swap one with us, we're certainly fine with that because these are all good cattle. We're going to give them one more look here. We'll pick your champion and reserve. Let's give these guys a round of applause on an excellent set of females they've brought out here.
Your champion, polled Hereford heifer coming out of class 121. That's Celia Becker of Indianola. Celia Becker, Indianola, 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Hereford heifer. And your reserve champion coming out of class 118, second class, that's Bailey McCullum of Colo. Bailey McCullum, Colo, reserve grand, polled Hereford heifer. Mic check.
Well, another extremely deep class of cattle out here in the ring. When you break them down pound for pound, I think all these cattle up here in your top 4, 5, 6 have enough muscle, they have enough product, and they have enough meat. So once you get the basics of having these things practical and as stout as we can make them, then you can start putting some aesthetic pieces on top of it as far as how they profile from the side and just the presence they have in the center of the ring. You know, man, up front, I mean, get that one stuck, buddy, because that's a good calf. You study that one's head and neck quality. He's got a presence when he hits the ring. Study him compared to the ones down the lineup. I think he's built the neatest at the point of his shoulder and yet still uses his hip and his hind leg as good as anything, being flexible down at the surface and still extremely clean jointed. Study him for being as neat as he is at the point of his shoulder. I like the spread and how opened up that one is out of the backside there. Really good in the shape of his full rib and jet level as far as his lines. That's a good calf, bud. Go ahead and get that one stuck because I think he needs to win this class just off his stoutness, his mass, his dimension, and his presence alone. Now, if you want a burly, big-ended one, young lady, that's going to be second, man, that is one Stout Rascal. Huge back, huge hips, so burly in terms of the shape of his upper body. That is a big-footed and immaculately fit and presented steer out here in the ring. Just study him to the one ahead of him. That one's just a little more mature. Study the shape of his head and the build of his shoulder. He wants to start to open up there, gets a nickel plane from the side for us, but man, that is one that is extremely big back, thick-ended, and burly at this stage of the game. Now, man, in third, that's another stout calf. You know, he's good in terms of his body shape. He's got plenty of power and plenty of product for us. And from the side, when he gets him stopped right like that, I still think he proportions and looks like a fat steer out here. Compare him to two ahead of him that are awfully good in the way they use their hind leg. When he wants to set that show side hind leg back a little far, he wants to go ahead and invert his hock. Maybe he isn't quite as stout or as shapely in his pin set when you compare him to the one directly ahead of him as well. Boy in fourth here does a real good job of getting this one stuck. And he's not the fuzziest and not the fluffiest one in the ring, but I really like this calf's kind. He's moderate, he's easy doing, and he's one that's got plenty of power and product. That's going to be a good feeding project for that young man. Just ran into three that were a little more highly fit and a little more out there as far as their look ahead of him. White sock calf fits the same bill. This is a moderate and chunky bodied one that's plenty powerful out of his upper hip, got plenty of stoutness and shape for us. Just talk about that added moderation and feedability for him. It comes with a little shorter head, a little bit quicker cannon, kind of a calf that isn't quite as long necked or quite as neat chested as maybe what we like to see out here. White stock and legged calf coming next is one that's got a little more grow. He's got a little more shape, and he's a little bit greener compositionally at this stage of the game. With that, though, question that one's mature size as well. That one's a little taller, a little bit longer in terms of his back, and yet still wants to hammer his hind leg when he gets out on the go. A lot of cool pieces in the black calf because this one's extremely long. He's extended and he's neat looking. Need that one to have more guts and more stoutness from behind to work him on up. The yellow calf's one that's got plenty of power and body shape. Need to square up his hind leg. And then the young man that rounds out the class is one that's easy doing, good bodied and practical. Need to make that one longer necked and more dynamic from the side.
All right, let me catch you up over on the steer side. Placings for Class 214, Main Anjou steers. First place, Hallie Hindman of Albia. Second to Dayton Weaver of Mobile. Third, Riley Steffes of Nevada. Fourth, Houston Holgraffer of Bryant. Fifth, Luke Kroc, Mechanicsville. Sixth, Colton Becker of Atlantic. Seventh, Kason Carlson of Stratford. And eighth to Annika Butcher of Clarence. That was placings for Class 214, Main Anjou steers. Placings for Class 215, Main Anjou steers. First place, Jaden Peterson, Arcadia. Second to Claire Shanks, Colfax. Third, Drew Jacobson, Osceola. Fourth to Jaron Funk of Manchester. Fifth, Olivia Stout of Marble Rock. Sixth to Tommy Sexton of Ridgeway. Seventh to Alexa Rise of Manchester. Eighth, Ethan Heitzusen of Williamsburg. And ninth to Henry Pithen of Danbury. That was your placings for Class 215, Main Anjou steers. Currently Class 216 in the ring. And that will be the final class of Main Anjou steers.
Over here in the Lemmy ring, it's a good thing Andy went and took his long underwear off because things have heated up and it's game on, boys. These two heifers over here are awfully good, no doubt about it. I wouldn't be ashamed to have either one of them, and if I owned the one in second, I'd be rooting for her just as much as if I had the one in first. Me and Andy are the guys sorting them out here today. The way we see them is this young lady's heifer for us is just a little more genuine in terms of her base width. You know, she's got more rib shape when you get in behind her. She's bolder through the center part of her body. I think a lot of times today in today's industry, we're getting caught up on these ones that are just so deep-sided. There's as much volume in this heifer that wins as there is the one in second. The one in second is deeper, no doubt. You get in behind them knowing she's considerably flatter through the upper part of her skeleton. She's flatter and narrower there at the ground. Not trying to be hard on her because these two right here could compete at any level, and it'll be interesting to see them back out here in just a little while. Congratulations to both of them guys. Red heifer that's going to come out here in third, female, just kind of run into a buzzsaw out here today, guys. This heifer's got some length. She's got a nice attractive look. There's just not enough of her to get up any higher. Congratulations to both of those, or all three of those exhibitors.
All right, over on the heifer side, we're now in the limb flex division. First class 123 of limb flex heifers. First place, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second to Kennick Paulson of Preston. And third to Haley Dodge of Terrell. Once again, that was class 123. That was first class of limb flex heifers. Currently in the ring 124.
Here for our second class, the Limflex females. You Limflex breeders sitting ringside in the stand sure need to be proud of what you're doing, because the quality we're seeing here in this particular show is as good as you're going to see anywhere. And the white-bellied heifer here that's going to lead this class off, we think, is one that's elite in terms of her quality as well. Female that's so good structured, so good in the angles of her feet and legs, and yet she still gives us a really maternal rib shape. She's one that's really good in her forerib and still gives us a nice look, really slender about her neck, just a really high-quality female to lead things off. Heifer here in second's no slouch either. I think when we analyze this one in terms of her structure, she's right on too. She's probably not as crisp and neat about her head and neck and the way her jaw ties in. And you know, I don't know that her tail head necessarily sets any higher as much as it is maybe a little extra hair up there, and that throws her balance off some. But another really high quality female here in second. Another excellent class. Look forward to getting all these back out here and picking your champions in this particular breed.
Like Andy said just a minute ago, in this Lemmy show, you know, my hat's off to the limousine breeders out there. I mean, these things have gotten really, really nice. And, you know, this young lady brings us this red heifer here, and she's a good cow. You know, she's long, she's sound, she's feminine and attractive. You know, there's some other cattle that we've seen up to this point that are, you know, certainly a little more eye-appealing and just stouter and more powerful than her. But, you know, this heifer here is going to make a tremendous bred on down the road. You just love her length of body and her length of stride. Good single entry. We'll give her another look when we bring her back out for our champion lineup. Congratulations.
In the final class of main steers, I think you've got 5, 6, 7 just really good, really all the way down. Sure, nice projects, but these front 5 or 6 are awfully good. And interestingly enough, there really isn't any 2 of them that are just alike. But I think one thing rings clear in my mind. I know that we placed them exactly the same. I don't know if PD thinks it's closer than I do or vice versa. But this Baldy daylights them, in my opinion. That is one wide-centered, clean underline, great neck, big back, stout, sound, good-looking dude. You put a tail on him and help him from a balance standpoint. There's a burly one. He weighs a grand. There's some challenges probably to make him a state fair in his weight, but he's the kind that I think is certainly very manageable. I think he's really got a lot of utility in him, and that's a burly, good-looking one. Old Doc likes pretty good. This steer in second hit me plumb hard when he come in here, and when he's on the right pace and on the move in the right pace, he still does. He can want to fidget his way into falling apart. I like the length of stride. I like the angulation to his knee. I think a calf that really he's just a little longer bodied than the 2 calves behind him. Hurts him a little bit from maintaining his top line. But when he gets things right, he gets me excited. I know he doesn't have the most center rib shape, but I love the boxy hip and the big back. I love the hind leg in him, and I think there's a lot of good to him. The calf that's next in line, if you take time to get in behind him, he has to be there from that standpoint. He's the biggest and boldest down his top. He's got the most natural curvature to the upper part of his rib cage. He's the product-oriented steer of these other 2 or 3 good-looking ones in here. He's a bit upright in his shoulder. He's a bit jammed down in his neck, down into his shoulder. I think a steer from the back of his shoulder back balances relatively well. I like the body, I like the belly, I like the top line, I like the thickness and the product in him. I like to just steady shoulder back and stretch him a notch in his front 1/3. PD and I both, I think, switched these steers from the way I first time pulled them. Most of the way through, this Baldy just looks like there's too much of him to beat him with this black calf. And if you agree with that, that's certainly your prerogative. The Baldy steer is the bigger rib, bigger bodied, fleshier one of the two. When we get them right next to each other, there is no doubt that that black steer's got more balance. He's got more true compositional right about him at this stage of the game. I think a calf that reaches farther over his neck and his front end, he's certainly he's got a lot of balance and a lot of look. And this Baldy steer, the longer I look at him, he gives me some concern in that he's one of them flat at the top of his shoulder. He narrows just a freckle to his pins, and he continues to do that just ever so slightly to his base as you study him from behind. And I'm not sure you can keep that thing with enough shape and true composition down the road as a fat steer to get by the next one. He's a damn good calf, and that's a tough class. 3 good feeding kind of cattle, the bigger body, better balanced one that's nicely shown and always set up with just a little more look is the painted up steer that's going to come next in line, and 2 stretchy, leaner made, kind of real growthy steers that we probably just like to tone back and advance their maturity, tone back their frame size, well of a class 5 main steers.
As we get back out here for our Limb Flex Drive, folks, I hope if you're here to watch the show, you're watching this breed because the quality here is incredible. Zach and I, we're cow guys, and we like good cattle, and good cattle to us may be different good cattle to other people, but it all starts at the ground with cattle that are good structured and cattle that are good looking and cattle that have quality and still have presence, but are going to go on and make brood cows on down the road. And we've got a ring full of them out here, folks. If you don't believe it, just look at these things. They're really, really good. And I think, it's splitting hairs when we get out here and we try to pick a champion in reserve. And I think, it's just a lot of quality. You breeders of these Limb Flex cattle definitely need to pat yourself on the back because you're doing the right things. I'm not going to say much more about them. I think the cattle speak for themselves. We'll go pick your champion in reserve.
Your 2020 champion Limb Flex heifer coming out of the first class. That's Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Coming into contention, second in that class, Kinnick Paulson. And reserve coming out of the same class, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. So your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion Limb Flex, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Kinnick Paulson, both out of class 123. Let me catch you up on those 2 classes. Placings for class 124 Limb Flex heifers. First place, Tinley Bulkey of Kingsley. Second to Maya Christensen of Adel. And placings for the final class of Limb Flex heifers, class 125, Brooke Woolers of Council Bluffs, single entry. Over on the steer side, placings for the final class of main Anjou steers, class 216. First place, Mason Shalla of Riverside. Second place to Shelby Johnson of Rhodes. Third, Laney DeVries, Red Oak. Fourth, Isaac Beeson, Correctionville. Fifth, Morgan Calley of Algona. Sixth, to Camden Moffett of Indianola. 7th to Marcus Gall of Strawberry Point, and 8th, Cody Erickson, Clarinda. That was placings for Class 216, the final class of Maine Anjou steers. Right now, Dr. Dave Duello, P.D. Miller, going to select your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion Maine steer.
One class of limousine heifers over here, and we just brought both these single entries out together. The young lady's May heifer up front. Female, you appreciate that length of body and that extension. I think you get in behind her, and there's some shape and some genuine turn to her. The young lady's black heifer, I believe, a January with the white in her flank there. Just a big-bodied, broody, easy fleshing type of female. We'll go out. Andy will go out and show you how we like them for champion and reserve. But if you would, give both these young ladies a nice round of applause.
Well, an incredible set of these Maine steers out here in this drive, and Doc and I think enough of them that we're going to both go through and talk about them just because these things are, flat good. You got 5 class winners from your lightweight to your heavyweight that are all cattle that have some substance, some mass, and some stoutness, ones that we like awfully well. They talk about that lightweight man, when that thing hits the ring, that dude's a smoke show. He's just got a presence about his head and his neck quality. He's neat about his chest, and yet he's still so good and feedable about his body. body shape, got a big set of pipes underneath him that still work awfully well. You get him out here, you know, he's a lighter weight steer that's probably a nickel younger and a notch greener compositionally, but I think that one's got a whale of a future, and I think he's an awfully good calf. Calf out of the second class won his class because he was good-legged and still so stout. Talk about one that's got a proportional fat steer look, and maybe he's not the most out there about his head, neck, and chest, but I think that one's awfully stout and still awfully sound. To get out here and get into some of the heat of these things, the steer out of class 3, it's hard to make them from a breeder's standpoint. It's hard to make cattle that proportion that way. He's short-backed, yet he's long-necked and long out of his upper hip. He's so square down the top side of his skeleton and out of his upper hip. That's an awfully powerful and massive kind of a steer that still gets out here and motors well enough for me. He's clean-jointed, he's good in the set to his rear wheel, and reaches exceptionally well out of his front skeleton. I just love that one's proportionality and the way he puts it all together. Now we're out here with a set of really good ones, so you get nitpicky on that one, wants to go ahead and twist in on his right hock, but I think he's still extremely flexible, extremely clean-jointed. Steer out of class 4 is one that's got the wow factor as far as his head, neck, and chest. He's a bull-bodied and big-backed kind of a steer that's got plenty of stoutness and mass out of his upper hip. Get him back out here, and maybe he just wants to get a little tighter out of those rear wheels, but I think that's a good-looking, cool one from the side. Got plenty of stoutness and feedability. Get out here, and then your heavyweight steer, man, that dude's burly. That is one round-bodied, big-backed, stout-hipped rascal that still gets out here and motors so well off of either end of his skeleton. It's hard to make cattle that are that square at the ground and yet still carry that added mass and stoutness up down the top side of their skeleton and read so feedable about their body shape. Now to be expected from the heavyweight, where I maybe get a little nitpicky on this one, and he's just shorter and more mature about the crest of his neck and not the neatest right there at the point of his shoulder, but you're going to have some of that whenever these things get that stout and they get that woofy. Those are the differences I see between them. I think this is an exceptional lineup. I'll let Dr. Dave talk to you here for a minute.
Thank you, PD. I think I just told PD. I think it'll probably prove to be appropriate that we both express our opinions about this lineup of cattle. They got to be players in the whole big game, and he described them to the nines. We come from the same part of the world. We just live 70 miles apart. I've been thinking about when the most appropriate time to say this is, and I think it's probably now. I have the world's most respect for the Miller family, and I respect PD and his young ability as a young man very, very much. They introduced him and they told where he went to school and what he did. But I find it or considered an honor, PD, to have you join me, folks. He's the most highly decorated individual in the senior college judging arena in recent time and maybe ever. And they're good cow people, they're good family people, they're good show people, and I knew this was going to be fun, and we've seen them to this point right down to the nines. There's no need of me describing them individually because I think 99% of it would be described in exactly the same way because that's just the way the cattle are. I think it comes down to, in my opinion, there's a pair of players. And you can do anything you want with them. I think that 3 and 5 got to be the contenders, and although they're very different in some ways, they too are undoubtedly the highest quality cattle in here. I think that I know that class 3 steer he's not the hairiest thing in the world, but that bugger hits me like a freight train now. And the way that he balances and the combination of balance and design and look along with body shape and the fat steer look and still a show steer look, I just think he's an excellent individual. And PD described him right down to the wire. That baldy hits me pretty hard. He's fat steer deluxe. He has the advantage of being closer in time to being a fat steer than the other one does. He has the disadvantage of being closer in time to a fat steer than the other one does. And so, to me, it's very, very, very close. We agree 100% of the way. Class 3 will be your champion main steer. The baldy in Class 5 will be reserved.
All right, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion main Anjou steer coming out of class 214. That's Hallie Hindman from Albia, Iowa. Your reserve coming out of the final class, class 216, and that is Mason Shalla from Riverside. Once again, champion main Anjou steers, Hallie Hindman, Mason Shalla, reserve.
Well, from the sounds of it, we had a really good main steer show on the other side. And as we start our maintainer heifers over here on the female side, I think we've got a good one to get things going. Young ladies, female here is one that just offers a tremendous look in terms of femininity and yet refines and yet remains balanced with that. And I think one that's really good structured. Love this one's hind leg and the angulation and flexibility she has to her hock all the way down into her pasterns. Just a lot of quality, a lot of balance, a lot of good in that female that's going to start our class off. Our young ladies heifer here in second. You know that maybe this one doesn't wow you in any one area, but it's hard to poke a hole in this one. Yeah, she's probably a little smaller than our class winner, but these are just end of April heifer calves, and I think this one's certainly big enough. She's one that gives us a nice maternal look. I think she's good in terms of her rib cage. She's nice and level from her hooks to her pins, and when we get her out on the go, I think she's acceptable in terms of her structure and the way she gets out and moves. Our young lady coming next here with this dot-faced heifer is one that offers a lot of boldness in terms of muscle. She's one that's good through her rib cage as well. I think when we compare to the two above her, she does give up some of the look there and femininity about her head and neck. Maybe not just quite as smooth and refined as the two above her, but a lot of quality, a lot of boldness, a lot of stoutness, one that's going to be fun to breed on as a cow on down the road. Our two females coming next here, I think, are really similar in terms of their composition and their design, and we chose to go with the young man's female over the young ladies. I think she's just a bit more relaxed in her spine, especially through the center portion of her back when we get her out on the go in comparison to the last heifer there. A pair of heifers that we'd like to just soften up in terms of their rib cage and give them a more maternal look, free them up in terms of their structure when we get them out on the move.
All right, let me catch up on the heifer side. The purebred limousine division, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion goes to Paige Beyer of Griswold. Your reserve to Sarah Leaf of Mechanicsville. Once again, that was your class 126 purebred limousine heifer division. Placings on class 127 new division of maintainer heifers. First place, Britt Bowersox of Swisher. Second to Ashlyn Hay of Webster City. Third, Hattie McCullum of Colo. Fourth to Cooper Oberbrockling of Prohl. And fifth to Colby Carlson of Muscatine. That was your placings for class 127. Maintainer heifers are taking just a small break while the judges eat over here on the steer side.
As we step over here into your maintainer ring, one of our larger classes that we've had thus far today, and I think the quality still runs really deep. I think there's 4 or 5 heifers in here that me and Andy both like a great deal, and as we try to kind of whittle them down and get down to the gist of things, I think it's this pair of cattle here that for us, I think in terms of type and kind, sort themselves out. The young lady's heifer we're going to use to start with, I think she's the one that hit both of us hard when they first come in the ring in this big class. I think she stood out as the female that's just the most relaxed in terms of how she handles herself when you ask her to lead. She's the one that most likely resembles the female in terms of her eye appeal through her front 1/3. And you study her back through that center part of her body, and there's still a lot to like in this heifer. She's bold-ribbed and high volume, just a really, really nice female to go ahead and lead things off with. Like I said, I think the heifer that most likely and closely resembles her is the one coming out here in second. She's probably a shot bigger footed than even the heifer we used to start with, but of that pair, I think we can pick just a few more holes in her. She's a little deeper chested, a little tighter in behind her shoulder, and kind of gets a little weak there, but both of these, this pair of cattle here are the ones that we think from a cow standpoint just hit us the hardest. From there, there's some sort amongst the cattle, and again, we're not going to argue with you if you want to swap it around a little bit, but we went with this young man's heifer here in third. I think one that's had a little more scale, a little more extension than some of the other cattle that stand right below her. She, again, I think one that just reads a shot more maternal, specifically the one that stands right below her. You compare her to those cattle right in front of her, maybe not quite the depth of body and the rib shape of either one of those other 2 heifers, maybe not quite as attractive up front, but a female that we still like a great deal. We both really like this heifer coming out here in fourth. She's maybe just not our type and kind out here today, but I tell you what, she's bold, she's wide-based and big-footed. I think she's attractive enough up front. For us, I think maybe we just wonder how much gas is in the tank with this one, but I tell you what, this young man doing an awesome job getting her shown. It's a high-quality heifer that certainly a lot to like. I think going to make a tremendous cow for him as well in terms of maybe raising some club calves and some steers on down the road. She's as good a structured as any of them we've seen. We just maybe want to see her a little more upstanding, a little more grow, and a little more future in her on down the road. But good cattle there, those first through fourth place heifers. This female coming out here next, standing still, I think, she resembles the cattle that go out in front of her. I think she's attractive. She's big-topped and stout-hipped. For us, maybe just wants to get outside of herself when you ask her to lead, just a little tighter in her spine, a little more restricted on the go. Young man's calf is going to come out here next. I think one that's fresh, one that's genuine, one that probably handles her structural base a little better than the heifer in front of her. At the same time, just reads a nickel harder and shallower through her center body and rib. Young lady's heifer that's going to come out next, I think, there's some similarities there in regards to the heifer that goes out right in front of her. Maybe just a shot deeper even than the female that stands ahead of her. But again, I think from a structural standpoint, just gets a little too tight, a little more restricted than some of these other cattle. Young lady's heifer going to come out here next, one that does give you a nice look. She's attractive and feminine up front, just not enough of her today to get much higher, but we do like her basic build and eye appeal. The white-faced one coming out here next certainly got some added performance and some length of body, just a little too plain, a little too coarse for us today. And our heifer that we conclude the class with, another one that's got a nice attractive look, just wants to struggle a bit on the move and get outpowered with some of these other cattle. But a good lineup of maintainers. Congratulations to all of them.
Well, a little bit of sort in this quartet of Herefords over here on this side, but when you break them down for true muscularity and stoutness, the light-colored one right here, light-colored, loud-marked, white-legged one needs to go ahead and probably win the class. As far as maturity and stoutness, he's the biggest ended, he's the biggest back, he's the stoutest and squarest footed down at the surface. That one probably runs downhill a little and gets a little bit plainer chested, but I still think that's the big-legged, big-ended one that looks like he's going to feed and be a productive fat at the end of the day. And me and Doc out here both thought this calf in second has some pieces that are really, really unique. He's really long-necked. He's slick-looking from the side. I think he's the soundest in the way he plants his hip and his hind leg, and the best in the way he reaches out of his front end. Just look at him today, and he looks like a baby calf out here. He's too raw and green about the build of his forerib, and then particularly going away, just need to see some more skeletal width and stoutness under that guy to go ahead and use his quality to win this class. Steer in third's more moderate, and I think he's chubbier bodied right now. Got a little bit more flesh and condition on him at this stage of the game, and that one's probably got a little bit more depth and stoutness in through his twist. From the sides where we need to change him, though, he's a little bit plainer in the build of his chest, a little bit plainer about his head and his neck set as well. Clean that guy up there, and then you can go ahead and switch that pair on his stoutness and his body shape. And then the young man that rounds out the class brings us a moderate, good-bodied, and easy-feeding kind of a calf that's no slouch in terms of stoutness. Need to make that guy neater looking from the side and rearrange the way he works out of his rear wheels.
While we have a break, and while I'm remembering if there is a Soraya A. Rise from Harpers Ferry, Iowa. I think it's Soraya, S-O-R-A-Y-A, last name R-E-Y-E-S. You're going to probably want to come down here and see me as soon as possible. I've got something for you. All right, let's catch up over on the heifer side. Class 128 maintainer heifers. First place, Riley Short, Masonville. Second place, John Vanderveen of Hartley. Third, Jack Plug, Charlotte. Fourth, Owen Axmer of North English. Fifth, Hayden Holdgraffer of Bryant. Sixth, Camden Moffett of Indianola. Seventh to Emma Pithen of Anthon. Eighth to Lauren Bayer of Albion. Ninth to Lillian Stolte of Springville. And 10th to Jack Wales of Wyota. That was your placings for class 128, maintainer heifers. Let me catch you up over on the steer side. Placings for class, the final class of main and Jew steers was class 216. First place was Mason Shalla. Second place was Shelby Johnston. Third place was Laney DeVries of Red Oak. Shelby Johnston of Rhodes. Fourth place was Isaac Beeson of Correctionville. Fifth, Morgan Kelly of Algona. Sixth, to Camden Moffett of Indianola. Seventh, to Marcus Gall, Strawberry Point. And eighth, to Cody Erickson of Clarinda. That was the placings for the final class of the main and Jew steers. Currently on class 217, Hereford steers.
Got a productive, nice class of Hereford steers. I think there's a pair of steers that kind of come out to the top, and there's a lot of give and take among those that remain. Certainly, the nice balanced steer's going to win. Long-necked, and it comes high out of his shoulder. He's pretty good on his front feet and legs, got a good angle to his knee. The steer actually's got a bit more shape in his top than I might have suspected when I first viewed him from the side. He's sound enough in his kind. I don't know, it's probably nerves and it's just part of it. He once in a while, about every third or fourth steps, he wants to knuckle up just a little bit, and then he just walks plumb fine after that. He's the shapely, nice balance, best designed steer, and he certainly wins. The one that's most likely by some margin is one of the lighter steers in here, I would suspect. He's the next best balanced one. Among those that remain, he just maintains so much more strength and integrity down his top. He's a leveler build out of his rump design. He's certainly a moderate frame, looks like an easy finishing, relatively functional and sound steer. Just real practical. I'm going to just weigh him up and find the most stout, the most product, the most body, the most dimension, the most steer, knowing that he's a little bit plain out of his neck. He's a little deeper set in his front end. He maybe gets a little offset in his knee upon occasion, but you can't deny that is the product-oriented of those that remain. And quite honestly, he may be the most product-oriented steer of the class. Just a good, practical kind of a steer. The next one is more youthful about his head and front end. Just a better balanced steer that maintains just a little more integrity of design and design of profile. The wider pin, bigger hip steer's kind of old-headed and just a little plainer built. Wants to come apart in his top line and display off in his front end some. Really a good class of Hereford steers, top to bottom.
Another relatively large class here on the maintainer female side, and the two that come to the top just so happen to be on opposite ends of the class. So it was interesting to sort through this class here with Zach and get these two standing side by side and compare them. And we went back and forth on these two, but we landed on the young lady's female here to sort her way to the top. One that just gives us a really maternal look. We like this one in terms of her structure, in terms of her angles of her feet and legs. And we'll be the first to admit she's not the longest necked one out here, but I think she's still maternal in her head. She's still maternal in the design of her neck and the way it ties into her shoulder, opens up into a really good rib cage. Just a really nice balanced kind of female, one that screams functionality and brood cow on down the road. Her heifer here in second, one that, probably the thing I like the most about this one's her hind leg. Beautiful hind leg, nice hock, nice pastern, soft-legged. She's one that's got some width and dimension to her as well. I like this one down her top and how level and flexible she is in her spine, one that's just got a lot of boldness and width. She's one for us when we get her next to that other one. Certainly she's longer necked, probably not as maternal and neat about her head, though, the way she ties in her jaw down into her chest. That's being really critical of a really nice female, but two really nice females to lead our class off. Young man's female here in third, one that's wanting to push on him a little bit. It gives us a little harder time getting a good read on this one's structure, but when she does settle down, I think this one's adequate in terms of the way she moves, and when he gets her stopped, she gives you a really nice look. Beautiful about her head and the way it ties in at the point of her shoulder. She's good rib, she's good in terms of width and dimension. I think she does give up some size and scale to the two above her, but in terms of quality, she needs to be third in this particular class today. We come into a pair of females here in fourth and fifth that I think are similar in terms of their type and kind, and they are different from the ones above them. Females that are stouter, and this bald face heifer here, when you get behind her, she's probably got as much true width and shape of muscle out her hip as anything we've seen in this female show thus far today. And this one I think probably works to her disadvantage because we've got three above her that are awfully maternal in their design. But this one, depending on what your goals are on down the road in terms of a female, I think there's a lot of quality. I think she's one that made in different ways can make a lot of good ones. The female coming next, one that we like in terms of her body. She's really deep through her forerib and carries that all the way back into her flank, just like we'd like to see. Probably not as attractive and feminine about her head, and we'd like to just lengthen her up some in terms of her overall design. Female coming next, another one that's certainly very stout. She's got a lot of power out her hip and down into her quarter. She just doesn't balance up quite as nicely over the top of her shoulder, back across her spine. One that we'd like to just give some more genuine depth in her flank when we compare her to the ones above her. The white sock female coming next, one that gives us a really cool look. I think she's very eye-appealing in terms of her cleanliness of lines, one that just gives up some overall mass and power and just overall dimension to the females that stand above her today, and one when we get her out on the go. I think if we could loosen her up in terms of her structure, especially down into her ankles, I think she'd move on up in this class. Female coming next, another one that offers a lot of power, just a bit tighter about her spine. If we could relax that, I think we'd drop the center of her back and drop her tail head. In doing that, and finally, our white heifer that's going to round the class off, one that does have some shape of muscle and overall dimension, but I think we'd just like to see more of her today in terms of size and scale, improve her structure, particularly off her hind leg.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for class 129, maintainer heifers. First place, Shay Whaley of Eagle Grove. Second place to Zoe Joyner of Plano. Third, Burke Willis, Diagonal. Fourth place, Sophie Seiko, assisted by Addison Lehman. Nice job, Sophie. Fifth to Emma Saylor. Sixth, Autumn Weaver. Emma Saylor of Delmar, Autumn Weaver of Mobile. Seventh to Elizabeth Chambers of Charlotte. Eighth to Victoria Briggs of Letts. And ninth to Emma Willett of Belle Plaine. That was placings for class 129 maintainer heifers. 130 currently in the ring.
Get out here to your champion Hereford lineup, and there's some give and take between the pair of class winners, and they're the two that we like the best. I think there's one that pound for pound's probably got a little more shape and a little more spread down the top side of his skeleton. I think he's better in terms of the way he blends out of the back side of his shoulder, square there to the edge of his loin. Like we said in class, maybe runs downhill a nickel, like to pick him up in his chest and drop him in his flank. But that class one steer's still awfully nice. And then the calf out of the second class is one that's extremely big-legged and good skeleton from the side, and when that one poses, he gives an extremely proportional look. I think his presence out here goes unmatched. That's why he's our favorite. Your class 2 is going to be champion. Class 1 is going to be reserve.
All right, over on the steer side, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Hereford steer, coming out of the second class, class 218. That's Brett Coughlin of Blairstown. Reserve coming out of the first class, Gavin Reck of Winthrop. Once again, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Hereford steer, Brett Coughlin, Blairstown. Reserve, Gavin Reck, Winthrop. Coming in on the steer side, we're starting a new division, the Chianina Steer Division, class 219. Chianina Steers now entering. Let me give you the class placings on the Hereford Steer Division, class 217. First place, Gavin Reck, Winthrop. Second place, Maggie Anderlich of Dayton. Third, Ethan Hausch of Bluegrass. Fourth, to Reese Glenn of Creston. Placings for class 218, second class of Hereford Steers. First place, Brett Coughlin, Blairstown. Second to Grady Bree of Logan. Third to Maggie Anderlich of Dayton. Fourth to Jenna Smith of Newton. And fifth to Jennifer Holiday of Greenfield. Once again, champion Brett Coughlin. Reserve, Gavin Reck, sorry.
Back over here on your maintainer heifer side, I think we've got a female to start with that hit me and Andy both extremely hard when she come into the ring, and there was no question between the two of us which heifer was going to lead off this class with. I think this one is extremely unique. She's one that's still so maternal in her look and so sound at the ground, and yet she's not maybe a freak-fronted individual, but extremely, extremely attractive and long-necked. One that it'd be pretty interesting to see her back out here. I know we've still got some more classes to go, but we'll be honest with you, we like this one. We like this one a lot. This young lady's heifer here in second. I tell you what, Andy said it first, and I found her too. This is a real good heifer as well. She's maybe not quite there yet. She's one that's still a little immature in her overall look. I'm not going to hold that against her. But here today, she's second against a really, really nice one. But I think on down the road, you get this heifer bred right. She's got the right structural base, the right kind of lines, and the right kind of look. She'll be a lot of fun on down the road as well. Young lady's heifer going to come out here in third. I think amongst this pair between third and fourth, I think this is a heifer for us. It just has a little more rib shape, a little more future in terms of how she's going to grow out, mature out, make a brood cow, compared to them two heifers above her. Just doesn't balance up as well, maybe doesn't handle that hind leg as ideally. I think it's okay, but at the same time, she run into two good heifers there at the top end. Young man's calf going to come out here in fourth, a really sharp, attractive fronted one. Gets a little tight in her spine, kind of wants to drop those pins and get in under herself, but a heifer that does give you a nice look. You appreciate the rib shape and the boldness that she has when you get in behind her. Young lady's heifer going to come out here next. I think just a little more performance and growth than the heifer we conclude the class with. Again, you relate her to some of those cattle that go out in front of her, a little more restricted at the ground in regards to how she handles those pasterns, maybe just a little plainer in her overall look and a little shallower in her rib, but still a nice heifer. The one we conclude with, a young lady doing a good job with her out here, another attractive female. For us, I think the one that just struggles the most on the move, gives us a little harder doing kind of a look, but good class of maintainer cattle.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for class 130, maintainer heifers. First place, Jenna Tlack, Pro. Second place to Pacey Hawkins of Cincinnati. Third, Campbell Thomas, State Center. Fourth, to Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton. Fifth, Addison Appelhans of Appelhans of Anamosa. And sixth, to Carly Steenhook of Monroe. That was your placings for Class 130 maintainer females. Looks like we got 3 more classes of those. 131 now entering.
Nice way to start the key division or the key breed. Really a good set of steers, 3 particularly nice individuals. We think the steer that leads off is just really the combination steer in the class. I guess initially he comes in and he hits me pretty hard. He's presented to the 9s. He's big barreled, he's bold topped, he's big hip. He's really stout made and good looking. His neck comes high out of his shoulder and he's really good chested for one that's got that much natural raw width about him, thick and got a lot of dimension. We're going to be just real critical, just looking a few minutes in his whole life. I'd be a little concerned how short cannon that thing is as we try to look forward and make him a 1,300-pound fat steer, but he's built to the 9s and he wins this class really rather handily. The next pair of cattle got some give and take in them, and they change to me. Really depends on which angle you study them from. The calf that's in second, from the dead-on profile, he's really striking. He's beautiful neck. I love the underline. I'd like to set him down in his tailhead some. I like that steer really well in terms of the upper 2/3 of his body from a rib shape standpoint. He's got more shape right in behind his shoulder than the steer that comes next in line. He's got more look and more cocky look from the profile. He really's got a lot of future to him. But then you go in front of him, he's concerning to me in the amount of width of chest, how much chest floor he's got. He narrows to his knee a little more than I'd like him to. And the other steer has got more true undercarriage width and a nice rump steer, a calf that comes apart a little bit in behind his shoulder, both in the way it couples on his spine and into his rib cage. He's a bit steeper through the point of his shoulder and kind of straighter in his knee perhaps. But here's a big boxy hip steer that squares out of his tailhead and rump design. When we get him just right, he's tempting. When he comes apart a little bit, it hurts him some. Three good steers, in that class. Another nice individual, kind of greener made, slicker haired, finer bone calf that just gives up too much product in the buzzsaw class that he ended up in. This is going to be quite a breed here. Good steers.
Interesting class of maintainer females, and the young man's female here is one we feel like comes to the top quite handily. She's one that's really long-necked, really maternal about her front 1/3 and the way she ties it at her shoulder. She's level top, she's level hipped, and what catapults her to the top of the class is she is the most correct on her feet and legs in this particular class. Young man's got a nice female here. You're going to be the winner today. The Baldy heifer coming next here, one that we really appreciate her body type. I think when we analyze this one, through her front 1/3, through her rib cage, out her hip, I think she's really maternal and she reads with a lot of goodness. We'd certainly like to change her structure, especially her hind leg on this one though. When we compare to that class winner, she's one that's got a bit more set to that hind leg, that's straighter in those pasterns, and that translates in to when she moves, she just doesn't get out and travel just as free and easy as what we'd like to see. Her heifer coming next, one that's got some muscle, she's got some width, she's just a bit shorter coupled about her front 1/3 and through the whole center portion of her body. We'd like to lengthen her up and just give her a more maternal, flatten her look through her front 1/3. And finally, our heifer that's going to round the class off, one that does have a nice maternal look. And I think we talk about a brood cow, this one's going to make a good cow for this young man. She just gives up some foot and bone and some overall power to these other heifers in here today.
Another nice class of these trio of these maintainer heifers out here, and I think a real cool place to start. Really an up-headed, eye-appealing type female. that's still got a nice maternal look from her shoulders back in terms of just the shape and dimension that she's got through her center body. You know, maybe you can make her just a rib longer, and I think that's where the heifer in second keeps it a little closer. But still, at the end of the day, we think, me and Andy both think this one wins rather handily for us. She just laid in a little smoother and neater through her shoulder. Heifer that's just a little more correct and eye-appealing all the way through. The heifer that comes out here in second, you know, she's a big, high-performing female. I love the length of body and the extension from her shoulder back that she's got. I think as you kind of break this one down, for us, just gets just a nickel planer, a nickel rounder there at the point of her shoulder. Maybe it doesn't handle that hind leg quite as nicely as the heifer that we used to start with, but certainly functional in her own right. Good pair of cattle there on the top end. Young lady's black and white heifer that's going to come out here in third, a female that, you know, respective in her own right. I think her neck ties in right at the top side of her shoulder. I think her length of stride is acceptable. She just gets outpowered and outhorsed with a pair of cattle there that go out in front of her. A good lineup of maintainers there in that class of Januaries. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, let me catch you up over on the heifer side. Class 131, maintainer heifers. First place, Drew McCullough, Allerton, Iowa. Second place to Olivia Briggs of Letts. Third to Bradley Wilms of New Market. And fourth to Nathan Nab of Loudon. That was placings for class 131. Maintainer heifers. Placings for class 132. First place, Riley Rogers, Searsboro. Second place, Clara Ballinger of Moravia. Third to Braylon Meyer of West Union. That was placings for class 132. Final class of maintainer heifers now showing. Final class of 2 maintainer heifers. Then Judge Zach Butler and Andy Higgins will be selecting your 2020 champion maintainer female.
As we move into our final class in the maintainer female show, really nice female that's going to win this class. One that's really unique about her front 1/3 and one that just offers a really nice look about her head and neck. One that is certainly very deep through the center portion of her body. Really nice in terms of balance. Just a nice female that's going to win this class. Her heifer coming out in second here, I think one that in terms of foot and bone, you know, she excels our class winner. She's bigger footed, she's bigger boned. She's one that's got some shape to her. I guess for us, we'd like to just change the way her head's designed and the way she ties into her jaw. Just give her a more maternal look there. One that maybe we'd like to just square her up at that hip some, but one that offers a lot of quality, and depending upon what you're going to do with that one on down the roads, I think she'll make a nice cow as well.
Well, me and Doc standing out here looking at this class and talking, this is probably the closest pair we've seen thus far today, just in how close this top end of them are out here. And they couldn't be more different as far as their type and kind. There's one that you want to buy into and like, and then there's one that hits you harder off the get-go. And if you just stick with your initial impression when these things hit the ring, man, this black and white calf is one burly, stout-legged, big-backed, and I mean huge-hipped rascal. That thing's foot size and feature is almost fat steer-like at this stage of the game, and yet he's still so smooth and slick about his underline, and that calf's plenty sound for both of us just in the way he reaches out of his hind leg and the way he reaches out of his shoulder. Now, with that being said, you probably need to make him a little bit neater there to the edge of his shoulder, and when you study his head and his neck quality, he's a little jammed up and a little coarser there, but man, when he gets popped off from the side, I think it's certainly not an issue. The one you want to like's the one in second, because young lady, this thing is, I mean, freakazoid looking from the side. It's hard to make them that long-necked and good about their lower jawline, and yet still have them so square out of the backside of their shoulder and out of their upper hip. That calf's got plenty of product and plenty of mass for us, and from the side, I think he's extremely good looking and hard to put together. We just study him from a practicality standpoint. He's probably not quite as opened up or as bold about his forerib as the one that precedes him, and then when you study that one, he's probably got a little added grow as well. But man, that's a really close pair. Go ahead and do what you want with them. We're going to use the more moderate, stouter, and denser one today. Young man in third brings us a huge hipped one. This is a big square-hipped calf that's plenty good about his top line. Back length reads good, and body shape reads extremely right. And the reason he beats the calf that's going to wind up in fourth is because he's laid back neater in terms of the set to his shoulder, and I think he's a nickel square in the way he plants out of his hind leg. That's a good-bodied and practical kind of a calf that's got the basics covered. To get above the two ahead of him, though, just like to see a little bit more look to the crest of his neck, a little bit neater at the base of his shoulder as well. Calf coming out next is one that's got a lot of good pieces because he's huge hip, he's good about his top side of his skeleton. We just read him in terms of practicality. We need to make that guy bolder and softer back into his flank. Need to lay him back in terms of the set to his shoulder as well. And then the young lady that comes out here in fifth, it brings us a moderate, big hipped and good feed and easy fleshing kind of a calf. Just to make that one a show steer, we need to make him more aesthetically pleasing from the side and better in the way he reaches out of his rear wheels.
As we get back out here for this champion drive and your maintainer females, you know, if you look around, you can tell that there's a lot of attention going on here in this particular drive, and I think there should be. I think this lineup of cattle, I know we've said it in a breed or two earlier today, but I'm not going to take anything away from them. I think maybe in our mind, from top to bottom, I think this is a solid and uniform set that we've brought back out here today. And so, you know, we had some really big classes to sort through. I think the quality always works its way to the top, and we bring these females back out here, and they're tremendous. I mean, you can start with the heifer that comes out of that first class and work your way all the way down through them. There's certainly some things that, you know, you could nitpick and change, and one's a little better here and there, but I tell you what, we're certainly pleased with all of them. You know, there's 2 or 3 heifers out here that are going to get left standing, and it's unfortunate. You know, they could go to a lot of shows and do a lot of winning, and I'm sure they will on down the road. You just get another guy out here with a different opinion, and he's certainly going to do something maybe a little bit different. But you know, I feel like me and Andy, we've worked well together for a long time, and as we get back out here, I think me and him both see these cattle a lot alike. There's a heifer out here that hit us really, really hard, and we still feel like that one's an awfully good one. We'll go out here and show you the one we like for champion. We'll give you another look for reserve, but if you would, give these maintainer exhibitors for bringing out an awesome set of cattle.
Your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion maintainer coming out of Class 130. That's Jenna Talk. From Pro, Jenna Talk from Pro. Coming into contention, second in class, Pacey Hawkins, Cincinnati. Your reserve champion coming out of the last class, that's Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. So your 2020 champion maintainer females, Jenna Tlock from Pro, reserve Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap. Next up on the heifer side, we're going to go into the purebred main, or no, we're going into the main Angus division, a new division, somewhat new division. Main Angus, 3 classes, single entry class here, class 134.
This young lady's brought us a single entry main Angus here to start this particular show off. And she's got a really good female here. I think one that offers a lot of goodness in terms of just fundamentals of good cattle. This one's deep bodied. She's good rib. She's bold rib. Still gives us a nice look and a good structured package. Doing a nice job getting her shown as well. Congratulations, young lady.
a real nice class and 3 extra high quality cattle here at the front end. That being said, the class winner still daylights them, in my opinion, our opinion. 2 versus, you got your girl switched them steers 2 times on me now. This one goes second, that one goes third. You switched them. I pulled them the other way twice. All right, that's the way we call them. Great class, as I mentioned. I just think this one here daylights them, even though there's 2 extra special cattle in here with him. Lead him around the ring slow, head him towards the gate. That thing is huge-bodied, and we've got worlds of balance, up-headed, clean pattern, beautiful underline, big ribs, stout back, power hind-legged steer. Man, he's got fat steer written all over him in a show steer package, and that's a unique combination. That's one of the unique calves we've seen to this point today, in my opinion. This pair of cattle has some give and take in them. Well, we're going to use the cleaner neck, longer fronted, more up-headed, certainly nicer balanced steer. Let's lever out his pins. His tail head sets more securely on the end of his spine than the steer behind him. He's more accurate in the set and structure and movement on his rear leg, and he's a trimmer underline steer that's smoother blended from his shoulder back. And I think that one runs in a real tough class, but I think that one's got a lot of future as a fat steer. He's so tidy in the way he's built through his front end. See how expansive in his rib cage, big, bold, and smooth and strong in his top, and level and square in his kind. The steer coming in here next, I like real good when he comes in, and he's appealing to me from a thickness of loin and just a rear view, the total amount of butt that he's got. He can get a little deeper in his neck, and that tailhead throws him out of balance some. Not quite the looseness of skeleton or the extension of front end or the overall balance. And I'm not nitpicking your calf, young lady. That's 3 good steers in a strong class. And here is another one in a different breed and a different time. Can be second or win a lot of classes today and tomorrow too, I suspect. He's a little stiffer in his movement and undoubtedly a shorter hip kind of steer that doesn't travel with the authority and balance and squareness from behind that we find in the front end of them, but just an awful good steer. 4 good cattle remain. I'm going to place them on balance and kind. I think we've got more shape and more product in the two cattle that have to bring up the tail end of this class. They got a nice look. They're long, clean, smooth, pretty attractive cattle. Steers that just don't have enough power and gas in their tank today. Awesome class.
Back over here in the heifer ring on the main Angus side, a really unique one to start off with. This young lady's heifer is just so attractive and so eye-appealing, and yet another one that's still got a nice maternal look when you study her through her center body and rib. We'll give her another look when we get her back out in our champion drive, but one me and Higgins like a great deal. Heifer coming out here in second. This one's no slouch either, guys. It's a pretty nice animal. She's got some foot size and some bone size to her. I think you compare to that class winner, maybe gets just a little rounder in her kind, but still that's a high quality heifer. Congratulations to her. And our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, a female that's got as much advantage in terms of her overall length of body and extension. I think just from a structure standpoint, I'd like to reassemble her off of her rear two there a little bit, just give her a little more easier fleshing kind of a look. But a good trio of cattle there in that main Angus division. Congratulations to them.
All right, catch up over on the heifer side. Placings for Class 134, single entry, Kenley Holmes, Wellman. Placings for second class, main Angus heifers, Class 135. First place, Abri Belcher of Blakesburg. Second place, Jenna Belt, Orange City. Third, Dalton Zidlicki of Decorah. Currently entering the ring, Class 136, final class of main Angus heifers. All right, let me catch you up over on the steer side. Kianina Division, first class, 219. First place, Joshua Derbyshire, Morning Sun. Second to Macy Groon of Manning. Third, Wesley Clemens of Bernard. Fourth to Clayton Yoder of Reading. That was placings for class 219, 220. First place, Nora Lund, Corning. Second place, Chloe Rogers, Iowa City. Third, Jax Pryor of Woodbine. Fourth, Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. And fifth, to Ashlyn Voss of Tipton. That was placings for class 220, Kianina Steers. Placings for class 221. First place, Dylan Manning, Waukee. Second place, Alexis Voss, Dexter. Third place, Avery Shala of Riverside. Fourth place, Ethan Heitsusen of Williamsburg. Fifth, to Drake Axmere of North English. Sixth, to Jack Walter of Creston. Seventh, to Ethan Fast of Nottoway. And eighth, to Jacob Ringcob of Mobile. That was placings for class 221. Kianina Steers currently in the ring. Class 222, then there's 223, and selection of champion key steer. If you have family at home, friends at home that would like to be watching your child or their cattle show, LiveAuctions.TV is here. I failed to announce that as the show began. They're sitting right up here broadcasting the show for us. They're here every year, and we greatly appreciate that. Once again, that's LiveAuctions.TV. Go there and you can watch this show as it is unfolding free of charge.
We've got an awfully good class of Maine Angus females here, quality all the way through, and the one that's going to start the class is one that offers just a more unique look in our mind. I think this one hits you pretty hard when she gets her stop there. Really elegant about her front 1/3, really big and bold through the center portion of her body there, big swooping rib cage on her, beautiful big hind leg, and when you get behind her, she's got plenty of power and width and dimension to go along with that. One, like I said, just gives you a really cool look. Nice female that's going to win our class. Two heifers in second and third. Now, we're not taking anything away from them because these two are really maternal in their type and kind. They're ones that are good through the center portion of their body, their bold rib. They're good in their forerib all the way back into their flank, and I think that reads maternal ability on down the road. The heifer here in second, probably not quite as attractive and extended up through her front 1/3. Certainly probably doesn't set down on as much bone as that heifer that wins the class, but a lot of quality, just runs into a really good one in front of her. Young man's heifer that's going to round the class off here, another one that we like a great deal in terms of her functionality, good through the center portion of her body. She's got some power, she's good structured. She comes out as just a nickel shorter body than the two above her. We'd like to just stretch her out some in comparison to those two. High quality class though.
All right, placings for the final class of Maine Angus heifers, class 136. First place, Abby Tlock of Prole. Second place to Campbell Thomas of State Center. Third to Brady Belcher of Blakesburg. Judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler. Lost it, Zach, sorry. Andy Higgins, Zach Butler, going to pick your champion Maine Angus heifer here right now. If I said maintainer, I meant Mang Angus. Sorry. I'm losing it.
Really good pair of these steers up here on the top end of this class, and they're different. I think there's one that's a little safer, and then there's one that's a little more out there. The one that reads safer just as far as the build of his forerib, the length of his cannon, and the depth of his body is the young lady right here that's going to win this class. I think he's the shorter back steer that's also a nickel better in terms of the set to his shoulder. I think he looks more practical in his view from the side, and yet that one's still plenty good looking and smooth for us at this stage of the game. Get down in there, maybe like to shorten up his outside toe as he walks right away, but I think that one's extremely good bodied. He's extremely flexible and a plenty powerful enough calf to go ahead and win this class. Steer in second has things about him that we like as good as any of them. That is one big square-hipped, long-necked, good-looking rascal that's jet level and shapely down the top side of his skeleton, and he's bold and good in terms of the turn to his upper rib right out of his spine. You just study him from the side, that one just reads a little longer back to longer cannon, maybe isn't quite as soft right there into his sheath or in his forerib as the one that goes ahead and precedes him, but man, if that one feeds, he's got a lot of pieces to make him awfully unique. Calf coming out in third was probably in the wrong class because he's just a little bit more moderate and chunkier than some of them down the lineup, but when you break them down pound for pound, that is one stout, big-backed and awesome-bodied rascal that's got all the meat and potatoes a guy could want because he's so stout and shapely out of his upper hip. Back length is really, really good, and he's really soft through the center part of his body. Compare him to two bigger and longer ones ahead of him, he's more jammed up and compact ahead of his shoulder. Probably need to lay him in there a notch smoother in that regard as well. Chromed up calf coming out next is one that can hit you hard because he's cool marked, he's good and square out of his upper hip, he's level about his spine, and when this young lady gets that one set up, I think he's got an extremely good look as far as his depth of jaw and length of neck. Compare him to the ones ahead of him, though, he just reads tighter and drier about his body shape. Like to rearrange him in the way he walks away out of those rear wheels as well. Calf coming out next is one that's extremely smooth, good-bodied, and sound. Just need to make that guy stouter down the top side of his skeleton and flare him out down into his stifle. Calf coming next is the opposite because he's actually got a lot of bulge and flare there in through his lower hip. He's square in his pin set. Need to make that guy looser about his spine and pick him up in his chest when he goes. And then the young man that rounds out the class has a really big-legged, burly kind of a calf. Need to make that one more dynamic in terms of his view through his front 1/3.
Over here on the heifer side, we get ready to pick your champion Maine Angus female, and again, I think we've got a tremendous lineup of these cattle. Once again, you know, we like to start them at the ground and see these things be sound and functional and fluid in their movement, and then again, you know, still look like cows, and I think we kind of paint the picture once again out here with this champion drive. There's some quality amongst us, no doubt. I think there's a pair of cattle out here that for us suit me and Andy a great deal. I think one today is just a little bigger boned, a little stouter, a more robust in her kind, but still gives you a real nice, attractive look. Then another female that I think her day is certainly coming, just so sharp and elegant and correct in regards to her lines and the shape to her underline. A good pair of cattle we'll use for champion. But if you would, give these exhibitors a big hand for bringing out an awesome set.
Your 2020 champion Maine Angus. Coming out of Class 3, 136, Abby Tlock of Prole. And your reserve, coming out of Class 135, that's Abry Belcher of Blakesburg. Is that right? Abry Belcher of Blakesburg, reserve. Next up on the heifer side, we'll be starting your high main division, main and Jew heifers high percentage. And over on the steer side, catching you up on Class 222, Kianina steers, first place Ashley Beetlesbacher of Lamar, second to Hunter Anderson of Algona, third Tyson Maurer of Ladora, fourth to Taylor Rosenboom of Bussy, fifth, Bridget Smith, Wayland. Sixth to Emma Saylor of Delmar. And seventh to Andrew Matthias of Fairbank. Once again, that was placed in Class 222, Class 223 currently in the ring. That will be your final class of Kianina steers. Then Judge Dr. Dave Dwillow, P.D. Miller will be selecting your champion Kianina steer.
Another extra good steer to start Class 5 of the heavyweight class of the Keys. A little bit weaker class, but certainly an individual that warrants a fairly good explanation. He's big ribbed and big topped, weighing 970 something, square hip, kind of an old calf. In here, he just daylights him with his structure and balance and power. If we were going to change him in an ideal world, I'd like to just reproportion that steer. We'd put a higher percentage of his weight in the rear third of his body. Trim him up through his chest and jaw, set him back in his shoulder, deepen him in his flank, and then put more power in his twist. If we could do that, it'd make him awful tough. Here's a good early kind of a steer. Going to be ready here sometime soon, but a good individual, and just appears to be an easy feeding one that'll sure enough get fat, stay sound, and look good. He's a nice calf. The black and white one's next most like him from a top shape and dimension, from a composition standpoint and a body shape standpoint and a presentation standpoint. He's next most like our class winner. He falls short some in terms of set and flexibility, particularly off his hind leg, a little bit shorter kind of a rump steer, but he falls very, very handily, quite easily into the second position. The three that remain, there's some give and take in them. We left them just like they stand, in that the third place steer is kind of trashy necked and long sheath, but he's sounder. He's more moderate in his frame size. He appears a more likely steer to finish at a reasonable size or weight, and he's very similar in composition to the big, longer bodied, taller, growthier, heavier, higher performance steers that structurally just don't quite get there and not enough muscle shape about them. Dang good class winner. Been a good strong key show.
Starting off our high main show, a really unique individual, I think, here to lead off. One that's really big featured, I think. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's big-bodied, and still puts it all together in a really ladylike package. One that gives us a unique look about her front one-third. Get her out on the go. She gets out moved like one's supposed to. Really high quality one to start this particular breed off. Our heifer here in second. When she come in, I told Zach, I said, you know, that one's built pretty dang good right there. She's certainly greener than the heifer that wins the class. Probably not as hairy today, but we don't hold that against her because we think this one's really genuine in her build. She's long neck, she's level and flexible down her spine. When you get her out on the go, she moves like one's supposed to. Probably gives up a little size and just pure out dimension to the one above her. Good female though, I think her better days are ahead of her. Heifer coming next, one that's certainly very powerful and bold at her hip. You know, when we compare to this one to the two above her, we think she gives up some of the genuine depth of body and overall just softness through her. We'd like to tuck that tail head, gets out and moves a little freer and easier off both ends than the heifer that rounds the class off. Finally, the young lady here in the blue shirt, heifer that's got some added size and scale. We just like to free her up off both ends of her skeleton when we get her out on the go.
All right, I'll catch you up over on the Keaney and the steer side. Final class placings for the Keaney and the steer division, class 223. First place, Hunter Holgraffer of Bryant. Second to Kelton Kralik of Creston. Third, Riley Lockard of Altoona. Fourth to Cade Dugan of Kellerton. And fifth to Hayden R. Wade of Oxford. Dr. Dave Duello, P.D. Miller, now selecting your champion, Keaney and the steer. Let me tell you a little bit more about our steer judges today. Dr. Dave Duello would be the fellow with the glasses, I guess. Hails from Pine Bluff, Wyoming. He's a graduate of Iowa State, got his bachelor's and doctorate there. While he was there, he judged on the judging team, the national champion judging team, and then he went on to coach 4 years, in which 2 of those 4 years as a coach, they were national champions, which is actually very impressive. He was raised in Brandon, Iowa, and currently runs about a 400 head cow-calf operation right there on the Wyoming-Nebraska line, producing mainly show cattle. He's got some breed cattle, Shars and Semis and Angus, but mainly just good crossbred show cattle. I had the honor of filming his bred heifer sale for him that he holds in Denver every year, the Western Elite that's been there for about 10 or 12, 15 years. And certainly very knowledgeable when it comes to the cattle industry, especially the show cattle industry. That's Dr. Dave Duello, good friend of mine. The young man with him is P.D. Miller, another Wyoming resident, hails from Torrington, Wyoming. He's a graduate of Butler Community College and Oklahoma State University, where he was on national championship teams at each college, JUCO and OSU. He was also the high individual for both colleges while judging. He currently resides at home there in Torrington, Wyoming, on his family operation as the show cattle manager for M. Lazy Heart Ranch. That's P.D. Miller. Once again, if you have loved ones at home wanting to see their family show, exhibit, or breeders wanting to see the cattle show, LiveAuctions.TV is sitting right up in the crow's nest to the north. They're here every year, and we are grateful for that. broadcast. So you can tell your family back home if they're bored and sitting in their recliner to pull up LiveAuctions.TV, and you can sure watch your youngsters show. Also, once again, a reminder about if you want a picture taken, you do not have to be a champion or reserve champion to go down to the backboard and have your picture taken. They come in pretty handy for breeders and just actually memorabilia. So 2 or 3, Zach and Rachel run around the ring getting candids. Diana Hamilton back at the backdrop. So if you need a picture, get back there.
Sure, we'll have a lot of things, or I hope we do a lot of things to clap about and congratulate him for. But I think it's worth a second here to congratulate these exhibitors on a whale of a set of key steers. Lined up here, the first and seconds are just really deep. If you would give them a nice round of applause, and we'll describe them to you. You knew it would be, and here they are, really. Every class. And in the seconds and thirds and fourths, and those deals were really, really tough. I guess, in our opinion, there's a tremendous amount of quality in here, but when the dust all settles, I think there's 2 steers that fit together. I think there's 2 steers that are ultra high quality. I think there are 2 steers that are productive looking, practical, good feeding show steers with some muscle and some balance and some structure. And what's unique about them is they also look like their sister might function on this earth. And I think that's a pretty unique situation. I don't know that I'm going to talk all of them. at great detail. This calf that threw the first thing, he's cool looking and got a lot of shape to him. I find him borderline quick to run as a big dance. The black and white one's burly legged and really stout backed. He's a little plainer necked and coarser. We're running in some really deep waters here. He's an excellent steer that could be a player. Sure enough, as a fat steer, it goes without saying, we bragged and bragged and bragged about him. Your champion steer is going to come out of Class 3, and I think he daylights them. That thing is big rib and sound and stout and thick and good looking and maxed out. That's my kind of stock. He'll be a good champion steer. The calf behind him, the young lady's got in the purple, just really a practical, good old kind of a calf, a little deeper, and his throat latch can get just a little awkward in his leg, but he's big backed and sound and easy feeding. And if you'd lead him out of there so we can bring the second place steer over, young lady, just bring him on in. Here comes your reserve champion, Keith Steer, right here. This one gives up some weight, but he doesn't give up anything to anybody else that walked in this ring, in this division, and perhaps today. He is one well-balanced, good-looking rascal. He's youthful and he's kind. He's sharp in his features. He's sound and attractive and stout and good-looking. My congratulations to him. Big round of applause. Thank the kids. Grand Reserve Champion Keith.
Over here on your purebred main side, I think we've got a pair of cattle here at the top end that are exceptional. And again, I'm not going to argue with anybody around ringside which one they like better. Me and Andy both like them both a great deal. We'll just kind of tell you the differences we see in them. The young lady's white flanked heifer that we're going to use to start with. I think of the pair, she's the female that's a little deeper through the center part of her rib. You get in behind these cattle and she just has a little more base width and a little more dimension down her top and out of her hip. And I think it's through her hip there that we probably prefer her a little better than the heifer in second. I think she's a little more correct in the way it's laid onto her skeleton. I think she's the one that's just a little longer hipped of the pair as well. Is she as attractive and as long-bodied as the heifer in second? No, there's no question there. That's kind of what kept it close for us. The heifer here in second gives you a real nice look. I appreciate the extension that she's got from her shoulders back. I think in time, this one's going to be ultra competitive on down the road. Just need to soften her up a little bit and see her come out as just a nickel stouter. That's a good pair of cattle there on the top end. From there, again, there's maybe a little sort here and there, but for us, the type and kind of cattle that we like is the young lady's heifer coming out here in third. You know, she's not the biggest one out here. She's not the hairiest one, but I think her basics are correct. She's sound. She's functional. She's got a nice feminine maternal look about her. She gets a little out-horsed and a little out-powered with the heifers that go 1 and 2, but this one's a really, really high-quality individual in her own right. Young man's heifer going to come out here next. I think when this young man gets this one stopped and gets her parked, well, she gives you a really incredible type of a look, super up-headed and attractive, or really a nice set to her hind leg there at the stand. Wanting to fight that halter a little bit, and I think that kind of just works against her a little bit out here today. It's tough to get a true honest read on her structure. She's maybe wanting to paddle a little bit up front, kind of get outside of herself. Female that's just a little rounder in her kind, but super attractive up-headed heifer there to go in the fourth hole. Young man's heifer that's going to come out here next. Another one that ties her neck right at the top side of her shoulder. From there back, I appreciate the genuineness and the freshness that she comes to us in. Again, there's just not as much body and dimension in this female to get her up any higher here today. Our young lady's heifer that's going to come out next, one that's got some performance and got some power, just not the right kind of look and balance to get her up any higher. And our heifer that we conclude with, a female that's got a nice youthful presence about her, just not enough cow there, not enough structural integrity to get her any higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors again.
All right, let me catch you up over on the steer side. Your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Kenyan steer, coming out of Class 221. That's Dylan Manning from Waukee. Dylan Manning, your reserve was Alexis Voss from Dexter, both out of Class 221. Once again, your champion key steers, Dylan Manning was champion, Alexis Voss was reserve.
Well, there's three good cattle out here in the ring, but the one up front, I don't care if he's white, black, purple, red, or blue. That one's a good calf. He's a smoke show in terms of muscle, balance, and proportionality from the side, and yet he's so burly and dense about his body. That's a big-legged one that they work awfully well. That's enough talking about an awfully good calf to go ahead and win this class. Darker gray steer in second's one that's got a lot of look. You know, he's chiseled up about his jaw, extremely good looking about his head and his neck quality, and comparatively, he's probably a nickel neater right there at the point of his shoulder. You just study him for true mass and body. He gets tighter back into his flank. Maybe even though he's a nickel frailer, his pastern still doesn't set down quite as well as the one that's awfully good to go ahead and precede him. Then the orange calf that comes out in third is one that's balanced. He's proportional in his look from the side, really neat about his neck attachment and smooth about his shoulder. Just compare him to a pair of awfully nice ones ahead of him. Need to make that one more powerful down through his hip and his stifle, make him more coordinated in the way he goes out of his rear wheels as well.
All right, let me catch you up over on the heifer side here. Class 137, new division, the high mains, the main and high percent main and juice. Placements for class 137, first place, Abby Talak of Prohl. Second to Kennedy Eskildson of Northwood. Third, Madison Rogers Solon. Fourth to Danny Garavel of Anamosa. And fifth to Sailor Rosenboom of Bussy. That was placings for 137. Placings for 138. First place, Olivia Noonan Bernard. Second place to Ashton Danker of Avoca. Third to Madison McCullough of Allerton. Fourth to Tucker Klima, I'm going to say, of Walker. Fifth to Robert Schaefer of Bryant. Sixth to Addison Moeller of Beeman. And seventh to Jaden Condon of Fort Dodge. That was placings for class 138. Currently in the ring, class 139. And this is the final class of high mains right here. Then Judge Andy Higgins and Zach Butler will be selecting your champion high main heifer.
Another really competitive class in the high main show, and a young lady's female that we're going to lead off with does a lot of things right in our minds. One that's just super flexible down her spine, one that reads with a lot of trueness down her spine and out her hip. Love the hind leg on this one. I think she still offers the right kind of body shape and rib shape and a really maternal looking package. Just a really high quality female that's going to start this particular class. And young man's heifer that's going to come out here in second, another one that we like a great deal in terms of her maternal look. This one is one that's super deep bodied. She's one that's really bold rib. You know, she's probably not as long and as extended as that heifer that wins the class, not as neat about her chest, but nevertheless, we think that's one that offers a lot of goodness in terms of quality and functionality. The heifer coming out next here, without a shadow of a doubt, is the longest bodied heifer we got here in the class. And she gets this one parked. I think she gives us a nice look when we get her out on the go, though. This one, for me, I think we'd just like to change the way she handles her hip and her hock and her hind leg. She wants to get a bit tighter, more restricted in her hock. We'd just like to see that one get out and move a little freer and easier. Finally, the young lady's heifer that rounds our class off here, one with some added size and scale, just gives up some of the depth of body and overall broodiness of the ones above her today.
Over on the steer side, new division, Charlet Steers, first place, first class, goes to Macy Jacobson, Osceola. Second place to Avery Mather of State Center. Third to Craig Allen Becker of Atlantic. Once again, that's class 224, first of two classes of Charlet steers.
As we bring these purebred mains back out here to you once again, you know, me and Andy were talking earlier, when the quality's this good, it certainly makes it a lot of fun to sort through these cattle. Not only is it fun to look at good ones, but you can find the ones that suit you. You know, there's some shows that you might have to sort through and use cattle that's maybe not just ideal, but that, you know, they're the best ones that day, and that's what you got to go with. And up to this point, I think throughout the breeds, we've been able to find cattle that suit both me and Andy what we're trying to do. You know, females that can not only go to the next generation and produce offspring that can come back out here in this heifer ring, but try to find some females that can make some bulls as well. You know, what we do at home, we try to sell some bulls, and if it wasn't for that, you know, we don't sell the $50,000, $60,000 animals that a lot of these things cost nowadays, and so we have to find a market for these bulls, and I think the heifers we've used up to this point, I think can go out and produce for the next generation, whether it's females or bulls alike, and you know, that holds true again out here in this particular lineup. These females have got the right kind of structure, the right kind of look, and they've got some stoutness and some power to them as well. And with that said, again, you know, we're going to kind of keep up what we've been doing. We're not going to go back through and nitpick each one of these again, but there's a pair of females out here that suit us a great deal. One in particular, I think, wins handily for us, and then just a really solid heifer to go in reserve. But if you would, give these purebred main exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a couple champions.
Back at the Charlet steer side, another class, just 4 entries, 2 awfully good ones, and a very placeable pair of steers. Though the bright white steer is going to win pretty handily, and that he's just really a wedge-shaped rascal. That thing is awesome through his shoulder. He comes back into a big, strong top, and you might not believe it if you don't get a chance to stand right behind him. This steer's got more true center stifle. He's got more twist than the big burly steer right behind him does. I think that one has got one world of future in him. He's an athletic, up-headed, great structured, good-footed, great pasturing steer that's real wedge-shaped. Looks like an easy feeding, easy traveling, easy doing, high quality individual. The calf that's second to him is no slouch, and he's real good, in fact. He at first glance gives you the burlier look. He's hairier legged, he's bigger bone, he's got more total body. He may have as much dimension up high, but you really get to studying him. But perhaps the widest part of his body is the center of his shoulder, and he narrows into his rib cage. He's narrower in his twist than he is out of his, and he goes to his twist, and he just wants to come apart a little bit down his top line compared to the calf in front of him. Just a very few numbers of Charcross steers, but to this point, some excellent individuals. Very placeable in that the orange or the gold steer is just more practical. He's more moderate. He's more secure in his front leg design. He hinges better out of his knee and front foot. He's stronger topped. He's certainly a calf that's got more relative shape and expression of product throughout. He just runs in a really tough class. The big extended growthy, high performing, heavier steer, just kind of steep in his shoulder, and a big flat made rascal that runs in a real tough play.
All right, over on the heifer side, your champion high main heifer coming out of class 137, that's Abby Tlock from Pro. Reserve coming out of class 138, Olivia Noonan from Bernard. That's your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion high main heifers. Abby Tlock Grand, Olivia Noonan Reserve. Placings for that last class of high main heifers. First place, Elizabeth Shable, Storm Lake. Second place, Landon Tibkin of Wyota. Third, Adelaida Ebersol of Kellerton. And fourth, to Savannah Moeller of Beeman. That was placings for the final class of high main heifers, class 139. Coming in the ring now, we got the mini herfs.
As we start this mini Hereford show off, we're going to let these two guys just stay right here where they are. The young man, your female, is going to win this class. I think this one, she's giving him a little hard time out here, but hey, they got to come to town sometime. You got a really good heifer. She's one that's really long neck. She's one that's got a lot of stoutness and power. Really cool rib cage to her, really highly presented. You got a nice female, young man. Keep up the good work. Young lady, you've got a nice one as well. I think this one is one that reads with a really maternal look. She's one that's really square out her hip. Probably just gives up some of the overall circumference of bone and foot size to that one above her. But you two young showmen here are doing an excellent job. Keep up the good work.
I don't care if we saw 2 classes or 200 classes of these Charolais steers. There's 4 out here in the ring that are flat good. You talk about making muscular, big hipped, big backed, and thick kind of cattle that have plenty of substance down at the surface and yet can still get out and motor and have a dynamic look from the side. I think there's 4 of them out here that fit the bill. And going through talking about these things, the steer up front, when he hit the ring, me and Doc were kind of taken aback about how good that one was because he's so level and proportional. That's a burly bodied, dense one that's got the big pipes that still get out and motor, and yet he's dynamic in his look and his neck attachment. Bring him back out here, and he's probably got a little more in his lower shoulder and wants to push out of his front end, but man, that one is stout and he is good looking. And then you talk about him, your second class winner, one that's just so balanced and looks like a fat steer already. His chest to flank to center body ratio is impeccable. That's a big hip, big ended calf as well. That's extremely mobile out of his front skeleton and good in the set to his hind leg. Difference between that pair of cattle is one's a little smoother shouldered and reaches better out of his front end. That's why the young lady out of the second class is going to have your champion Charolais. Young lady out of the first will be reserve.
All right, over on the mini Herf side, placings for class 140. First place, Lane White, Blakesburg. Second place to Claire Christensen of Linden. That was class 140 of the mini Herfs. All right, over on the steer side, we just selected a Grand and Reserve Charolais steer for the 2020 Iowa Beef Expo. Your champion Charolais steer coming out of class 225. That's Harbor Loinahan of Russell, Iowa. Your reserve was Macy Jacobson from Osceola. Macy Jacobson, Osceola, had your reserve Charolais steer, Harbor Loinahan, Russell, Iowa, your champion. Placings for that second class of Charolais steers: first place, Harbor Loinahan; second to Alexis Voss of Dexter; third to Mason Rosenboom of Haywarden; and fourth to Susie Fredericks of Milo. We are now entering the Angus steer division.
Nice class of these mini Hereford heifers over here, and a good pair on the top end. I think a lot of similarities amongst the cattle. I guess at the end of the day here for me and Andy, the young man's heifer we're going to use to start with. I think one just a little more feminine, one a little smoother made through the point of her shoulder there, but yet she's still got enough power and enough dimension. Super good structured there at the ground. Both these heifers are good in terms of their build. I guess for us, like I said, the one we used to start with just has a little more eye appeal out here today for us. Young man's heifer that's going to come out here in second, really powerful female, just big-footed, big-boned, a lot of dimension to this young heifer. You know, you get in behind these cattle and you appreciate her there. Again, relative to that class winner, maybe a nickel planer through her front 1/3, a little more chest in this one, maybe not quite as ideal out of her hip, but a good pair of cattle there on the top end. Young lady's heifer going to come out next. Again, I think she most likely resembles those females that go 1 and 2. She's one that's got some look about her, and she's got a nice structural base there to ground. Maybe wants to get up in her spine a little bit, maybe not quite the rib shape and dimension of some of those other cattle, but doing a really nice job. Young man coming out here in a cowboy hat, doing a good job with his calf as well. One's a little slicker hair, not holding that against her. I think kind of what you see is what you get. She's a long-bodied, long-strided female. Again, just gets a little shallower bodied, a little deeper in her chest, a little broken there in her loin, but a nice heifer as well. Young lady's calf coming out here next in line, a little more upstanding type of female. Maybe not as ideal in regards to her structure. Same can be said for the heifer concluding the class, one that just needs to be reassembled there, but all those exhibitors doing an awesome job. Congratulations to them.
Well, a trio Angus steers over here on this side, they couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. We're going to go ahead and leave them the way they came in the ring, and the reason we do so is the calf up front, in terms of his skeletal maturity and feedability, just fits the bill best in terms of what we're looking for. That's the moderate one, that's the chubbiest in terms of his middle third. He's got a good shape up high, and then he's still an awfully sound steer that proportions well from the side. Need to make that one bigger legged, and I know he's not the fuzziest one in the world, but I think that's a place to start. Calf in second's got more length, he's got more grow, he's got more extension, and that's the fuzzier haired one that's got the neater look from the side through his head, neck, and chest. You just study that guy, and I think he's a little bit too upright in the build of his shoulder, gets tighter and drier back into his flank, and doesn't read quite as practical as the steer that precedes him. And the young lady that comes out in third brings us the one that's extremely moderate, and he's soft about his center body. Just get up on that guy, and he's too flat in the build of his rib. Need to lengthen him out in terms of his maturity pattern to work him up the line. Another excellent class of miniature Hereford females. Young man who's going to start this class off here. We like his female a great deal in terms of her balance. This one's one that's really smooth down her top line. She's one that's got some stoutness and boldness out her hip. Beautiful hind leg on this one and really highly presented. Just a really balanced kind of female that's going to start this class off here today. Young lady's female that's coming next. I think she's one that you have to admire for her squareness. She's one that's really level from hooks to pins. Certainly got some added length, some added extension to her. Probably just not quite as attractive in the way she's put together today as that heifer that's going to win our class, but we still think there's some quality there. We still think she fits into that second hole quite handily. Our young man's female that comes next here, one that does give you a really cool look. I think this one, she's one that's attractive about her front 1/3. She's one that's got some shape over her top. We think she just gives up some of the overall substance and overall dimension to the two above her in terms of her rib shape, especially through the center portion of her body. The young lady's female that comes next is one that's really smooth-shouldered. She's one that is more extended probably than the heifer right in front of her. I think we'd just like to set this one down in her tail head some, smoothing her up and neaten her up about that navel in her underline when you compare to these ones that stand above her today.
female that comes next here, she's one that does give us a nice look as well. We'd just like to change her some structurally. She wants to get a bit straighter shouldered, a bit deeper through her chest, but she's one that's square hipped as well, offers a lot of quality also. The two females that come out here next are ones that give up probably some of the size and overall dimension to the ones above them, but perhaps more importantly, I think we'd like to change the way they use their hind legs through their hock down into their pastern.
Got a pair of nice steers in this Angus class. We think there's some give and take in them. The steer that's going to lead off, certainly we like better in terms of his substance of bone and size of foot, in terms of the stoutness of hind leg that he presents. I think he has just a little more center body cavity. The second place steer's got a little more true shape in his top, but he's frailer structured and a little more restricted in his kind. Both attractive, both sure sound enough in their kind, and good-looking, nicely presented steers they just do an awful nice job with. The steer that's in third does so just from being the more fault-free of those that remain. I think we got just a little more strength and levelness of pattern, a little more top shape and rib design. A steer that certainly appears to be a little more moderate in his frame than one of them. And an easier feed and easier finish, and more likely to have the better carcass kind of cattle down the road. Two bigger, leaner, raw or made steers, just a little flatter in their makeup, but a nice pair of steers to start off with.
All right, let's get caught up over on the steer side in the Angus division. Class 226, first place, Devin Davis, Corden. Second to Ty Gonzer of Guthrie Center. And third to Madison Mixner of Packwood. That was placed for Class 226 Angus. Second and final class Angus steers, Class 227, first place, Tate Hagenberry of Coggan. Second to Lexi Knapp of Bloomfield. Third, James Garner, Mechanicsville. Fourth to Tayden Freeman of Cascade. And fifth to Susie Fredericks of Milo. Judges P.D. Miller, Dr. Dave Dwillow, now going to select your champion Angus steer.
Over here on the mini Hereford side real quick, I think this young lady that we've used this one to start with has got an exceptional female regardless of breed, regardless of size or color. You know, this one in regards to her structural or maternal look, I'll be honest with you, is right there with the ones we've evaluated of any breed up here today. She's doing an awesome job getting her shown. Really easy place to start for us. I think the heifer that comes in second that resembles her just in terms of a brood cow look and having some structural integrity. The young lady's heifer coming out here in second, you know, not as eye appealing and fresh and attractive as the one we start with, but still an easy keeping type of female. Young man's calf going to come out here in third. I think her advantages over the heifer in fourth, just in terms of her length of body and having a little more muscle shape and stoutness to her. And our young lady that's going to conclude the class, a heifer that you appreciate her for the way her neck ties high there at the top of her shoulder. I guess for us, just a little more restricted, a little harder keeping than some other cattle, but all of them doing a great job. Congratulations to them.
We'll get your Angus drive out here in the ring. We think it's pretty clear cut. There's a pair of cattle that are just higher quality as far as the presence they bring to the ring, and the look they have from the side, and yet still some more substance and mass. You talk about them just calves that are neater looking. They're sounder legged and yet still more muscular. We're going to go ahead and keep the two heavyweights out here in your Angus drive together. They'll be champion in reserve.
All right, your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion Angus steers, both coming out of class 227. Your champion, Tate Hagenberry of Coggan. Your reserve, Alexi Knapp of Bloomfield. Now I'll be moving into your percentage Aberdeen steers. Couple in there, then single entry Aberdeen steer, and then into the legendary Iowa Beef Expo market heifer division. All right, let me catch you up on some mini Herf adventures. On some heifer classes, the final class of high main heifers, class 139. First place was Elizabeth Shable, Storm Lake. Second to Landon Tipkin of Wyoda. Third to Adelaida Ebersol of Kellerton. Fourth to Savannah Moeller of Beeman. That was the final class, class 139 of the high mains. We moved into a new division over here, the mini Herfs. Class 140 mini Herfs. First place, Lane White, Blakesburg. Second place, Claire Christensen of Linden. Placings for class 141 mini Herfs. First place, Colton Christensen, Linden. Second to Lane White, Blakesburg. Third, Chloe Cronin of Knoxville. Excuse me. Fourth to Jace Murphy of Melrose. Fifth to Caitlin Cronin of Knoxville. Sixth to Crea Lee of Mount Pleasant. That was your placings for class 141 miniature Hereford females. Placings for class 142 miniature Herfs. First place, Colton Christensen, Linden. Second place to Caitlin Cronin of Knoxville. Third, Colton Finley of La Villa. Fourth to Hattie McCullum of Colo. Fifth. Sorry, David, go ahead.
No problem. Got a one class in this particular breed, the percentage Aberdeen. We're just going to weigh them from a product standpoint. The bigger bodied, further along in his finished steer is certainly the thickest ended, stoutest made, just a more productive looking calf of the pair.
Over here on the female side, our final class in the miniature Hereford show, and young lady here in the greens brought us an awfully nice female to start this class off, one that we think's really true in terms of her structure. We like the condition this one's in today. We think she's probably the freshest and right on where she needs to be in terms of condition. And with that being said, it makes her more attractive about her front 1/3. She's one that's square at her hip, just offers a really balanced look. Nice female that's going to start our class off. The heifer in second, we think this one offers a great deal of just overall mass and dimension. This one's bold ribbed, she's stout hipped. I guess if we were going to change this one any, we'd like to freshen her up. I think she's pushing a bit more condition than what we think she needs to have on her today to look good, because that one is good structured. She's got a nice hind leg, maybe just a little fatter than what we prefer. Young man's female coming next. We think this one's got a lot of shape over her top. She's one that's really wide when we get behind her. Maybe just a nickel straighter about her shoulder, a little more off in her hip than what we prefer, but one that offers some stoutness. This young man's female coming next here, another one that's tremendously stout. You want to talk about one that's square and flat over her top and out her hip. This is her. You know, she probably comes at us with a nickel more condition today than what we prefer as well. Makes her just not quite as attractive. And then finally, the heifer that rounds the class off, another one with a lot of boldness. She just wants to get a little weaker in her loin, a little shorter about her neck.
Well, just one little April-born Aberdeen steer out here, and by default, your division winner. But you talk about a calf that's really good in terms of his center body shape. He's sound in terms of the design of his feet and legs, and yet he's still got some substance and mass. A young lady brings us a nice one to go ahead and be a division champion.
Placings for Class 143, Miniature Herefords, first place, Kennedy Burns, Oxford, second place to Leah Muff of Ventura, third to Maverick Ossian of Letts, and fourth to Taylor Woods of Sigourney. That was placings for Class 143, Miniature Herefords, and placings for the final class of Miniature Hereford Heifers, Class 144, first place, Henley Holdgraffer of Bryant, second to Campbell Thomas, State Center, third to Logan Knowles of Albia, fourth Jack Murphy of Melrose, and fifth to Jace Murphy of Melrose. Now selecting your champion, Miniature Hereford female. All right.
Over here on our mini Hereford side, we're getting ready to pick you a champion in reserve, and once again, you know, a good set of cattle to sort through, and you know, kind of the same holds true for me and Higgins out here. We just try to find the good sound ones that got a nice maternal look and have some eye appeal, and I think these class winners in the respective seconds have done that for us out here today. There's a pair of cattle, one in particular I think wins rather handily, and then a real nice one to go in reserve. If you would, give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll show you how we like them.
For your 2020 Champion Miniature Hereford female coming out of Class 143, that's Kennedy Burns from Oxford, Iowa. Kennedy Burns, Oxford, Iowa. Coming into contention, Leah Muff from Ventura. Your reserve champion coming out of Class 141, that's Colton Christensen, Linden, Iowa. Colton Christensen will be your reserve champion miniature Hereford female.
We've only got one Foundation Red Angus female, but young lady brings us a really attractive one here, one that her neck just comes way out the top side of her shoulder, and that demands your attention, I think. And not only is she high neck, but she's good neck. She's clean chested, really feminine in her look, nice hind leg on her, just a really high quality single entry. Congratulations.
All right, let's catch up over on the market side. Class 228 Aberdeen Percentage Steers, first place. Maverick Ossian of Wet, second. Carson Schneiders of Del High. That was your Grand and Reserve Aberdeen Percentage Steers. Your champion purebred Aberdeen steer, single entry, Class 229, Amelia Schneiders of Del High. Currently in the ring, the first class of the Market Heifer Show, Class 230.
Nice single entry over here to start off our purebred Red Angus show. Young lady brings us this female here, really sound and functional at the ground, gives you a nice look. Just a young heifer calf. We'll look at her a little closer when we bring her back out for our champion after a couple more classes here, but congratulations to her on her class winner.
All right, over on the breeding side, Foundation Red Angus division, one entry, so that will be your champion going to Elizabeth Smith of Decorah. That was your champion for Foundation Red Angus. Then jumping into the purebred Red Angus division, Class 146, single entry, Leah Evans of Washington. Class 147, purebred Red Angus coming in. One more class after that, and then the judges will be selecting your champion, Red Angus.
really impressive class of Red Angus females here, and we think these two on top are both really, really good. The one that we chose to lead off with, though, just gives us just a bit more look in terms of elegance through her front 1/3. We think she's one that offers a shot more stoutness, too, than that heifer in second. When you get behind her and you read her over her top, down all the way to the ground, and you analyze the base width that she has, the female that wins here, one that balances up really nicely, just a really high-quality female to lead our class off. The heifer in second. Now, we like a lot of things about this one as well. She's certainly longer bodied than the heifer that wins the class. She's one that sets down on a nice hind leg. We think she's just probably not as good right there in her forerib, not as stout and wide over her top when you analyze her, and doesn't come out that hip quite as square and full as that heifer that wins the class. But nevertheless, we think she's one that offers a lot of quality. Going to see a lot of good days on down the road with that one. The heifer next here, one that offers a really nice look as well. She's super long-necked. Really like this heifer's head. She's one for me. I think we'd just like to drop her down on her flank some, and when we get her out on the go, she's just tighter off those rear two pasterns and doesn't sit down as comfortably as the two that are in front of her today. Young man's heifer that comes next here, one that gives us a really feminine look. She just gives up some of the overall size and scale and just overall oomph of the ones that are standing in front of her here. Then finally, the one that rounds the class off, the young man's dark red heifer, one that's really stout hipped. We just think we'd like to see more of her today when you compare to the ones that precede her in this particular class.
As we start, a real clear-cut class winner in our lightweight market heifer class. She isn't perfect, but who among us is? She travels a little tight and behind and gets a little up in her pasterns, but on the standstill from a body type and a composition standpoint, she's sure very admirable, very nicely fitted, nicely shown. Young lady does a great job. We just loosen her up in her motion. We would improve her some. I think the next pair of cattle are kind of close. Bring them two out together if you would, please. Certainly the heifer with a spot on behind her shoulder on her forerib cage is the next most like our class winner from a body shape, from a composition, from a balance standpoint. Certainly just a real complete young female. I think she's just got enough more flank and enough more twist and enough more balance to beat the white-legged heifer that comes next in line. She's sure the practical one of those that remain, and she just solidly fits into this third hole. Heifer behind her can get just a little up under herself on her hock. Needs more shape to her rib cage, maybe tidy her up, sharpen her up in her front 1/3. The cattle that remain just a kind of a combination of muscularity or the lack of muscularity and or structure. The little girl's heifer that leads off, I know she gives up some product to the one behind her, but she's just so much more a practical individual. She's leveler and looser in her skeleton. She's more correct in her angles to her joints and practicality. I think there's one that time will do some good to. She just needs some feed and care and the groceries poured to her. She's a really youthful looking heifer that I think's got a lot of good about her. Bottom pair muscle places them. The red heifer just needs to be so much better structured to consider her higher.
Another nice class of these Red Angus heifers over here, and I think an easy place to start for me and Andy, a female again that just does a lot of the right things for us out here in this particular lineup. Again, it kind of starts there at the ground with the right kind of foot size and shape and enough bone work. You get in behind this heifer, I think there's a world of dimension and spread down her top. She still gives you a real maternal look from the side. I think she's attractive enough up through that front 1/3. I'm not going to hold that against her out here because she's by some margin just the broodiest, most maternal female that we've got. Easy place to start, like we said. Young lady's heifer going to come in second. I think she just kind of logically falls into that hole. I think she's sound enough structured. She gives me an easy keeping enough look, and I think that's where her advantages lie over the heifer that follows right behind her. For me, she just reads to be a little easier keeping as you get this one on out on the pasture later on in life. You compare her to that class winner, maybe doesn't handle that hind leg quite as ideal, but still a quality heifer there in that second hole. Young man's light red one here. She gets out and moves and fills her track really well. Gives you a super impressive look up front. Again, just one that just gets a little too flat. Not enough muscle shape and dimension. Reads to be just a nickel harder keeping for us on down the road. But I do like this one's basic build and eye appeal. Young lady's heifer going to come out here next in line. I think these final two heifers for us were the ones that just struggled a little bit in regards to her structure. But of this bottom pair, I think she's the female that just offers more rib, more dimension. The heifer that we conclude the class with, again, I appreciate that length of spine and levelness that she has down her top. Again, from a structural standpoint and eye appeal standpoint, maybe just not quite what we're looking for out here today, but good lineup of Red Angus cattle. Congratulations to them.
All right, over on the heifer side, let me get you caught up in the purebred Red Angus Heifer Show, Class 147. First place, Emily Collison, Rockwell City. Second to Luke Pladson of Harper's Ferry. Third, Dalton Barnes of Lamoni. Fourth to Cooper Avey of Randolph. And fifth to Caden Evans of Washington. Placings for the second class, Class 148 Red Angus Heifers. First place, Michaela Denio, Iowa Falls. Second to Veronica Lentz of Creston. Third, Dalton Barnes, Lamoni. Fourth to Clara Schmuck of Iowa Falls. And fifth to Austin Schmuck of Iowa Falls.
Here in your Red Angus female champion drive, three really nice females and much along the lines of what Zach and I have talked about all day in each of these breeds. I think these three females represent what we're looking for. They're females that have that nice maternal look. We think they're nice and plenty good enough in terms of structure, and the ones that have the added mess and the added dimension, it's just a bonus for us. And you know, we say that and we look at these females we've got out here, and I think it's pretty evident we've got a pretty easy place to start and a pretty easy place for champion. Let's give them a hand. We'll go out and pick them.
Your 2020 champion Red Angus female coming out of Class 148. That's Michaela Denial. Coming into contention, second out of that class, Veronica Lentz, Creston. And your reserve champion coming out of Class 147, that's Emily Collison of Rockwell City.
Get out here in the second class of market heifers, and we think it's tough. From second all the way down in through the end of the lineup, I think you can mix, mingle, and match those about any way you want. But the thing you have to do is you got to start with this white-legged heifer right here. She's the best at the ground. She's the soundest and the neatest looking from the side, and that one balances extremely well, and she's very good and very dense in terms of the shape of her body. You get up on her, and she's not the most powerful thing in the world, but I think this is the one that needs to win the class just off a quality standpoint. Black heifer that comes out in second is shapelier out of her upper hip. She's more ditched up down her back. She's square in terms of her pin set and has more flare and bulge down into her stifle, and that's still a long-necked, good-looking one. Just with that, she wants to come apart there right at the point of her shoulder. Isn't quite as soft or as practical in the shape to her center body either. Heifer coming out next is a little plain, and she's a little bit dull in terms of her head carriage, but man, you talk about one that's so just fundamentally correct in terms of the shape and set to her feet and legs, and yet from the side, I think she's proportional as far as her view. Power that one up and shape her up a little bit. I think she plays a little bit higher just because there's not much fundamentally wrong with that one, but I think a good third place kind of a heifer. Heifer in force more moderate, and she's certainly stouter ended. That's the bigger back, thicker hipped kind of a heifer. Just with that, we think she's on the edge of bordering a little too quick. She's the most jammed up in terms of her cannon bone and the quickest maturing when you study that one in terms of her muscle system and her length of side. Orange heifer coming out next on the stand is one that you can really buy into because she's long necked, she's level about her spine, and that one's got a big set of pipes with a nice set to her hind leg. Just get that one out and go. When she wants to hammer them a little hard for us, work up in the center of her spine as well. Painted up heifer that rounds around the corner right here is one that can give you a good look standing there because she's long necked, she's level about her lines, and she's cool colored. Just got to make that one more relaxed in the set to her knee, make her more aesthetically pleasing in the way she plants her hock. And then the young man that rounds out the class brings us a good bodied, dense and big head and kind of a heifer. Just need to make that one later maturing and better in the way she motors off either end.
Over here on the heifer side, a single entry Salier female this young man brings to us, and I really appreciate this one's length of spine or length of front end. She gets out and handles herself well when you ask her to go. We'll see how she stacks up with a little more competition here in just a few moments, but congratulations to this young man.
our final class in the Salier Female Show. The young lady here in the pink, her black heifer, we think comes to the top of this class quite handily. She follows the top in kind we've been using all day, one that's got that added look to her, but still really good through the center portion of her body, tremendously long, and we think she's the most correct in terms of her structure of this trio of females. Just a really nice functional kind of female to lead this class off. Gets a little closer there for second and third, but I believe the red heifer's one that just handles her spine a bit better when we get her out on the go. I think it's because she's more laid back in her shoulder. Probably just moves with a bit more flex to that hock as well when we get her on the go. Your black heifer that's going to round the class off here, she's one that certainly is long and extended. She's just a bit straighter about her shoulder, and I think that reads up into her spine. If we could just relax her there some, she might move on up in the class.
As we wrap up the Salier heifers over here in this ring, the numbers again weren't large, but I think we've got some quality cattle that we can bring back out here to pick from for your champion in reserve. Again, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. Still got a long day ahead of us, but if you would around ringside, give these Salier exhibitors a nice hand, and we'll show you how we like them.
All right, over on the heifer side, your champion Salier heifer coming out of class 149, Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Your reserve coming out of class 150, first place heifer there, going to Hadley Jacoby of Grand Mound. That's your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion reserve Salier heifer, Wyatt Pasteur, champion Hadley Jacoby from Grand Mound Reserve. Now we're going to move into the Shorthorn Plus. Already there, I guess.
Kicking off our Shorthorn Plus show, young man's brought us a really neat September roan heifer out here. One that reads with a lot of goodness in terms of her design. I think she's flexible down her spine. She's got a good hip in her, got a good foot on her. She's going to be one that's going to be fun on down the road. Doing a nice job getting her shown today.
All right, over on the market side, the market heifer first class placings. First place, McKenna Rogers Solon. Second to Maverick Brown of Seymour. Third, Rainey Wagner of Hampton. Fourth to Marissa Ekoff of Britt. Fifth to McKinley Anstey of Corning. Sixth to Riley Jones of Kellerton. Seventh to Briar Fisher of Valiska. That was your placings for the first class of market heifers, class 230.
Class 3 in the market heifer ring is led off by one that, again, tomahawks them. Now, this is a good female. Really a extra good fronted, big rib, burly one that's got a lot of stout and a lot of flexibility to her. She's got a world's upper rib shape. She's naturally wide down her top and progressively gets thicker from behind. Her balance is by far the best in the class. When she gets her set up on the profile, for a big bodied, big back, big square rump, big hind-legged one, her neck comes right out of the top of her shoulder. And I think there's one, when her day comes, she'll be a handful. The next pair of cattle we've got to talk about together. The heifer that we're going to use in second is the second best one from her shoulders back. I know she's kind of common fronted in the short face thing that's a little bit waisty in her throat and brisket, but from there back, she's more flexible in her spine and she's got the more correct shape to the upper part of her rib cage. She's truer wheeling behind and better set in her hock and hind pastern. A heifer that is just pretty fault-free. We find her to be the functional, practical, easy finishing kind of a heifer that just really has the least holes or problems as we go down through there, particularly from a balance standpoint. The heifer with a blue tint to her is longer and bigger and heavier, but she's pretty upright in her shoulder and gets pretty hard behind her behind her shoulder. She flattens up in her rib cage, and I don't find her as genuine in her design from a rear 1/3 of her body. The two silvers, I think, in our opinion, got to stay together. Now, heifers that really got the kind of smooth-made, straight line cattle that just don't have quite enough body, quite enough maturity, quite enough muscle to them. Pretty practical made. Probably, particularly the lead-off of the two is, in my mind, a little more of a breeding cattle or a replacement-looking one than a market heifer, but two real good silvers. The big gray that comes next in line, here's the monster bone, big muscled one. She's rigid off both ends, something fierce, and a tubular-centered, harder made kind of female. It's going to have some carcass quality in her, but I guess got too much problems with one from a functionality standpoint. But we've got similar structural issues in the bottom two heifers and much less muscle and much less product.
Back over here in your heifer ring, we get started with these Shorthorn Plus cattle, and Andy, will be honest with you, maybe not one right here in this first lineup that just really jumps out at us, but I think at the end of the day, this young lady's heifer we used to start with, again, for us, is the nicest balanced, soundest structured heifer. I think that's got a nice maternal look to her, and we really like this one's length of spine. I think that's where she excels in this particular lineup. The sort, I think, lies between second and third, and again, I think just from a structure standpoint, we kind of like the darker colored heifer here to stay in the middle of the class. She's still not quite there yet, but when you watch these cattle go away from you, I think she just tracks a little truer and squarer there from behind. Still gives you a real nice, attractive look up through her front 1/3. The red and white one coming out here next, I think at the stand, you certainly like this one a great deal. She gives you a good look up front. She's got enough body and rib and enough bone and foot size. For us, when she just gets out and goes, she really wants to kind of get outside of herself and outside of her skeleton there. That concerns us a little bit just in terms of her longevity, but a nice class of Shorthorn Plus cattle. Congratulations to them.
All right, over on the market side, placings for Class 231. First place, Carson Fry, Independence. Second to Jack Walter of Creston. Third, Gunnar Broussard of Muscatine. Fourth, Sidney Matthias, Fairbank. Fifth, Alexa Rise of Manchester. Sixth to Marcy Bailey, Creston. And seventh to Jacob Rinkob of Mobile. That was your placings for Class 231, Market Evers. Placings for Class 232. First place, Brayton Striegel of Moravia. Second, Duella Reeks of Lawler. Third, Delaney Yates of Valiska. Fourth, Bree Barrier of Neola. Fifth, Elena Oberbrockling of Prohl. Sixth, to Madison Lang of Harlan. Seventh, to Craig Allen Becker of Atlantic. And eighth, to Jacob Brathauer of DeWitt. Currently, judges Dr. Dave Duello and P.D. Miller are selecting your champion Division I market heifer.
we'll get our first division of market heifers back out here, and I think there's good cattle all the way down the lineup. Hey, they're not cookie cutter molds of each other, and I don't think you can get them that way, but they're the ones that fit the bill and what we like in each of their respective classes. With that being said, you know, you pull them back out here, and I think there's one that has to win just because she's got all the stoutness and mass in the world and yet takes it to another level of body shape, look, and presence from the side. And then we think there's one that most closely matches her just as far as feature and flexibility down low and still has a proportional, a good kind of look from the side. Young lady out of Class 3 is going to have your champion Division 1. Young man out of Class 2 is going to be reserve.
Well, this Shorthorn Plus female shows certainly turned it back up over here in terms of quality. And, you know, this is one of those classes where you sit here and you look at them and you like them all. They've all got quality. They've all got something good. And you know, we took a little more time on this one, but I never apologize for taking more time when you're analyzing good livestock, because that's why we're here, and boy, we sure do enjoy doing it. So this heifer that wins, we think, comes to the top of the class in terms of just her balance of look, her balance of shape, and her balance of structure. And, you know, she puts all those things together in a really nice package, one that's attractive about her front end, beautiful hind leg in this one, plenty of shape when you get behind her. You know, I think she's just the logical place for us to start here in this particular class. You know, after that, I think we've got some decisions to make, and we went back and forth. And this heifer here in second, when we view this one on the profile, I think she's the one that most closely resembles our class winner in terms of her design. You know, she's probably not as long-necked as some of these heifers that are behind her, and she may have a little more condition on her today. I don't think she's overly fat by any means, but this female's one that is good-legged. She's good structured, still puts it together in a nice look, and when you get behind her, this one's really, really wide-based, a lot of power, still puts it together in a relatively fat, flat-muscled kind of package, though we think The red heifer coming next here, you know, this one is certainly the one that's probably the most unique about her front 1/3 out of the whole entire class. We really appreciate how clean she is in her jaw, down into her chest, and when she gets her parked there, boy, that one gives you a good look, tremendously level down her top, sets down really square off those hind legs. When we get this one on the go, that's where we have a little more trouble with her. She's just a bit more upright in the slope to her shoulder, and with that being said, when you get her out on the go, she wants to labor a bit more out of those front two, but that's a high quality female to go third. The white belly blue roan heifer coming next. This young man, when he gets her parked on the profile, I like this one as good as any of them from the side in terms of just a maternal look. This one's long necked. She's really big bodied, really deep through the center portion of her body, and I love the hind leg this one has, the shape that she has to her hock all the way down into her pastern. We'll watch this one go, I think, though. You study her hip. And she's certainly a little tired here today for the young man, I believe. But we watch her at her hip. She's just a nickel shorter hip and wants to drop those pins. And with that, she sets those hind two down just a little harder than we'd like to see. Heifer coming next here, this blue roan heifer here is one that offers a tremendous amount of quality. You study the angles to this one's knee and hock and pasture, and I think she's really good there. She just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the ones above her through her front 1/3. She's not as feminine about her head and neck and in her chin, and we'd like to take some of that navel off there. I think that would change the whole balance of this female in particular. Finally, our red and white heifer that rounds the class off, one that's got a lot of mass and power. She just gives up the overall size and scale and just looseness of structure of all those ones that stand in front of her here today.
Done this one, didn't I? All right, let's finish up the market heifer Division 1 side over here. Last class in Division 1 was 232. First place going to Brayton Striegel of Moravia. Second to Luella Reeks of Lawler. Third to Delaney Yates of Villisca. Fourth to Bree Barrier of Neola. Fifth to Elena Oberbruckling of Prohl. Sixth to Madison Lang of Harlan. Seventh to Craig Allenbecker of Atlantic. And eighth to Jacob Brothauer of DeWitt. Your champion Division 1 market heifer coming out of that class right there, class 232, and that's Brayton Striegel from Moravia. Your reserve, Carson Fry from Independence.
Start off Division 2 in the market heifer side. We've got another really easy class winner. Just a high quality heifer, lots and lots of look, lots of balance, lots of power, lots of muscle, just an up-headed, clean, attractive, sound, practical one. We'll just talk more about her when we come back for a division. Be surprised that she can't stand a lot of heat, The second place heifer is is as easy of a decision for us. She doesn't have the mega hair that we find in some of them, but here's the practical, here's the sound, here's the attractive, here's the fault-free heifer that's got some nice shape along her loin edge. She really flexes some stifle and got a clean look to her. Not the biggest bone one in the world, but she's got enough, and she's sound, and she's thick-ended, and she just really easily comes in second. Quite honestly, from there on, you can do about whatever sets your mind to. We're going to use one in third that's a muscular, big-bodied, big top tipper. I know she isn't sound enough, but we got problems all the way down through here. And this one, from a body type, muscularity, and standing still balance standpoint, daylights them. And I'm not sure she's that much more troubling in terms of structure than what we have left. The two heifers next in line we see as being close, and then the three that complete the class. Young Guy's heifer, I think it's here next behind the red one, just offers more balance and more security in her movement. She's just better at the ground, level in her kind, more correct in her makeup. The three heifers that complete the class, we get more muscle here, we get more depth of side and softness and flex in the smoky colored one, and the big smooth, clean made black and baldy heifer just hadn't got near enough product.
I go over here on the Shorthorn Plus side, a good trio of cattle here, and I think they kind of logically fit in their holes for us out here today. The young lady's heifer we're going to use to start with, again, I think excels the class just in terms of her flexibility and her brood cow look. Really a well-balanced female that just puts a lot of good things together. I like her rib shape, I like her kind, I like her presence as well out here in the ring. I think from there, you know, you could swap the second and third place heifers if you want to. I think for me and Andy, the one that coming out here in second for us, just obviously a little more moderate in her kind, but I still think she reads to be just a little easier keeping as you study her up through her head and her neck and down through her chest floor. The heifer coming out in here in third's got an obvious advantage just in terms of length of body, but at the same time for us, you know, she reads just a little harder keeping, not as much heart and forerib in this heifer. Really wants to kind of roach up her spine and get a little uncoordinated off those rear two, but good trio of cattle. I think we're getting ready for your champion drive here in the Shorthorn Plus side.
All right, over on the market side, placings for Class 233, First Class Division II market heifers. First place, Maddie Cohen, North English. Second to Ryland Gall of Strawberry Point. Third to Saul Christensen of Royal. Fourth, Nick Binchuf of Winterset. Fifth to Colton Anderson of Boone. Sixth to Sawyer Minor of Bondurant. Seventh to Carson Poston of Villisca. And eighth to Olivia Chambers of Charlotte. That was your placings for Class 233, First Class Division II market heifers. Currently in the ring, 234, Second Class Division II. All right, let's catch you up over on the heifer side in the Shorthorn Plus division. First place, single entry in Class 151. That's Gus Irwin of Lacona. Class 152 Shorthorn Plus heifers. First place, McKenna McDonald of Preston. Second to Gentry Johnson of Macokota. And third to Landon Rosenboom of Bussy. Placings for Class 153 Shorthorn Plus heifers. First place, Paige Rickles of Monticello. Second to Sheridan Fox of Kanawha. Third, Brenna Wilkins of Bennett. Fourth to Colton Nedelicki of Fairfax. Fifth to Lola Combs of Atlantic. And sixth to Alexis Van Ryswick of Russell. And placings for the final class of Shorthorn Plus heifers. First place, Abigail Barnes, Lamoni. Second place, McKenna Sontag, Atlantic. Third to Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan. Judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler now selecting your champion, Shorthorn Plus heifer.
Over here on the female side, we've kind of switched things around a little bit and lining these cattle up a little differently now because of the lot we have out here. But nevertheless, we get our Shorthorn Pluses back out here, and we look at these 4 females we've got here. You know, once again, a lot of quality here in this particular show, and we didn't have just a whole bunch of numbers in this particular breed, but, you know, we had a couple of classes there that were deep. And we get these back out here and we look at them and we compare them. And no doubt there's some differences in type and kind. And, you know, I think that's a trend when we get into some of these more composite type breeds, is you are going to have some differences in type and kind. But that's what we're out here for today, to sort through those differences. And, you know, we find a couple heifers out here that we like a great deal. And certainly they are different in their composition. You know, some are a little longer, more extended than others. And some may be a little shorter, a little stouter. Hey, that's okay, though. That's part of raising cattle and part of picking what you like. I won't talk a lot more about the cattle. We got several more to get through here. Zach and I are going to give them another look. We'll pick you a couple of champions.
Your 2020 Iowa Beef Expo champion Shorthorn Plus heifer coming out of the final class. 154 going to Abigail Barnes of Lamoni. Coming into contention from that class, second place, McKenna Sontag. And your reserve champion coming out of class 153, that's Paige Rickles, Monticello.
Well, we probably took a little more time on this class than some of them prior, but this trio of heifers up top is flat good. And no matter which way you look at them, when they first come in the ring, we might have liked them backwards the way they stand now. When we had them over here, we liked them inverted from that. And I think you can mix, mingle, and match these things any way you want. But the one we eventually land on is the young lady's heifer up front. She's not the most overwhelming in terms of her power or the biggest out of the backside of her shoulder, but when she gets her stuck right like that, that is one soft-bodied, good-looking thing that is so awesome in the way she plants out of her hip and her hind leg. And when you compare her to the heifer directly behind her, she's distinctly better in terms of the set to her pastern and the way she bends and flexes out of her upper hip. Now, like I said, maybe like to power that one up right out of the backside of her shoulder, but that's comparing her to one behind her that is just awfully impressive in terms of her squareness and shape up high. Heifer that's going to be second is one that is so square back and big out of her upper hip. That one could play with a lot of steers just for how stout and powerful she is. She's square up her hip, she's really bold and dimensional down into her twist and her stifle, and yet from the side she's still really good about her head and her neck quality, shallow up into her jaw, and has a neat look from the side. Just compare her to one ahead of her that's a little bit softer right there in the center of her body, and then on an individual note, probably just need to make that one a shot better in the way she sets out of her pastern, but that's a really, really good pair to go ahead and be first and second in this class. Young man that winds up third, that heifer hits you really hard, especially when she wants to act right and set up right like that, because she's got zero chest, she's really neat in her neck attachment, and that one's the smoothest shouldered of the initial trio when you study her right at the base of it, and then up high she's wedged the neatest to the top side of her blade. Just with that, it's true to antagonisms that out of the back side of that she's flatter and plainer, maybe not quite as stout or as woofy as the pair ahead of them, but that trio of market heifers right there is awfully good. Just go ahead and ask me or Doc. Black and white heifer coming out next is one that's big-footed, she's extremely stout, and she's dimensional. I think she's got a feeding body shape, and from her shoulders back, we really like a lot of things about her. Up front, though, need to make that one shorter toed, yet lengthen out her neck and make her a shot better at the point of her shoulder. If the black and white heifer coming next is one that was a little sounder, I think we can work her up the line because she's extremely soft and good in the shape of her body. She's big-footed and big-legged. Just need to make that one's hock work a little better. She wants to hammer it a little hard, get up under herself, and duck her pins when she gets on the go as well. Next two heifers coming out aren't the fuzziest ones in the world, but they've got some shape, they've got some power, just need to make them a little stouter featured and neater looking. And then the heifer that rounds out the class is a long-sided one that's got a lot of grow, just need to make her body match and make her more practical in terms of her look.
Back over here on the heifer side, we kick things off with your shorthorn females and a good pair of cattle to start with. Me and Andy going to go ahead and use the red heifer to win. I think one that's just a little cleaner made type of female, one that's a little smoother made in her joints. I think she gets out and handles herself a little more collected when she's asked to go. The red and white heifer that's going to come out here in second, one that's probably got just a shot more muscle shape and dimension to her. I think for us, though, one that just wants to struggle a little bit when you set her into motion, kind of roaches her top and not quite right in the way she just handles that hip and hind leg. But a good pair of cattle and a nice way to start.
Right. Over on the heifer side, that was your first class of shorthorn heifers, class 155. First place going to Ryan Barner of Martell, second to Natalie Nissen of Colgan. Coming in the ring now, class 156, purebred shorthorn heifers. And over on the market side, placings for class 234, market heifers. First place, Brenna Wilkins Bennett. Second to Wesley Clemens of Bernard. Third, Wayne Pryor Woodbine. Fourth to Jace Weiner of Rockwell. Fifth to Keaton Kruskoff of Ridgeway. Sixth, Riley Steffen of Wyoda. Seventh to Hade DeVore of Atlantic. And eighth to Joaquin Wales of Wyoda. That was your places for class 234, second class, Division II, market heifers.
Here in this second class of shorthorn females, dark red roan heifer. We think it's a really good place to start here. Young man's brought us a really nice female here, one that gives just an ultra cool look through her front 1/3 down into her chest, but yet opens up with plenty of rib shape. She's got the right kind of curvature to her rib, one that's square out her hip, and when we get her out on the go, she sits down really true and square off all fours. High quality female here to win this class. It's not taking anything away from the red heifer here in second. I think she's one that's really flexible down her spine. She's good at her hip. She just wants to get a bit shorter necked and maybe just a bit more compact in her overall design when you compare her to that roan heifer that wins this particular class.
Interesting class, and actually a real challenging class, just to be real candid with you. The painted up heifer needs to win, and she leads off rather handily, although she's not without concern. She is a big bone, really a good haired, big bodied, big backed heifer that does a lot of shape and a lot of dimension. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She can get maybe just a little tighter in her movement. Most of that, I think, is she's just fighting the halter. When she learns to relax, I think she might be all right. I might jack her up in her pins and level her out of her hip so slightly. But a clear place to win. 2 and 3, 2, 3, 4 are closer, real closer. The Baldy heifer's kind of slim-gutted and tight-haired compared to the one in front of her. She maybe look a little extreme in her kind, and she wants to pinch her roach in her top a little bit. We'd like to just loosen her up in her makeup. but she's really got a lot of dimension on her top. She's strong and level in her lines. She's really a heifer that's got a beautiful neck, trim, clean pattern, just a little harder made than maybe the ideal if we were to improve her some. But I think he's got a good market heifer prospect. The softer heifer is next in line. Heifer that maybe doesn't handle her hind leg just quite as well. She gets a little tangled up in her motion. Just a hair softer centered. I'm not sure she's got so much more muscle in her, but I know that she gives up some structural quality and a nice female. The smoky heifer's a little plain necked and frail featured, a little slimmer haired again, but among those that remain, she's certainly the soundest, most practical, certainly level, and appears to be one that certainly an easy feeding kind of a heifer that practicality comes into play, and just she has to be there. Among those that remain, I think balance kind of places them. The heifer right here directly in front of me, a little more secure in her profile, just a little leveler and stronger built. Complete the class with two heifers that just give up the muscle and mobility that they need to work higher.
Back over here on your shorthorn side, a nice trio of these heifers, and I think these top two kind of soared off, and not taking anything away from the one in third, but I think at the end of the day, for me and Andy, this darker roan heifer here, I think one that's just a little more comfortable at the surface as she goes. A female, you get in behind her, and there's certainly enough dimension, enough power, and then you step off of her. You appreciate the silhouette that she paints, real one that's up-headed and attractive. You know, if we kind of harp on her a little bit, you know, maybe just wonder how much gas is in the tank, but time will tell. I think today she looks rather nice out here in this particular lineup. The lighter roan heifer that's going to come out here in second, I think maybe has an advantage in terms of her length of body. I think she too is, like we just kind of criticized that one, I think she's going to make a little bigger kind of female in the end. Today, she's wanting to maybe favor that left hind foot a little bit at times out here. I don't know if maybe she's hurt herself a little bit, but I guess that's where we harp on her just out here today. I think another day she's feeling a little better there. It gets pretty close there on the top end for us, but she's certainly maybe favoring that one foot there just a little bit. Our red heifer that we wrap up the class with, another one I think, she's got an advantage again in terms of her length of body, just not enough style, not enough balance to get her any higher today, but congratulations to those shorthorn exhibitors.
All right, catch up over on the market side. Last class, Division II. Class 235. First place, Quentin Grove of Ellsworth. Second to Tyler Jones of Kellerton. Third to Kirsten Samuelson of Decorah. Fourth to Brant Will of Wyoda. Fifth to Creighton Carlson of Muscatine. Sixth to Brand Beaver of Mobile. And seventh to Joey D. Oathout of Wyoda. That was your placings for the final class of Division II, Class 235. Judges Dr. Dave Duello and P.D. Miller now selecting your champion Division II market heifer. Over on the heifer side, placings for class 157 purebred shorthorn heifers. 156 purebred heifers. First place, Jordan Peterson of Stanwood. Second place, Delaney Irwin of Wacona. That was placings for class 156. Now 157. First place, Cale Klein, State Center. Second, Chase Rosenboom of Bussey. Third, Zinlin Lee of Mount Pleasant.
Well, you get out here in your second division of market heifers, and there's no two of them out here that are exactly the same. They just totaled the most good out of their respective classes. And for us, it comes down for the two out of the first two classes up here at the front of the lineup, and they couldn't be more different still. You talk about the heifer up front, that one's just impressively bold and powerful. That one has a ditched up, shapely back, a big old square hip, and yet she still has a hind leg that's awfully good and motors around the ring awfully well. That one's hard muscled, she's freaky looking, and she's still sound. Now you compare her to the one behind her, she's just not the softest bodied one in the world. Gets a little bit tighter and drier right there at the center of her belly, but man, that's one that has a lot of unique pieces and a lot of intangibles that you can piece together to make one that's awfully unique. Heifer out of the second class, that's not saying she's not unique, because it's hard to make these things that swamp bellied, big hipped, and good hind legged, and yet still put a neck and a head and a throat latch in one like that, especially when they've still got so much mass and power up high. And now comparatively, she's not quite as bold or as impressive right out of the backside of her shoulder, like to maybe modify her there, but it's hard to make them that stout and that square when you still got a shoulder that's laid in them awfully smooth and they're that neat looking from the side. Those are the differences we see between them. We think they're both awfully good, but we're both on the same page. Heifer out of the second class is going to be champion. Heifer out of the first class will be reserve.
Over here on the shorthorn female side, a heifer that's going to win our class here is one that we think just puts it together and gives us that really nice look of just that extra quality and that extra structural correctness and just that extra look that we've been picking all day long. And, you know, this female, you have to admire through her front 1/3. She's certainly very attractive there. She's smooth shouldered. She's one that opens up with plenty of shape and dimension to her rib cage. And, you know, I really like the hind leg on this when she gets out and she uses it like she's supposed to. Just one that comes to the top in terms of just overall quality and look. Young man's red heifer here that comes next. You know, she's not the longest one out here. She's not the longest neck. She's not the prettiest neck, but this one's extremely functional when he gets her parked there. You know, you study this one. She's good rib. She's deep bodied. She's really good in her forerib, and I think she's really genuine through the center of her body. She appears to us to be one that's going to go on and make just a tremendous low input brood cow on down the road because she is good bodied. She's good structured, and that's what we appreciate about her. The roan heifer coming next, I think, is certainly one that maybe gives us a shot more look than that heifer in front of her. She's a little longer neck, probably a little square, neater outer tail head, but this female just gives up some of the foot size, some of the bone, and maybe just some of the overall mass and just overall goodness of that heifer right in front of her. You know, this red and white heifer coming out here in fourth. When she first come in, Zach and I looked at each other and we said, you know, we like that one. She's really, really long. I think this one's really level and square from hooks to pins, but the longer she's out here, we study this one, and, you know, we just think she probably just gives up too much in terms of her depth of body, her overall rib shape, and I think it makes her have just a little harder look when, you know, when you compare her to some of these others, and we question that, but a lot of good in this one. Maybe a little greener in her condition today, but I think she's one that's going to be interesting to see how she develops with some more time. Red and white heifer coming next, one that's got some foot and bone, just gives up the overall mass of those heifers that stand above her today.
All right, over on the market side, your champion Division II market heifer, Brenna Wilkins from Bennett, and your reserve, Maddie Cohn from North English. Once again, your champion Division II market heifer, Brenna Wilkins from Bennett, reserve, Maddie Cohn from North English. We are now in the final two classes of the market show for the day. Division III market heifers, class 236, currently in the ring.
Back over here on your shorthorn heifer side, a good trio of cattle, and this young man's heifer that we're going to use to start with, you know, I'll be the first to say, you know, she's maybe not the greatest show heifer that we've seen up to this point, but I tell you what, this one is going to make a tremendous cow for this young man on down the road. She's so sound, so functional. Everything kind of fits together. She's not super big haired by any means, and I kind of appreciate that. You know, what she sees, what she gets. She's long bodied, she's smooth shouldered, she's got a nice maternal look up through her front end, just an easy keeping look. I think this is an easy place to start for us in this class. Our heifer that's going to come out here next in line, one that's big topped and thick ended. You know, she's a heifer that's probably got more foot and bone than a heifer that we used to start with, I think. But for us, she kind of comes across just a little coarser, a little plainer, one that's just a little rounder in her overall kind, not as much body and rib to go along with that, but a solid heifer there to go on the second hole. Young lady's roan heifer that's going to come out here in third, I think much like her, one that maybe gives you just a little better attractive look up front. I think from there, one that maybe struggles a little bit off of both ends of her skeleton when you ask this one to lead, and that's kind of where we harp on her just a little bit. But congratulations to those shorthorn exhibitors.
This young lady's brought us a September shorthorn female here. She's a single entry in this class, but she brought us a really good one. You know, a female that's one that's just really big and stout and burly, and one that just sets down on a really good hind leg. She's good structured, a lot of width, a lot of dimension. It's going to be fun to get this one back out here in the champion drive and stack her up against the rest of these we've seen.
Catching up over on the shorthorn side. Placings for Class 158, first place, Jordan Peterson of Stanwood. Second, Brock Studer of Creston. Third, to Abigail Green of State Center. Fourth, Benjamin Moffett of Indianola. And fifth, to Jaden Jazz of Belmont. That was the placings for Class 158. Placings for Class 159, first place, Brock Studer, Creston. Second to Kaiser Will of Wyoda, and third to Aniston Poston of Villisca. And single entry Class 160, first place Reagan Fox of Kanawha. Judges Andy Higgins, Zach Butler will now be selecting your champion, purebred shorthorn heifer.
over here in your shorthorn ring, we get ready to go ahead and select your champion in reserve. And, you know, once again, me and Andy are certainly pleased with the lineup that we bring back out here. We really think it comes down to these three heifers standing out here in the middle amongst us. One in particular for us, I think, wins rather handily. And then it's close amongst reserve. And, of course, we'll bring a second back out here as well. But, again, our hats off to these exhibitors. And I wish you around ringside, if you would, put your hands together and give these guys a big hand. And we'll show you how we like them.
One of the real strong classes to this point in the market heifer division, and in particular, we feel like there's three excellent individuals, so certainly some give and take among them, but a lot of quality, clear down here in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place. There's a lot of good among them. We feel like the heifer that leads off is the combination of the other two, but more muscular than the third one. Long neck, really got a lot of shape in her top. A heifer that travels with some flex in her stifle, and she really moves some muscle when you get behind her and watch her go. Big-legged, clean underlined, long-necked, up-fronted, real sharp patterned heifer that's certainly plenty sound enough for me. Worlds of quality and balance, and I think here's one that can be a scorpion. The heifer that, as we get down the road and gain her some maturity and begin to put a finish on her. I'll be honest with you, this heifer in second is too fat for me, but she's too good not to be second. That thing has got so much rib shape. You can peel a little grease off her, you can peel a little bark off her, whatever you want to call it. But she's fundamentally true and wide in her base. You got laid in right in her shoulder. She's big and bold in her forerib, and she's naturally got more dimension in her top than the heifer that's behind her. She's truer in her skeletal design, particularly on her back leg and out of her rump structure. She's just got more ripped apart power in her from front to rear in terms of rib shape and muscle shape and total dimension. I'd like to lean her up at this stage of the game. She weighs in the 9s. She's going to be acceptable in her weight and finish when it's all said and done. But I guess I'd just like to lean her up a little bit at this time. I can't deny how much quality that one's got. The heifer that's behind her is really sharp and attractive from the side. Strong level spine, nice tail head set on her. Really gets a lot of depth aside and look to her. I read her just a little flatter in her makeup. She's a little A-shaped in her kind compared to the two cattle in front of her. It's a market heifer show, and she just gets outpowered when you stud her from the front or rear 3/4 in terms of total amount of dimension that she's got. Now, she's really attractive and pretty, just a freckle steep up in her front end. Another one that's going to be in fourth, she's a little compact and a little common-fronted, but she's the best bodied, she's the best muscled, she's the best total from her shoulder back of any of those that remain. And this is a strong class all the way down through. We found two softer made moderate ones. They're not going to be as big and they're not going to be as heavy in their market weight at a finished endpoint, but they're sure plenty acceptable, particularly when you start giving them the advantage of structure and kind that they have compared to the two heifers that we get in here. Complete the class with cattle that just get a little tangled up in terms of movement, just a little off in terms of total product. We knew they were coming. It was really a strong class.
as we kick things off in the Foundation Simmental show. Young man's brought us a baldy heifer that's going to start this class off. And, you know, we study this when we think she's the most maternal in her rib cage. We think she's the one that sets down in that tail head probably the most correctly. And when we'll get her out on the go, she's probably the best structured of the three. Not saying she's perfect, but we think she's the closest to it of these three. She comes to the top of the class because of that. Young man's heifer coming next. You know, when we study this one's head and neck, I think she's probably the most elegant there, the one that's the most attractive about her head and neck. From there back, though, we just like to stouten her up some and deepen her up right through the center portion of her body. And when we get her out on the go, I think we just like to see her a bit more flexible and comfortable off her feet and legs when we get her moving. The heifer that comes next, there's no doubt this one's the heaviest muscle. She's the widest based one in this class, but she's also probably the shallowest bodied one. We'd certainly like to soften her up there. Probably just to see her move out with more flexibility down her spine, and doing that, she'd get out and travel freer and easier on her feet and legs.
All right, over on the market heifer side, second to last class of the day today, class 236. First class Division 3 market heifers. First place Dawson Minor, Bondurant. Second to Macy Kilmer of Perry. Third to Grayson Belcher of Blakesburg. Fourth to Jake Knudsen of Esterville. Fifth, Anna Beetlesbacher Lamar. Sixth to Ashlyn Hay of Webster City. Seventh to Ashlyn Hay of Webster City. Eighth to Kaylee Pudens of Story City. Ninth to Connor Shalla of Kelowna. And 10th to Carson Dugan of Kellerton. Also 11th to Alexis Steffens of Claremont. That was your placings for the first class Division 3 market heifers. Currently in the ring, the last class of the day on the market side. We'll pick a Division 3 champion after this class. Then we'll bring the division champions back in and select an overall champion market heifer. All right, over on the heifer side, we broke into a new division here, Foundation Simmental Heifers, big division. First class, 161. First place, Cody Cobb, Corning. Second to Lincoln Stansberry of Ryan. Third to Brooklyn Steffen of Wyota. Currently in the ring, class 162. Foundation Simmental Heifers.
Really nice lineup of these foundation Simmental females, and I think a real good place to start for me and Andy here. One that's just ultra feminine in her kind, one that's maybe not as big boned or big haired as some of the other ones out here, but I think everything fits together. I think from this one's fore-rib back, you really like the rib shape that she shows you from the side. You get in behind her, and she's still got enough shape and curvature out of the top side of her skeleton. And then I think her biggest advantage is when we set these cattle into motion. I think she's the one that's the most correct as she goes to the ground and plants off all four corners. Just an easy place to start for us. Taking nothing away from this young man's baldy heifer coming out here in second. Really a long-spined, level hip type female. I like the way she's laid in through her chest and back into her forerib. You know, you compare her to that class winner, and maybe not quite as much to her out here today in regards to rib shape. Maybe doesn't handle that hind leg near as ideally as our class winner does, but I think certainly functional in her own kind. Just a real good place to start there in the second hole as well. This young man's heifer going to come out in third. I think this is one that hit me when she came in the ring. She was the first one to come in, and I was impressed with her. I think she's as sound as any of them. I like her kind. I like her balance. I just wonder if there's going to be enough to her when it's all said and done. Again, you know, time will tell, but this heifer, I think, compared to the two that go out in front of her, just, again, runs out of a little gas, but I do like her balance. I like her structural integrity. I like the look that she offers to us out here today. A really long-bodied, big-footed one's the one coming out here next in line. She too is big-topped and thick-ended when you get in behind her. Again, for us, I just like to change her off those rear two. Her hip's not quite right, and the way she handles that hock and rear pastern there, we'd like to change that. But I think there's just enough quality through her front 2/3 from her rear rib forward to keep her here in the middle part of this class. A young lady's heifer that's going to come out next in line, a lot like this one. I think at the stand you appreciate her. She's relatively sound and flexible out here. I think compared to some of these other cattle, she just falls a little out of balance. She's a little deep-chested, a little tight in her heart, not as much body and rib as some of the other cattle, but a solid heifer there for her is going to have a nice future. The blaze face heifer that's going to come out here next in line, another one you appreciate for some added length of body and extension. Again, I think structure kind of sorts her for us to the bottom. Just want to change the way she goes off those rear two. And our heifer that concludes the class, maybe not wanting to cooperate the best out here for this young lady, but a female that's got some performance. She's got some growth. Again, just doesn't balance up and have the eye appeal of some of the other females. But a good class of Simmentals. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
PD and I feel like it'd be a very appropriate time to give these market heifer exhibitors in this heavyweight class a round of applause. This is what it's all about right here. Four outstanding candidates. He and I totally agree on the first two, or on all four of them actually. There's more give and take in our opinion on 3 and 4. The cattle are so good, all we can do is describe them to you and tell you how we see them. If you like them different, you may get a chance to make that call one day. And I'm sure these cattle will be flopped around, flipped around, and all of them are going to win an awful lot. These front two are poison, in my opinion. This lead-off heifer, there's subtle differences in them. The lead-off heifer is the softer bodied. She's a more correctly designed heifer on her hind leg. She's the freer moving and, in my opinion, the fresher heifer. This female has got unbelievable amount of width and shape back through her rump and down her top. She's awesome bodied. I wouldn't say that any of these 4 cattle are real crazy whippy necked, but they're sure plenty good for me in this situation. I just love the density, the substance, the power, the flexibility, and the fault-free display that she gives me from whatever direction we want to look at her. I just think she's absolutely awesome. This other heifer's 60 pounds back of her and looks like it. She's leaner perhaps, a heifer that again is really attractive. I think compared to 3 and 4, she's just more complete. She outbalances both cattle in my opinion. I think she proportions better than both cattle in my opinion, both in terms of depth and in terms of progressive density or thickness and stoutness from front to rear. A female's got a lot of bone, a lot of back, a lot of shape, a lot of product, a lot of soundness, and a lot of balance. I'd like to hinge her just a little different on her hind leg compared to the one that beats her, and I'd like to just jack her up in her pins ever so slightly if we were to do that. This is a close pair to me. You got a longer skeleton heifer that's cleaner, and as I see her, she reaches better out of her front end. She's more correct in the flexibility to her knee. She's longer out of her neck and throat. She's longer ribbed and still maintains the same kind of natural shape and product in her top line. I read this heifer also as being more secure in her rear leg, both on the move and on the standstill. I think she's more stable in her placement of her rear foot as she moves. She got a little less roll in her hocks. I'd like to just square her or level her some in her rump, but my God, that thing is long-bodied and good-looking, and big-backed, and really sound. There's times that the 4th place heifer's natural depth, she's just a boxier made, square hipped, maybe a little bit leveler, kind of a tailhead in her. There's times that appeals to me in a great big way. There's other times that I can get to finding her to be a little just compact in her front 1/3, and most importantly, the heifer just rotates her hocks, not enough to be a deal killer, but it is in this class. That's a good heifer. You're running a tough road. Any one of those 4 could probably be the one in the end that shows up in the bright lights. Really good class from all the way down. If you just want to start swirling them out, we try to just make the same common sense approach that we have all day. The practical, big-bodied, muscular cattle, they're market cattle, they're market heifers, and it's a show. We got to try to keep them good-looking, keep them as sound as we could. It becomes a bit of a challenge as we work down in this class, and that we got some big, productive, growthy heifers that just come apart some from a structural standpoint. I believe that's 4 really awesome individuals for the last class of the day.
Over here on the Foundation Simmental side, a really good class we've got out here, and I hope you guys are enjoying watching this ringside. A young lady's female here we elected to lead the class off with. We think's one that does a lot of good things. A female that offers just a lot of dimension all the way through. She's one that reads with a lot of length. She's really flexible down her spine, and what puts her at the top of this class is her structural correctness, and more specifically how she handles that hind leg when we get her out on the move. Super flexible in her hock, really really a lot of flex and cushion down at the ground in those pasterns, and we like the way she uses that. We'll be the first to admit she's probably pushing just as much as condition as we'd like to see on one at this point, but I think her structure overrides that and puts her at the top of the class. Young lady's baldy heifer here, boy, when she gets this one stopped, she gives you a really good look. I just really love this female through her front 1/3. She's so long-necked, and the way she ties in from her chin down into her chest is really, really good. This one's good-bodied. I appreciate the dimension and the boldness she has through her rib cage. She's wanting to fight this young lady a little bit more out here today when we get her on the go, and it's kind of hard to get a read on that hind leg. She's just a little tighter and more upright on those rear 2 pasterns, and if we could set her down there, she'd give that one that wins the class a run for her money. Really good female in second. Young man's brockle-faced heifer that comes out here next. I think this one gives us a really maternal look from the side. She's one that's really good through her rib cage. We'll get this one out on the go. She just wants to get a bit narrower as we watch her go from behind. We'd like to just see her spread out with more base width and use that hind leg with more cushion and authority when we get her out and moving. Young man's heifer that comes next. I think we have to admire this one at the ground. She's really soft in those pasterns, a lot of cushion. I think she excels a couple of heifers in front of her in that aspect. With that, she's got just a bit more set to that hock than what we'd like to see. We'd like to set that tail head down in her just a notch and see her come with just a bit more center rib in comparison to those 3 that stand above her today. The baldy heifer that comes next, one that's really stout-legged. She's big boned and she's big-footed, probably just not quite as neat and edged out through that front 1/3 as the heifers that are above her. And when we get her on the go, once again, we'd like to see her move with a bit more genuine width and stability off those hind 2. Heifer that comes next, one that's really long and one that really catches your eye about her head and neck. She's a bit more upright in that shoulder, though, and just a bit weaker there behind her shoulder. And her forerib, we think that works to her disadvantage, especially when we get her out on the go. She just doesn't want to hold herself together quite as nicely as the ones that stand above her. The heifer that rounds the class off here, one that's long and extended, just gives up a lot of that overall mass and dimension through the center of her body.
All right, let me catch you up on the final class of the Market Heifer Show. Class 237, first place, Riley Rogers, Searsboro, Iowa. Second to Hannah Noonan of Bernard. Third to Ellie Neal of Fairbank. Fourth to Ryland Shayla of Riverside. Fifth, Tyler Pudens of Story City. Sixth, Quinn Whaley of Eagle Grove. Seventh to Chloe Bruce of Emerson's. Eighth, Sam Stoner, Mount Vernon. Ninth, Tyler Jaski of Moreland. And 10th to Leighton Wales of Wyoda. Also 11th to Kaysen Carlson of Stratford. That was your placings for the final class on the market side today. Judges P.D. Miller, Dr. Dave Duello getting ready to select your Division III champion. Go ahead, P.D.
We get these 4 cattle back out here in the ring, and you've got 4 of them out here that are exceptionally good. If you know anything about my family or what we've done in the past, we love showing these market heifers, and we pride ourselves in hauling around good ones, and all 4 of these are exceptionally good. Talk about your 2 class winners, the heifer up front. Like we said in class, she's so big, muscled, and shapely, so good in the spring to her upper rib, and yet she's proportional about her look. She's good in her chest, and when you compare it to everything out here in this lineup, I think she's the freshest and greenest as far as her condition. Now, with that, it's almost a double-edged sword to where she looks a little harder in her muscle system. Maybe she's not quite as soft right there at the center of her body, and it goes with the fact that she's a shot smaller and rounder footed, that maybe she's just not the most massive at the surface, but man, you talk about making one that's out there shapely, good looking, and round about her body, that one certainly fits the bill. The doc just talked these heifers out of that second class, and we get them back back out here, and the same holds true. The one that's right behind her is exceptionally stout. She's really sound and good-legged, and for as massive as she is up high, she still keeps her skeleton within the plane of her body. She's extremely fresh, extremely good-looking. See that one right there? She's just got a presence about her. We go down the lineup and look at our seconds. The one that maybe we'd like to green up a little stands right here, but that is one impressively bold-bodied and stout individual that still stays sound and good-looking from the side. Get her out here like we talked in class, maybe like to neaten her up at the point of her shoulder and burn some of that grease off her, but that one's exceptionally good as well. And then the second out of your second class is one that's just so stout and complete. Big old fat feet laid underneath her, big old back and hip in her. I think that one's exceptionally good-bodied as well. Those are the differences we see between them, but I think it's a great lineup. But within this great lineup, I think there's one that's just an absolute heater. A young lady out of the second class will be champion. Second out of that same class will be reserve.
Your Division III champion market heifer coming out of the second class. That's Riley Rogers, Searsboro, Iowa.
Back over here on your foundation Simmental side, a real maternal one to go ahead and lead off with. Another one that's super elegant and attractive through her front 1/3. Not a freak by any means, but certainly maternal and looks like a cow there. I think from her shoulders back, there's just a really good underline in this female, plenty of curvature to her rib. And again, I think in this particular lineup where she excels is when you set these cattle on the move. She just gets out and handles herself a lot better than her contemporaries out here. An easy place to start for me and Andy. The heifer that's going to come out here second, kind of the outlier of the group. This one's the big-legged, big-footed, big-topped one. I think just at the end of the day, maybe not quite mine and Andy's kind, a little more terminal in her overall look, but still one that paints a nice silhouette in terms of having some flexibility and having some body and some rib. Just gets a nickel rounder and a nickel courser in her kind in relation to that class winner, but a solid heifer there to go in that second hole. Young lady's blaze-faced one that's going to come out here next in line. You know, she's giving up some power and some dimension to the cattle that go out in front of her. I think as she settles down, though, this one's lines are correct at the stand. She gives you a nice, attractive look. She's good in her top line. She just needs a little more body and be a little more collected in how she goes off those rear two. But again, another solid heifer there to go in third place. Young lady's female is going to come out here next in line. I think, you know, she is as good as any in terms of her performance and her weight per day of age. Again, just too tight off of both ends of her skeleton. Our heifer that's going to come out here next in line probably does handle herself a little better on the move than the one that goes out right in front of her, but just not enough cow there to get her up any higher today. And our young man's female that's going to conclude the class has got an advantage over the one in front of her in terms of length, in terms of extension. But again, just one that's a little hard and a little too ill-structured to get her up much higher. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, over on the market side, this will be for your champion overall market heifer. Coming out of Division I, Brayton Striegel of Moravia, Iowa, reserve in Division I, Carson Fry, Independence. Coming out of Division II, champion Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, reserve Maddie Cohen of North English. And coming out of the classes you just witnessed, Division III champion Riley Rogers, Searsboro, and Hannah Noonan, Bernard, reserve. Judges P.D. Miller and Dr. Dave DeWillow will be calling it quits after the end of this division. Well, after the end of this division for the day. Be back to work on the crossbreds tomorrow. All right, let me catch up over on the Foundation Simmental heifer side. Once again, Class 161. First place, Cody Cobb, Corning, Iowa. Second to Lincoln Stansbury of Ryan. Third, Brooklyn Stephan of Wyoda. Placings for Class 162. Foundation Simmental Heifers. First place, Jenna White, Blakesburg. Second to Cale Plug of Charlotte. Third, Ty Kitzrow of St. Charles. Fourth to Addison Hokeson of Corning. Fifth to Aubrey Kramer of Orient. Sixth to Audrey Buellcheck of Oxford. And seventh to Megan Hughes of Glenwood. That was placings for Class 162. Placings for Class 163, first place, Kendall Burns, Oxford. Second to Grace Sheets of Mount Pleasant. Third, Cal Pryor of Woodbine. Fourth to Ryan Olson of Calamus. Fifth, Carly Henderson, Wyoda. Sixth, Jenna Funk of Manchester. And seventh to Shara Cota of Harper's Ferry. And placings for Class 164. First place, Olivia Sweeney, Vinton. Second place to Benjamin Axmere of North English. Third, Haley Dodge of Terrell. Fourth, Samantha Steenbroom Braun of Maynard. Fifth to Savannah Hole of Oskaloosa. And sixth to Zach Cooper of Cedar Rapids.
What a lineup. What a lineup. Great set of market heifers, particularly through each of those classes had a scorpion in it. Awfully good. And it's as tough as it was in the classes and in the division. I suspect that the suspense is nearly out of this. PD and I have talked them to the best of our ability. I really enjoyed the first day of your Iowa Beef Expo. As I mentioned this morning, it's great to come back home. Thanks to PD for doing it with me or being with me, Mandy and the kids and Hook and all those involved for inviting me. Again, help me give the kids a nice round of applause for a great set of market heifers. PD will get you champions.
Year 2020 Iowa Beef Expo Grand Champion Market Heifer comes out of Division III, exhibited by Riley Rogers, Searsboro. And your reserve champion also coming out of Division III, exhibited by Hannah Noonan of Bernard. Once again, champion overall market heifer going to Riley Rogers, Searsboro. Reserve overall, Hannah Noonan from Bernard, both out of Division III. That concludes the market side show today. Crossbreds tomorrow.